Good, e- Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is our regular meeting of the Select Board for October 28th, 2025. First order of business is going into executive session. I move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy related to the litigation matters identified in item 2 and discussing litigation related to the discussing strategy related to the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property identified in item 3. The litigation matter and the real property matter must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation or negotiating position of the town, and the chair, me, so declares an executive session therefore to be necessary. All in favor? Please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. We will return after our executive session to open session. Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is our regular meeting of the Select Board for October 28th, 2025. Let's start off with announcements and updates, and I'd like to start off with a couple of announcements. First of all, set your calendar. On Saturday, November 1, at the Coolidge Corner Library at 2 p.m., the Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration Committee will present another thought-provoking program. It will be a discussion by Brooklyn College professor Jean Theo-Harris, discussing her groundbreaking new book, King of the North, Martin Luther King Jr.'s Life of Struggle Outside the South. She will be discussing this with University of Massachusetts Boston professor Linnell Thomas. King of the North is a radical reframing of King's life and work. Theo-Harris reveals a King often looked in mainstream narratives as a leader who didn't just inspire a movement, but stood in solidarity with struggles throughout the nation. And, very important, for the first time in a King biography, Theo-Harris gives special attention to the early and pivotal role of Coretta Scott King as Martin Luther King's partner and political advisor and guider. And because of a generous donation from someplace, as you're aware, the committee was able to purchase copies of Theo Harris's book to give to attendees until they run out. So a special bonus here. Next, this Sunday, unless David wants to talk about our trip to Harvest Fest, I'll just say a few things. David and I attended Harvest Fest at the golf course in Putterham Woods. It was an absolutely beautiful day, perfect setting. We had a large turnout and a bonus opportunity of enjoying the newly reopened trails in Putterham Woods. Many people were responsible for the wonderful fall weekend event, including the Friends of Putterham Woods, Green Space Alliance, the Recreation Department, and Justin Lawson, the golf pro at the golf course. The forest and trails are a great resource for residents of this town, so I urge people to go and check them out. Any other comments or updates? Well, I should let you do that, man. Okay, next, public comment. Charlie, you want to lay out the rules and start the public comment?
Sure, Bernard. Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there's an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. The on-screen timer will flash orange when you have 30 seconds remaining and red when your time is nearly up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person wishing to speak must begin their comment by identifying themselves with their full name, either their Brookline precinct number or street address, and the specific topic on which they wish to speak. The board encourages, but does not require, that remote users turn on their video when commenting. The first person signed up for public comment is Sarah Pagliaccio. Sarah, I'm going to look for you. All right, come on up to the podium and your 3 minutes will begin.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. The same for the same 3 minutes, if that's all right. Give me just 1 second here. I am getting set up. Okay.
And give me 1 second. Trying to find my notes here. Okay.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us.
Right into the
microphone. Sorry. Yes.
Mhm.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Pagliaccio from Precinct 5. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Lincoln Grounds Capital Project. You'll see you actually have our printouts in front of you in case you want to follow along with the some images that we prepared for this evening. And with me is.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us. My name is Brindy Zach. I'm the director of the Lincoln Extended Day Program at the Lincoln School, where I've been working for 20 years.
Just as an additional note, I'm also a volunteer with the Lincoln Green Team and have been sort of the head of this initiative for a while now. Just as a quick background, I think a lot of you folks already or are aware of this, but Lincoln School is really new in name only at this point in its lifespan. The construction began in 1992. The building opened in 1994. We've had some really beautiful work happen inside the building over the years. A lot of updates in the last couple of years in particular, which we're so grateful for you funding. The school looks amazing. Our outdoor space has really suffered over these last 30 years. We are dealing with multiple issues now, including safety, flooding, accessibility, and just sort of long-term sustainability and accessibility of the grounds that we're going to address quickly.
Just as from a personal perspective, running the after-school program at Lincoln School, since September of last year, we have put 5 children in ambulances because they have fallen off the monkey bars and broken their arms. While I understand that monkey bars are a dangerous pastime, this does seem a little bit excessive and does call into question the surface areas on the bottom of the playground and whether or not they're safe to receive children that fall from the playground equipment. I also think that the accessibility issue is really important. Lincoln School is the magnet school for motor disabilities in the town of Brookline, and we do serve a large population of students that have accessibility needs that are not met by the playground equipment.
In addition, the grounds themselves are suffering from accessibility issues. The what we call the upper playground, the kindergarten playground area, there is no accessible outdoor pathway down from that playground area, which is problematic in an emergency, and even just every day with folks trying to get up and down the 2 sets of stairs to do drop off and pick up for their kids from the kindergarten classrooms. The flooding issues have resulted in damage to the building. The auditorium was redone and then had to be redone again after a major storm. And then our field occasionally turns into a duck pond when in heavy rain. So just to quickly wrap up, you funded this project once. We want to see the funding either restored or renewed for the
Thank
following
you.
fiscal
Your time
year.
has expired.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thanks.
Thank you.
This is public comment. For folks who wish to speak, they can raise their hand if they're in the audience or raise their hand if they're online, and we'll promote you to speak. Bernard, there's 28 people online, and I don't see anyone raising their hand to comment.
Okay, thank you. Let's close the public comment period and move on to our miscellaneous calendar. Any corrections to the minutes for September or October 21st? Michael,
I had
you sent some
submitted
in, yeah.
and circulated them.
Okay. Any other corrections? Okay, with that, I move approval of the minutes for October 21st as amended. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, I'd like to take in omnibus fashion items 6B through 6L, unless someone would like to pull one of those items out for more detailed discussion or for discussion. Okay, yes, David.
I do have a question regarding 6D, the question of accepting the Complete Streets grant totaling $313,115.96 from Mass DOT. I'm wondering whether this at all interferes with any of the many other considerations we have going on right now with Beacon Street, also with the MBTA, with traffic flow. Just looking for a better understanding of where this fits in.
So I think if someone from DPW is online, we might be able to ask them that, but I'm not sure. Usually, if we were able to anticipate this, we would have pulled someone in for the meeting, so.
I'm seeing Dan Martin raising his hand. I'm going to promote you, Dan. Hopefully you did intend to speak here. You are promoted if you'd like to share your video and audio.
Great, thanks, Charlie. Dan Martin from DPW here. So in regards to the grant, it does not interfere with the MBTA C branch accessibility projects. We're just swapping out buttons and countdown timers. And if any equipment is being moved as part of the station work, it's just going to be removed and reset. So that equipment will get reused. And it's replacing old, outdated equipment that's no longer functioning, or in this extra work order, equipment that we know is going to fail shortly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or items you want to pull out? Okay, I move approval of items 6B through 6L in omnibus fashion. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Lauren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next item is our main calendar. First, boards and commissions interviews, interviews with various candidates. And we have two: Commission on Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, Philip Steigman, and Age Friendly Cities Committee, David Desezd. I apologize if I mispronounced that, but any rate, are they online?
I don't see Philip Steigman online. So we
Okay.
may want to pass over Philip for now.
How about-
David is online. David, I'm going to go ahead and promote you now. David, you've been promoted and you can share your video and audio when you're ready.
Hi, everyone. Good to meet you. Good evening.
David, how do you
So-
pronounce your last name? Sorry.
Okay.
Desadze. No, that's been always trouble for me, K through 12 and onwards.
Desezd?
Yeah, Desadze.
Okay, so introduce yourself and tell us why you're interested in being a member of the Age Friendly Cities Committee, and any ideas you have for your participation on that committee.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, my name is David Desadze. So I was actually born in the country of Georgia in Europe. And my parents took me and seven of my siblings, and we moved to the Boston area in 2001. So I've been around Brookline, like the church I go to is in Brookline. So I've been around this city for quite a bit, and I decided this year to purchase and move to Brookline. And so my background, so I went to university at Worcester Polytechnic Institute, and I got a double bachelor's in computer science and business. And the past 10 years, I've been in tech. Most of my interests are I'm a product manager by trade, working with like Fortune 500 companies. But most of my interest is with big data systems and data analytics and data science. The reason I applied to the age-friendly cities, I applied to one other one. The age-friendly cities, I thought I could do some good. I mean, I'm a problem solver by trade, and speaking a little bit with Matt, who's from Age-Friendly Cities Committee, it looks like a lot of the work and activity they do is, preparing like data and making presentations to communicate outwards and, inwards. So I thought I could do some good there, especially given my background and my interest, to also like help the public benefit now that, I'm officially a Brookline citizen and resident. That's a little bit about me. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, have you attended meetings of the committee?
No, this is my first one.
Okay, but you've talked to people on the committee?
Correct.
Okay. Other than contributing to preparing data and presentations, what other ideas do you have with respect to the age, with respect to this committee?
Yeah, I think the best answer I could give is I'd have to really dive in and understand the situation with that specific subcommittee, maybe learn more about the information, learn more about the problems, and do some analysis. And then naturally, like ideas will definitely pop in. That's usually how it is in my day job as well. But at this time, I don't think I have any crazy ideas without kind of seeing what some of the problems are.
Paul?
Yep. Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, David, and welcome to Brookline.
Thank you.
And I think you said you just moved here. How long ago did you move?
I actually moved like 2 months ago. So
Wow.
very,
All right.
yeah.
Excellent. Fresh. So I'm in looking at your application, I found something interesting and maybe help me. You write that for the Age-Friendly Cities Committee, I offer perspective from the 20s to 30s age group representing the needs and interests of younger to mid-career adults. I'm assuming you're familiar with who the Age-Friendly Cities Committee is really representing and advocating for. Can you help me with the 2030s age group versus really the primary focus of the Age-Friendly Cities Committee?
Absolutely. So when I wrote that paragraph, it was by initial understanding. I think it was a shortcoming of understanding from my side. I thought it was the full spectrum of ages in Brookline, but then when I met with Matt, who's on the subcommittee, they explained it's mostly catered towards the older generation and figuring out like how to make it more accessible for them and how to, since the population is growing, how do you make their day-to-day a little bit better in Brookline?
Right. So that's now that you have that better understanding. When I read your application, I was thinking, oh, did he cut and paste that from his bicycle advisory committee application?
No.
So with that better understanding about what the Age-Friendly Cities Committee, could you speak a little bit about, the perspective of 20 or 30-year-olds is good, but that's not really the focus of the Age-Friendly Cities Committee. How would you contribute? I know you mentioned data analysis, but from your personal experience, could you help me understand how you would apply that to the Age-Friendly Cities Committee?
Yeah, I think my perspective, the way I can help out is again looking at some of the problems and being able to figure out like what the root cause of that problem is and figuring out what the ROI is on that issue and then bringing it to light and communicating it. I think that's the skill sets that I bring to the table.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Cool.
John.
David, thank you so much for applying to serve Brookline. And I am the Select Board Liaison to the Age-Friendly Cities Committee, which has been a real privilege. And it's allowed me to really get to know how that committee works, what purpose it serves. Excuse me. And when I saw, excuse me, when I saw your application, and you have so many strengths and such talent to bring to bear, I have to admit, I think somewhat as Paul has expressed, I was mystified what inspired the idea of applying for this particular committee, given there might be a stronger match of your significant background and strengths to some other committee in Brookline. I have since had discussions with the chair of that committee, and he had a very positive report on the interview that he and Emily Williams, our Director of Senior Services, did with you. So that, sort of helped me come around to thinking, well, why not? I will say in my experience on the committee of over 5 years now, we've never had a person who wasn't themselves representative of the senior population and sort of addressing the issues that committee confronts from the perspective of people who are in the senior population. But there is absolutely no reason why we can't diversify even the Age-Friendly Cities Committee. And
We have a Warren article related to that.
yeah, and I do hope that once you've sort of gotten some experience under your belt on this committee, if you come to the conclusion that as wonderful as your experience might have been, that there might be a different place for you in the Brookline committee, boards, commissions hierarchy, you won't hesitate to express that to us. And I thank you again for applying.
Thank you, John, for the kind words. And absolutely, I'm super flexible. It's like wherever I can use my skills for the public benefit, like most of my, I guess like forays and energy is spent, at work and pursuing, like business ideas. So I wanted to carve out a little bit of time to kind of like help the community. So wherever my strengths, will be of benefit, I can definitely go in that direction.
Great. David.
If you continue to be interested in age-friendly cities, do you have any experience with trying to create synergy between different generations? So for example, to address a point that both Paul and Steve have raised, Brookline High School has an annual event where high school students play chess and have other interactions with seniors in our community. There was a time period where seniors regularly volunteered in our elementary schools, read to young students. And the purpose behind that was sometimes a segment of our senior population can feel somewhat isolated. And it's not just about having seniors with each other, but having seniors impart their wisdom upon younger generations and having opportunities for seniors to be fully integrated with those of all ages. So I'm wondering whether there's anything in your background that might speak to such opportunities.
Absolutely. I mean, I deal with that day to day at work. You have party A, party B. They have both different interests and incentives, and you have to figure out a way to, I guess, like incentivize them to take action and then convince them. So I can't offer any perspective now, but I've definitely faced it in the past. In short, you just have to figure out like what are some of the incentives, like the levers you can pull for both sides, especially the younger generation. They're going to need a little bit more incentive to drive them to that action that you want them to take. So there's definitely a way to do it, but I'd have to like dive into the like the root cause and figure out like what are some of the incentives for the younger generations. How can you get them excited to meet with the older generation and absorb that wisdom, because we've all been through that age. It's a little difficult to, I guess, put our ego and all of our energies as teenagers, maybe younger adults, and take some feedback and advice.
Great, thank you. Okay, thank you. We will be making our decision on appointments to committees at a later meetings. But
Awesome.
we appreciate your application and the
Appreciate it.
discussion. Okay.
All right. Thank
Okay, next, Solid Waste Advisory Committee, presentation of their annual report to the Select Board. And I see John Dempsey's coming to the podium to talk to us about solid waste.
Do you have my slide deck? Can you advance?
I may be able to do that. It's supposed to
Yeah.
be attached to the agenda. I hope so. One moment, sorry.
Yeah, it's in there.
It was in the meeting packet.
That's what I'm checking.
Yes.
Well, I'll start off anyway. I'm John Dempsey, Chair of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. And first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to deliver our annual report live in this room. Our job is to advise you, the Select Board, on solid waste matters. And both for the financial and environmental reasons of reducing our solid waste imprint. And we appreciate that you care about that solid waste imprint, that you listen to us, that you trust us, and often follow our advice to you. That's appreciative. Yeah. So can you advance to the slide? To the next one as well. Thank you. First of all, I have to mention, we have to thank our professional staff. They're unbelievable. But particularly, we work very closely with Kevin Johnson, the Deputy Commissioner, and John King, who's our Environmental Health Supervisor, Katie Weatherseed, who was our Zero Waste Program Manager, and Eleanor Jamilowitz, who is Assistant Recycling Coordinator. These people are very good. And anything that we accomplish as a solid waste committee is really because of them. And we appreciate that. I want to do one shout out, and that's to Eleanor Jamilowitz in the bottom right-hand corner, because Katie was out sick for several months. Eleanor took over both positions and did a great job. So she was spinning plates all over town for several months and did an excellent job at it. I also want to, she's not pictured here, but she's here in person. Miranda Hotham is now our new Zero Waste Program Manager. She's here in the audience and has been on the staff now for two months, and we're very pleased. We feel we got very lucky to get Miranda into Brookline. So next slide, please. These are our annual tonnages. Last year when I was here, we were very proud that we were under 8,000 tons, municipal solid waste, disposing of 8,000 tons, less than 8,000 tons. We had a little hiccup there. We're up a little bit, but that's understandable. I don't want to take any credit for this, but when I first started with the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, we were year by year at 12,000 tons of municipal solid waste. So getting to 8,000 was our goal. Our new goal is to get to 7,000. So I hope I'm back here next year and we're a little closer to 7,000 tons. Next slide, please. So we have two major initiatives this year. Next slide. Food waste diversion is the first one. And the thing about food waste diversion, it's a major component of municipal solid waste. 25 to 30% of our weight is food waste. And so Solid Waste Committee and our professional staff have been working to make convenient and low-cost composting for the residents of Brookline. And curbside, pictured here with Black Earth compost or bootstrap compost is one initiative that we've pushed. Backyard composting, there are many families that are still doing backyard composting. The good thing about food waste is we have several ways to divert food waste. Next slide, please. One of the ways of diverting food waste is with the schools. And we're, by the end of this calendar year, all the elementary schools and the high school, public schools, will be on composting. They'll all be composting. So we're, that's turning out to be a very successful program. And we have kids going home and saying, we compost at school, why aren't we composting at home? So that's kind of the message we want to get. And next slide, please. And another way that we have pushed and have been very successful is compost drop-off sites. There are 4 sites currently where residents can drop off their compost. Very easy, very convenient. And we're adding 2 more sites, one in South Brookline at Putterham and one on Beacon Street at Lancaster Terrace to increase more composting. So this is convenient and free to the residents who want to use it. We have about 2,000 families that compost who subscribe to compost service at the curb. And then we have many more families, or we have hundreds of families who are using these drop-off sites as well. So next slide, please. You can see from this slide, the orange is the tonnage that we're getting from the curbside compost people. And the green is backyard compost, and we really have no idea how many tons we're diverting that way. But the schools and the drop-off sites are all contributing to lowering our waste. Next slide, please. So we have some other initiatives. Next slide, please. And the big one was the question of outsourcing our municipal solid waste collection. That was the committee, our Solid Waste Advisory Committee, and I know the Select Board went through kind of personal torment about this because we had such a wonderful in-house municipal collection system. And it was hard to say goodbye to that and outsource it. But we think it was the right decision. We appreciate that you seem to think it was the right decision as well. And it seems to be working quite well. But that consumed a lot of our time, 3 public meetings, meeting with the staff, meeting with town meeting member who was against this proposal, and counseling the commissioner on what we thought were the good points and the bad points of it. But we're encouraged with that. Next slide, please. And other ways we have of diverting that SWAC supports the staff, the textile diversion, several tons of clothing textiles diverted that way, several events, one at Town Hall, one at I think 2 at the Senior Center. Next slide, please. We also encourage and support the hazardous waste drop-off that closed. Today was the last day for the season. But also this year we had the staff at an e-waste collection in North Brookline. Many of the residents in North Brookline have a difficult time getting out to the incinerator site. And so they offered this e-waste. And though it's not shown, the Solid Waste Advisory Committee supports the outreach efforts of the DPW at Brookline Day, at Park Fest, and other occasions. Next slide, please. And we provide input. We provided input to several town projects. Example, the modifications to the Sustainable Food Containers Bylaw and the Takeout Container Bylaw. We had public meetings about that, advised you. You followed our advice. Always appreciated. We met with Joe Albuquerque from the school department about reusing furniture when schools are renovated or torn down. Very productive meeting. And we reviewed and advised on the Climate Action and Resiliency Plan. So that's what we did during fiscal year 2025, and we're in the middle of 2026 now. I would like to introduce some of the members of the committee who are here, and Susan Rittling, Clint Richmond, Mary Litthurst, and Kathleen O'Connell. And that's our report.
Great, thank you. Very, very informative. I mean, I didn't realize that food waste was such a huge part of our solid waste here in Brookline.
It's heavy. It's really heavy.
Yeah, okay. Paul.
Yep. John, thank you. And thank you for everybody serving on this important committee. Kind of following on to Bernard's lead-in, this food waste. Do we have any sense of the percentage of food waste that's coming from commercial operators in Brookline? I know you've got a good handle on residential because we're measuring it all.
Yeah.
Do we have a sense with commercials, so restaurants, condominiums, large apartment buildings?
We do. I don't have the exact figures. They were on one of the graph, and so I can't remember them, but Black Earth Compost collects from many of the establishments, commercial establishments, and they keep records. It's all kind of approximate. There are no scales or anything on the truck. So
the reason why I bring this up, just where I live, I experience the great things about Brookline, the green space, the trees, but I also experience being on the edge of a commercial district and the rats. The biggest driver of rats and my observations, I've been observing them and chasing them for a while, is the food waste. It's not coming from primarily the residential properties. It's coming from restaurants, and it's coming from the large commercial buildings that are throwing everything into a big, dumpster.
Yeah.
And it's all contained, and it's a buffet.
Yeah.
And it really is, it's the source of the problem. And I wonder, do we have the capacity to start looking in that area? Is there something that we should be doing to try to encourage, incentivize, or require businesses to start composting? I mean, I can tell you the amount of food waste that is dumped into dumpsters between St. Mary's and Carlton Street in the Beacon Street, St. Mary's Business District is unbelievable. And I can tell you we have an equivalent number of rats.
You're singing our song.
Okay.
Yeah. So Stephanie O'Coin, who is I would say the chief person on the street trying to solve this rat problem, is on our agenda for next Tuesday, our regular meeting. And that's exactly why we brought it up, is because of the rat problem, and it's related to the food waste problem. So
They need food and shelter.
So-
Can I ask one follow-up question? Brian?
Sure.
So I appreciate that it would be great if there's something that we can do to help businesses solve that problem. And then you mentioned hazardous waste. Today was the last day.
yeah.
I gathered up, coincidentally, all of my paint cans today. hadn't done it in 7 years since I've owned the house, 8 years.
Did you get
Um,
there in time?
I got there in time. I gathered them all up. I put them in the back of my car. There was a lot of them, big ones, little ones, half full, full, and some empty. And when I got there, they only took about a quarter of them
Because it
because
was
the
late.
vast majority of it was latex.
Yeah.
And look, and I should have read the website a little bit better. It wasn't clear to me. It should jump out and bite you on the face that you can't bring these
Right.
products. But what it struck me that, it would be, I would think that some people would just throw that can into the trash. And I can see red paint and white paint dribbling down the streets of Brookline
Yeah.
because they can't. Are we looking at our solid waste policies for hazardous waste to incorporate, start taking on some of these type water? Because the industry's moved to water-based products.
Yeah. Actually, the paint industry has been very receptive to the idea of producer responsibility. And we don't have a producer responsibility bill or law in Massachusetts, but this board did maybe 2 years ago, sent a letter to the state encouraging our legislative team to vote in favor of a producer responsibility bill for paint in Massachusetts. And exactly the problem that you're talking about. We can handle the oil paint, but we worry about the latex paint being thrown out in the trash, dumped down the sink, that type of thing.
Yeah, so it would be great if we could start
Okay,
looking at
those
the
are-
policies around that as well.
Okay,
Good
Michael.
advice.
Thank you very much for the report, and thank you to the committee. You mentioned that you have a goal of 7,000 tons.
Tons.
And I'm wondering if you have any sort of vision for what kinds of waste primarily or in aggregate would help you reach that goal.
Well, we think that if we can divert more of the compost, of the food waste, that's going to edge us down and create a kind of a culture that you don't throw food waste into the trash. You dispose of it with a curbside or in one of the bins that we've placed around town. And that's going to help. So, the original initiative years ago was the recycling. We took a lot out with the recycling. So we're kind of constantly reminding people that you need to do that. But another thing on our agenda is to go through our solid waste master plan and see where we are on the different initiatives. So we've taken the low hanging fruit. Now it gets more and more difficult.
John, did you have your hand up?
I did,
Yeah.
yeah. I want to say that we've been using Black Earth composting for a few years now, and I highly, highly recommend it. They are really, really reliable, and you feel you're gonna laugh at this maybe, but you feel good not using your disposal in the sink, and every time, I realize we're now composting our food waste from the kitchen. I think to myself that in years past, that would have gone into the water stream,
Yes.
not just the waste stream, but, we gone flushed down, your kitchen sink and your disposal unit, and out to the sewage system. So it's always good to increase the amount to which we recycle, and that's a form of recycling, to compost, as opposed to just send it out to Deer Island. I think I asked this question last year, and I got to ask it again. Does SWAC track or investigate or look into the trends in what is happening to the plastic that is ostensibly, being recycled? Because every time I read an article about that subject, it sounds like it's all about some, island off Indonesia, where there is a vast, dump of a lot of plastic from the United States and other countries.
Yeah, we do. We really rely on Casella. All of our recycling goes to Casella and gets sorted there and shipped out of there. And they're the ones who are selling it. So they insist that they have markets, and somebody pays them And so that it's not being shipped overseas, that it's being not shipped overseas and being dumped, but it's being reused. Number ones and number twos. That's the little identification, resin identification on the back. And number fives, Casella insists that they have a market for the number fives as well. Any of the other resin identifications, there's no market. That stuff gets thrown in the trash and incinerated down at CMAS.
Yeah, okay.
Michael? I'm sorry.
David.
David.
So a couple questions. How do our waste diversion rates for recycling and composting compare to peer communities?
I don't have direct knowledge facts on that. What I do am very proud of is that Brookline's contamination level in recycling is very small. We're regularly 95% of what we're sending over to Casella is recyclable. It's not contaminated. And they periodically dump it on the floor and go through it. Their guys go through it and weigh it and find contaminants. And we're consistently at 95% purity, 96% purity. So that seems inconceivable to me because I'm so OCD about people throwing contaminants into recycling, but that's what they tell us. That's what
And
Casella.
contaminants or what? Food or?
Yeah, any type of thing. You know, the worst offenders probably are in the parks where people have a birthday party or something like that, and they clean up afterwards. But a lot of it goes into the recycling containers, where people don't think, oh, it's plastic, it must be recyclable, and so they just throw it in. The only plastic that's really recyclable is 1, 2, or 5 container. That's it. Containers, only containers.
And then another question I have around potential expansion of smart bins. Any plans afoot there, or are those among the goals?
When you're talking about smart bins like the big bellies, or I'm not sure what we're talking about smart.
Well, not just big bellies, but essentially any bin that would have some type of technological element to it that can track data.
And now I've got you. Yeah, I'm thinking South Korea because they have them in South Korea, and it's an unbelievable system. We haven't done anything like that, but that's something that we should look into.
Many years ago, I had a backyard composting bin I got from DPW. It was great, very convenient, very useful. Are you encouraging that? I don't get the sense that that is really high on priority list anymore.
You're absolutely right. It's not high on our priority list because the backyard composting it won't take meat, won't take bones, fish, dairy, that type of thing. So we really encourage the curbside composting. And if people sign up for curbside composting, they have it in their heads about what can go into that bin. And so they have very little contamination. And I think, John, it's years you've been on Black Earth Compost, but I'm sure after the first or second week that you did it, you said, why didn't we do this years ago?
Yeah.
It's so obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but
Saves
you're right.
you a lot of
Bernard.
on your disposal repair bills too. I'll say that.
Yeah. You're right. We still offer those bins, backyard bins, but we don't push them that much. We don't stand in the way if you want to do it, but
Yeah.
May I ask
Okay.
one more question?
Sure.
I don't even know if this really comes under your umbrella, but does SWAC do any thinking about leaf composting and the trends toward leave the leaves on the lawn and those kinds of things?
yeah, that's SWAC hasn't done anything like.
Okay.
We used to have a leaf dump at the incinerator site, but it wasn't properly managed. It wasn't properly sited. And there were smells. You'll get smells if you're not running it properly. You'll get smells, and so I think the neighbors said no more. And this was before they redid the whole apron up there.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
it's not on our radar. Okay.
Can I suggest an idea that we used in Ohio City? I lived in Cleveland Heights, and that is the paint. And I think it was latex paint. I may be wrong on that. Was collected by the town or some subcontractor or something, and put together, and they created a product that was sold, and with all the different colors that would come into the into the town's system.
Yeah.
The outcome was what we called Cleveland Heights gray. But it got all that
Like
paint,
institutional green.
yeah, right.
Connolly Hardware used to do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. They would take your leftover paint and
Yeah, there are a couple of private companies. I think I'm thinking of two down on the South Shore that do that. They collect like that. So we don't.
Maybe we can
We,
invite them in.
like
Make
Paul,
some
we just
money.
kind of push them and go home with that.
So what Paul needs to do, what I was told when I went out to drop this off, was to go home, buy a lot of kitty litter. And I'm going to be making kitty litter latex brownies or
Yeah.
something in the next month.
Okay, yeah.
So come on by if you want to help out.
good.
Okay.
It's a good way to handle it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well,
Uh,
thanks for the
Very, very,
opportunity.
very interesting, very helpful, very informative.
Great. Thank you.
Next, we have another update, not a report, but an update from the Commission on Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, presentation by Caitlin Starr on the diversity of boards and commissions. Is Caitlin online?
Caitlin is online. I've promoted Caitlin, and we have Lloyd as well, who I'm promoting just in case.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm going to share my screen. Is that okay, Charlie?
It should work.
All right, here we go.
Looks good.
Okay, so my name is Caitlin Starr. I am the Assistant Director in the Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, for any of you who don't know me. Just a little bit of background. The ODICR has been collecting data on board and commission demographics since 2018. We usually do it every 2 years via a survey. This survey typically looks at race or ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, age, household income, household size, homeownership, disability status, veteran status, as well as town employment status. And we also use metrics to understand perception of community engagement and the importance of community engagement, as well as how often boards and commissions are doing that. In 2024, we only had 102 survey respondents, which was our lowest since we had started. However, to supplement that data that we captured in our comprehensive demographic report, the select board requested to see demographic data being optionally collected by Granicus. So that is what I'm here tonight to update everybody on. At the end of last month, September 25th to be exact, data was pulled from the Granicus platform, which is the platform the town is utilizing for commission and boards applications and appointment information. The only data that is collected on Granicus that can inform diverse demographics are gender and ethnicity. It does not collect any other information. As of September 25th, there were 491 active appointed commission or board members. Out of the 491 active members, 275 did not have any gender data associated with them, so they were left blank. So 216 active members completed the response. 51% indicated that they were female, 46% indicated that they were male, and 1.9% indicated that they were third gender or non-binary. And we had one person who indicated prefer not to answer. Next, we look at ethnicity. For ethnicity, we had 283 active members leaving this blank, so over half again. Out of the 208 active members that did complete the response, 80% indicated that they were Caucasian or white, 5.2% 5.3% indicated that they were African American or Black. Roughly 3% indicated Asian or Pacific Islander. Roughly 3% indicated Hispanic or Latin. Just under 1% indicated Native American, Native Alaskan, or Indigenous. And then we have, again, roughly 3% as other or preferring not to answer. So when we look at the Brookline population overall, which is from census data, this is the Brookline population 2023, and we compare the current data that we got for ethnicity up top, and then we have the genders down below. We can see that for gender, the representation is roughly consistent. And then we can see over here, our white demographics are overrepresented. Asian and Hispanic Latino are underrepresented, and the Native American Indigenous slightly overrepresented. But again, this is such a small sample that that's hard to really collect any useful information out of, but it would also indicate that our Black or African American demographics are slightly overrepresented, according to the data that we collected. Based on ethnicity data collected and compared to Brookline's population, Brookline's appointed boards and commission members are not fully representative of the town's population, with white members overrepresented and Asian and Hispanic residents notably underrepresented. As I mentioned, the gender representation among the appointed members roughly mirrors that of the general population. There are several limitations to this data. The two biggest is that the data is prone to selection bias, as appointed members can choose not to respond to the demographic questions, which are not mandatory. This to more than half appointed members not responding. Diversity also cannot just be measured by gender and ethnicity alone. The Granicus data does not measure any other demographic indicators or engagement measures that the ODICR survey does include. So I think just for this brief update, while Brookline continues efforts to promote equitable representation, we need to focus on response gaps and limited demographic fields to highlight the need for more comprehensive and consistent data collection to fully understand and strengthen diversity across town civic bodies. Some of our recommendations or next steps would be working closely with the Select Board and Town Administrator's Office to find alternative or additional ways to collect the statistically significant data. Before Tiffany had left, we had talked about including a multi-question demographic questionnaire upon appointment. That would be similar to the survey that our office has been doing every 2 years, but instead of it being a survey every 2 years, people would have the opportunity to answer it upon appointment or reappointment. We also would like to start including departments having community engagement efforts and perception as part of the annual report. And as of right now, our office will continue to gauge diversity through comprehensive indicators and measures in March of 2026 for another full demographic report. And I will take any questions.
Thank you, Caitlin. That's very, very interesting and important. One question I have is, we really don't need to do a survey or collect data to know that one demographic in town is very, very underrepresented on, let me get my words straight, on boards and commissions, and that's the Asian population. Are there any initiatives other than surveys that are addressing that issue?
Yeah, so our office has in the past reached out to commissions and boards to talk about how to decrease barriers, as well as to make meetings, but also just increasing civic engagement. We do that through going to community engagement opportunities, talking with the community, and encouraging people to apply. But I do think that needs to come from commissions and boards and not just our office. So I do think it needs to be a townwide concerted effort to really reach communities and encourage civic participation.
Paul.
I just thank you, Caitlin. It's a great question, Bernard. I'm wondering, have we ever surveyed from a kind of a qualitative standpoint the Asian community and asked them why are they not participating, or do they not feel welcome? It would be really helpful to get at their perspective as to why they're underrepresented on boards.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to members of BAFN. Our office works very close with the Brookline Asian American Family Network. And I do think, and would be the same conversation I've had with members of the Black community, is that everybody is looking for quote unquote diversity. And there are so few people who have the ability, the span, the attention, the ability, really, the free time in their schedule to attend and be a part of these things, and they can't attend everything. They are just not able to be attending all of the things that they are being requested to attend. Their time is limited. So I do think that we need to find pockets of community that aren't already engaged and speak with them, which we have been trying to do.
In addition, one of the issues is that members of various boards and commissions don't know any Asian folks. And therefore, when they reach out to people to encourage them to join the board or commission, the people they're reaching out to is limited. Not sure how you fix that, but that is something that people should be aware of, and maybe that's the first step in addressing that issue.
Yeah, I agree. And one of the things that our office survey was looking at, like I mentioned, is community engagement. How often, we ask committees, how often are you reaching out to diverse communities? How important is that you do that? And we have all of that data, and it's not happening frequently, and not all committee members feel it is important. So I think that we need to change the way committees and boards feel about community engagement, a two-way conversation, and really, really reaching out and talking to community members.
Caitlin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can now.
You can see us now?
Okay,
Wonderful.
good.
Okay, we're back.
We lost you for a while.
Okay.
It was on our end. The whole meeting room went down, so everyone online didn't see us. We're back.
Are we still recording?
Yes, the meeting is still recording. It was just
Good question.
just that this machine went down. So the meeting was actually still going. We
weren't
were the ones that
participating in our-
we were the ones that were offline. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, please continue. You can reshare your screen if you want, Caitlin. And
No, I was done with the
You're all set.
presentation, so
Okay.
unless there are any other, yeah.
Michael, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I'm just wanted to dive a little deeper into the issue that both Bernard and Paul raised. You mentioned some of the characteristics of or the challenges that people have in engaging. What is those challenges? Is that correct? Is that what accounts for the disparity?
I'm so sorry, but your audio cut out for most of, I heard the beginning and then the very last thing.
I'm wondering whether the challenges that you expressed that people have in being part of boards and commissions that you mentioned, things like, I don't have the time as being sort of the most significant, whether those challenges particularly impact the Asian and Hispanic communities, and that accounts
Your audio went out again, but I understand the question now. And I think that, yes, that's a part of it, but I also think that there is maybe not a complete understanding within all of our communities that you can be involved in a commission and a board, and you can have a say, and you can do these things. So I think that there is that level of people that are just not aware of how they can engage themselves.
Okay, so you think it's primarily an awareness issue?
Yes, as well as people who are aware are not always able to have the time and ability, whether, you know, they're because of a job or because of whatever it may be. Their home life, however many people they have living in the home, sometimes it's just not as accessible.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Caitlin. Very informative report.
You are welcome.
Okay. Is
We have Dan Martin online
Martin? Okay.
from the town's DPW, and we have Jay Jackson from the MBTA. I've promoted both of them. They can share their video and audio when they are ready.
Hi, thank you for having me tonight. I'm Dan Martin, a transportation engineer from the DPW Transportation and Engineering Division. I'm here to speak on the MOU between the town and the MBTA for their upgraded transit signal priority system on Beacon Street at the Washington Street and Marion Street intersections. TSP along Beacon Street has long been advocated by the Transportation Board, Shared Mobility Advisory Committee, and other town stakeholders. In 2014, town meeting authorized funding to study and implement TSP on Beacon Street. In 2018, the first pilot was done at Beacon and Carlton Street. And then at 2020, the TSP was expanded to additional intersections. In 2024, the town hired the engineering group to review several Beacon Street intersections to address questions regarding TSP safety, specifically at Beacon and Carlton, and PED Advisory Committee's interest in ways to improve pedestrian operations along the corridor. The findings of this report was that TSP did not pose a safety issue. Drivers would benefit from far side signals if they were added at intersections, and pedestrian operations could be improved by adding leading pedestrian intervals and reconfiguring the phase so they ran more frequently with the adjacent vehicle movements. And more on this if there are questions later. But for now, I'd like to introduce Jay Jackson from the MBTA, who's going to be sharing a short presentation on the new TSP system and the MOU between the town and the MBTA for the two intersections, Washington Street and Marion Street. And Jay should be able to unmute and share his screen. Let me see if I can promote him.
I apologize. We lost internet again. I think we are back now, tentatively. So please give it another try. I think we lost you for probably the last minute. So.
Oh, okay. Just to recap, I'm here to speak on the MOU tonight for the new TSP upgrades that are happening on Beacon Street at Washington and Marion. TSP along Beacon Street has long been advocated by the Transportation Board, Shared Mobility Advisory Committee, and other town stakeholders. For a brief history, 2014, town meeting authorized funding to study and implement TSP on Beacon Street. In 2018, the first pilot began at Beacon at Carlton Street. And then at 2020, it was expanded to ones. And just, Chan, is your internet working over there?
Charlie, what do you say?
I was checking in if you're able to hear me or not.
Now we are.
Now
We
we
are right now.
Okay. Um, so I just want to just give a brief history of TSP on Beacon Street, and then I want to add that in 2024, the town hired the engineering group, a consultant firm, to review some signals on Beacon Street for questions regarding TSP safety, specifically at Beacon and Carlton Street. And then the PED Advisory Committee's interest in ways to improve pedestrian operations along the corridor. The findings in that report were TSP did not pose a safety issue. Drivers would benefit from a far side signal head added at intersections, and pedestrian operations could be improved by reconfiguring the phase to run more often with the vehicle movement and adding leading pedestrian intervals. And I can speak more on that report if there are questions later. I'd like to introduce Jay Jackson from the MBTA, who has a short presentation on the new TSP system and the MOU between the town and the MBTA for the Washington Street and Marion Street intersections. And Jay, if you're able to share your screen.
Jay has been promoted and should be able to.
I think he's having a little bit of technical issue, but it should be on shortly.
Okay.
You may be destined to go as long as the game last night, Bernard.
No, please. We want to end this meeting the same day we started it. This is not our issue, right, Charlie?
That is how I understand it. Jay has unmuted himself. I'm not hearing him speak through
Yes.
the room.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Jay.
How are you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Okay, great. Let me share screen 1 second. Sorry if I'm slowing things down. I have a couple of kids under the age of 2, and it's pretty crazy right here.
Not watching that.
Let's see. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's
Okay, great. All right. And I know this project's about Green Line, but I'm part of the bus department, so that's kind of the slides. That's the what I had to put on there. But so my name's Jay Jackson. I am a senior technical project manager for transitional priority. Obviously, with most transitional priority, which reduces the delay for buses in Green Line through signalized intersections. Most of it is bus, but obviously it does spill over to some rail in the case of Green Line, and obviously in this case the C branch. Dan, did you introduce? Did you say what you wanted to say at first, or do you want me to just kind of go into this?
Yeah, you can jump in. I gave him a brief history on the TSP that's on Beacon Street, mentioned this is the new system, and the report that we had done to look at PED and safety with the TSP.
Okay, great. Yeah. So as Dan mentioned, typically I work on the bus, but because there's such need for better transit priority on Green Line, I want to obviously help here if I can. So the purpose is to talk about an MOU for Washington and Marion Streets. It's a 1-year contract for now. Ideally, it would be extended. And so let me just talk a little bit briefly about TSP. Over half of delay is from signalized intersections, and reducing this delay is a key to our reliability and travel time goals for all modes. And TSP has been around for decades. As you know, you've had it. It's actually started on the Silver Line, but you have it obviously on the C branch and the B and the E. But it's not necessarily well understood or optimized. And I think, you can attest to that with sometimes it's not always installed as properly and creates too much disbenefits. So with that being said, our goal is to install region-wide system that is interoperable, vendor agnostic, and most importantly, we really want to develop measures to remotely measure and monitor the effectiveness of TSP, as well as how it interfaces with other modes, and being able to explain that and demonstrate the value to stakeholders, and continuing to iterate and improve, which Dan and I have done, and that's part of what we're doing today is an improvement. I won't belabor this because Dan mentioned the history, but I will state that we we had 10 intersections at when I first started actually at the T in 2020. We expanded to all 10 on the C branch, and now we're trying to upgrade the legacy TSP to actually newer technology. It uses like adaptive artificial intelligence. It's just much smarter about detecting the trolley, and it's just a better system. And it's actually a more conservative TSP than the original one. I know there were some more aggressive treatments, like skipping phases and just more. That was just more harmful. So this newer system actually doesn't do a lot of that. And then hopefully, if this works, we could expand it to more locations. So today we're talking about Washington Street and Marion Street, and we're talking about the MOU. That's phase 1 intersections. Phase 2 intersections, we'd come back and talk about these other 3 that are on here. These were chosen because they were the highest delay in the system based on analysis that our team has done. So very quickly, the terms of the MOU for those 2 intersections: service is paid by the MBTA for 1 year, so there's no financial burden to the town of Brookline. And then, we'd find a way to fund additional years, or the system's turned off unless the town or MBTA chooses to pay for it at our option. So no financial, you're not on the financial hook for anything or any obligation. Obviously, you are in financial hook for your signal system outside of TSP, which is like obviously the controller and different elements of the cabinet and whatnot. The system, we tested it in late September, and it works for 2 weeks. We had it functions already. So basically all we need to do is flip a switch, which is just basically writing a check to the vendor. And before we do that, obviously we just need to get some MOU in place. The most important, interesting, the thing is actually that, like the legacy system, we'd put the TSP in, we didn't know really how well it would work. It was very hard to get any type of analysis. This one is not the case. It will be much more continuous monitoring for improvements and ensuring that there's not too much disruption. And as I mentioned before, some of the things, there were some issues like phases being skipped. That's no longer the case. Traffic coordination is maintained, so it's minor changes for adding a few seconds here, taking a few seconds away. That is largely not noticed, and really does help the green line ensure that it has a better chance of getting an arrival on green. No reduction in walk phases, and then emergency vehicle preemption obviously overrides. So fire trucks and the like, is going to override a TSP system. The MOU, the summary of the MOU. This is, I believe, the last slide. Town owns and maintains signal equipment. The operations are running 24/7, but obviously that's only when there's a trolley present. We're going to provide the TSP the technical support as needed, and then we're covering costs. And then Dan and I have been working very closely to ensure that it's working properly and just coordinating between the 2 agencies. And we want to make this, obviously, we don't want to just have something that does work well for the town of Brookline. We want something that works well because we know we want to do it for more than 1 year. It makes no sense to do 2 intersections for 1 year. So the goal is really to ensure that it's sustainable and that it works for everyone. And the only other element of the MOU is just promotions. We would collaborate on press releases and just kind of get the checkbox. I'm sure you worked with MBTA press team, and you have your own. So that's really the crux of it. It's a pretty simple MOU, and all we're looking for is the signature or the approval of signature, and then we can start the 1 year, and then provide updates. I'll provide them to Dan Martin. He can disseminate them as needed. So
If the issue's
that's-
on our end, would even running this off someone's cell phone
Yeah.
work, or that wouldn't be enough
I'm,
bandwidth?
I'm sorry, give me 1 second, please. I'm going to put some headphones in. You can hear my son in the background. I apologize about
Jay, I
that.
think the problem's on our end. We're trying to figure it out.
Well, I had my son screaming in my ear, so.
Could I ask Jay a basic question?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I want Paul to ask some questions, and I want to suggest that we take this up next week because I understand there's a report
Yeah.
that we haven't seen, and there are a lot of issues that Paul wants to raise. So,
Jay, could you just, in very simple terms, explain what transit signal priority does?
Yeah, absolutely. So what it does is that there's a system that detects the Green Line trolley as it's approaching, and it's doing this through the cloud. So the MBTA broadcasts where all our vehicles are, and then the system will detect where it is, and then it will predict when it believes that it will get to the intersection, and it's constantly updating that prediction. And then it will then go to the controller, the computer inside the cabinet that controls, and it will say, hey, there's a trolley that's approaching, and we would like you to provide green when it otherwise couldn't. So for instance, say for instance, if you're driving and the signal is green and then it starts to turn yellow, one thing it might be able to do is hold it for 5 additional seconds so that the trolley can get through. Even though typically if it was just vehicles, it would change. So that's
Okay,
one
so-
way. Go ahead.
So Jay, just so just to keep this pretty brief, so it predicts when the train is going to go through the intersection, and it changes the light. So if I just put a picture up on the screen here,
Yes.
and I do have a lot of questions about what studies were done around traffic input. I hear that there was a study done for pedestrians, but not for autos. But in this particular case, this is a picture of Carlton Street and Beacon Street intersection where there is TSP. We are looking south. And the cars that are coming towards us are crossing the inbound lane of Beacon Street. Okay. Now, if a train is coming, I just want to make sure I understand this. If a train is coming, the transit priority signal system will short cycle that green light for Carlton Street to turn it red, correct? So that the train can come through the intersection.
So that is a treatment that is possible called early return to green. And so, but there's a minimum amount of time that the side street must be served. So it won't do it shorter than that.
Okay, so let me give you the scenario here and what I'm concerned about. And based on reading this 56-page report that came out this afternoon was sent to me, I think shared by Dan Martin. This situation exists at other intersections along Beacon Street. So I took this picture from my car. I am sitting essentially in the middle of the outbound side of Beacon Street. Okay. Currently, there's no car in front of me, but typically there would be a car sitting on the railroad tracks or just in front of the railroad tracks waiting to take a left-hand turn onto inbound Beacon Street. Now, the thing that you'll notice right now is I cannot see from this perspective any signal for traffic, right? There's no traffic light that from this perspective you can see. So that means as the driver, I don't know that when that train comes through, if the traffic is back up because people want to take a left on inbound, that light for Carlton Street has turned red and Beacon Street has turned green. I know this is happening because it's happened many, many times, and I totaled my car right there on that telephone pole on the right because I was broadsided, T-boned, because there was a truck in front of me turning left. The green line was coming. It short-cycled the light. The truck turned left. I had no knowledge that the light had turned red for Carlton Street and that the inbound traffic had a green light. First of all, I started across the tracks. The green line honked at me because they were going to hit me because I couldn't see them. And then when I went across Beacon Street, I got T-boned. That scenario exists today. It'll exist in the future because of transit signal priority. And my concern with this whole system is that we implemented transit system priority without first understanding and assessing and fixing the limitations of our lighting traffic signals in intersections like Carlton Street. Now, based on Dan's report, this situation exists in other intersections in Brookline. And it's incumbent upon Brookline to take on the cost to go update our traffic signals so that you can continue to implement transit signal priority. And I'd like to better understand, why is that the case?
Yeah, I would just chime in here that for the MBTA side, they're working on the TSP system. And I think any upgrades we want to do to the signals would be on the town's responsibility. Although TSP can shorten the green time, there are limits to how much. I think in general it's less than 10 seconds that it would be allowed to shorten the side street, and it still has to obey by the minimum green times and also the clearance times. So whether there's a TSP that's calling for the phase to be switched, or there's just the side streets have reached their max amount of time, we still service the clearance time. So there'd be roughly 4 seconds of yellow and 4 seconds of red.
So Dan, I understand that. I'm just saying there's a fundamental flaw on our implementation of TSP. We implemented TSP without first fixing these situations. And we've created a very dangerous situation. I totaled my car. Thankfully, my kids weren't in the car when it happened because they would have got hurt. I was going to pick them up from school. So we allowed the implementation of TSP, and we did not first fix the lack of signals for those who are doing the cross street across Beacon first. And I would argue that we should not continue with TSP until we fix these situations, because I think we create a very dangerous situation for not only drivers, but if there was a pedestrian standing on that southwest corner, I would have killed them because I creamed through that corner and then hit the pole. I think we've made a fundamental mistake in how we implemented this. And I really think we need to take a step back.
Okay, David?
So I have a question dovetailing off of a remark that Paul made. So in looking at the actual terms of the MOA, not the summary, it places the responsibility squarely on the town for, and I quote, maintenance of traffic signal systems, including pedestrian signals and related systems, conduit, transit signal priority, wireless communication, and any other associated signal improvements resulting from the project. So it's not clear to me exactly what the MBTA would be responsible for there. I understand that you're saying the intention is the MBTA deals with the TSP portion for the light rail route itself, but the MOA doesn't actually state that. It puts it all on the town side. So could you clarify that?
Sure. Yeah, so I want to respond to both of those, but I'll respond to yours first. So the vendor that is installing it is the one that has to ensure that it works, because we're paying a software as a service fee. So they're the ones that would be that we have a contract with. So anything that is TSP related would be the TSP vendor that would be responsible for that. Anything that is not TSP related would be for the town.
So that's, at least the MOA doesn't say that. So that makes me a bit nervous. Then a second question I have, also in the MOA, it talks about the MBTA providing technical support to assist town staff for no more than 20 hours per year. Why so little? I think this is a project that's far more complicated than 20 hours of support.
I mean, I just put the number there to be what it is. The fact of the matter is that Dan, to your point, Dan and I work a lot on this. You know, we have biweekly meetings and we're working with the vendor all the time. So it definitely comes out to more than 20 hours, but we just had to put a number there, and that's what we put. I mean, we're there to make sure it works.
It doesn't say an estimated, it says not to exceed, or the exact words, quote, technical support will not exceed 20 hours per year.
That's what the lawyer wanted to put from
Oh,
MBTA
never
legal,
been-
but I'm happy
Never
to.
follow that.
I mean, but I'm happy, if you have changes or you want me to reword it, I'm happy to run that by. I'm not a lawyer myself, so they want to limit their liability in terms of,
Of course.
like what's just like you, that just like the town, they want to limit their liability, so they put a number like that.
So did the MBTA write this MOA?
It was
Who
a
wrote-
I mean, it was reviewed by legal.
By our legal?
Yep, it was, we worked together to finalize it. I think the first draft was written by the MBTA, then we reviewed it, and then legal reviewed it, and then went back to
John?
MBTA for review.
Yeah.
John?
We didn't get an answer to Paul's question.
Okay.
He said that he would answer Paul's question. He didn't.
Okay, could you answer Paul's question? Repeat the question, Paul.
It was so long ago, I don't know what the hell I asked.
Okay,
I just
repeat
know it's
the
not,
question that
I'm
Paul
not
asked.
satisfied.
Well,
I-
wait a
I-
minute. I think I was recognized, if you don't
Oh,
mind.
can you re-ask my question? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, but
Okay, what?
I was recognized.
Let John go.
There'll be plenty of time to pursue the answer to Paul's question later. I was recognized. So I'll just recite a recent experience I had, taking the C line, show up at the Coolidge Corners stop at 6:30 in the evening, which is within the, sort of prime time for service. Next train will be in 14 minutes. So here we are, trying to figure out if there's going to be some incremental difference in maybe seconds that the T spends at a particular stop, as a, under normal circumstances versus if it has this TSP and can short the light for the cross traffic. And yet clearly the bigger problem with service on the C line and often on all of the lines is the variability of the ability of the T to actually follow its own schedules, which should have been, like a space between cars of maybe 7 minutes at 6:30 in the evening. And there are so many of those variabilities that I truly question whether we're gaining anything of significance by this tweaking of a complicated technical fix for a line that has many problems that are more significant than the ability to save, 10 seconds, at a given stop. Will there be an increase in service as a result of this TSP between St. Mary's and Cleveland Circle?
So I'm not I can't speak to if there will be an increase in service in terms of what is, the MBTA planning on doing in terms of operations. But what I can say is that it's not 10 seconds saved. If it is like a green extension, it saves an entire signal cycle. So that could be a minute or a minute and a half, depending. And so it actually does add up because the stuff kind of, as if the trolleys get bunched, this is a way to debunch them in terms of that and to keep running it on, improving the reliability. And that's what's kind of the most important. And also being able to have insight into how well it's working.
But wouldn't you say, just as a matter of math, that if it doesn't increase the number of cars that serve people between St. Mary's and Cleveland Circle over the long run, it's essentially just a matter of maybe on a good day, they'll make the trip from St. Mary's to Cleveland Circle a tiny bit faster, but they'll still have to wait the same amount of time or maybe even longer, depending on whether they just missed one of the trolleys that took advantage of TSP and took off. If it's still a gap of 14 minutes at 6:30 in the evening, just to wait for the trolley to arrive, we're not really talking about any significant savings here, and we're never measuring it against the loss of time to people crossing Beacon Street. And I suppose, in the eyes of the MBTA, they don't matter because they're cars. But maybe we have to take kind of a holistic view of this whole situation and, measure the total gain, which I don't think is much because of the infrequent service, to people who happen to be on the trolley versus the loss of people who have to wait extra long at the cross intersections in their cars.
So what I would recommend, there's this system called Automated Traffic Signal Performance Measures. It's ATSPM is the acronym, and it measures all modes. In fact, most of the measurements are for vehicular traffic. You would get a great picture into how well the operations is working and how it's working with all the different modes. I know you have some cameras in your system on some other corridors that have those cameras. So you can get that sort of insight with data, and you can find out. And I would also state that we do have buses that run on several of the corridors, and it affects the buses just as much. So it's important to not foul up the operations. But if you can improve the efficiency of transit, then you can make it more attractive, more reliable, therefore more people can use it. And that is something that has been shown, and we've seen it.
We don't have buses on the Sea Line. I have to put up.
I know we don't, no, I'm not there, but like, for instance, Washington
When
Street,
it's down.
Thank you.
Well, we have 66 bus that crosses the Sea Line.
And we'll maybe have to wait.
Yeah.
Take my glasses.
Michael?
Yeah. So my understanding of the point that you're trying to make is that you're actually trying to reduce variability, because I've had both the experience that you've described, John, with the Sea Line, but also the experience where like trains start getting bunched up and back to back, which causes if you have two trains that are bunched, then the time between the second train and the train that follows is excessively long. And so that is when I tend to experience those long wait times. But I want to get back to the issue that Paul raised, which is which I think is the division of responsibility that we're talking about, because the horrific scene that you described.
Oh, sorry, it froze.
I've been having.
Would move forward.
Oh, we had some
And
technical
so-
difficulties.
Hold on, Dan, can you chime in? Are you able to hear us, or are we cutting out?
You cut out, but you're back now.
Okay, I'm going to try something, folks in the room. I'm just going to give me 1 minute, please. I'm going to change our internet connection and see if I can improve the situation here. I've just been waiting because we haven't had any issues. Figured I wouldn't interrupt what was working. Okay. Dan, can you still hear us?
I can still hear you.
Okay, let's see if this improves things at all. Jay, if you need us to repeat what was said on our end, let us know.
Michael, you probably need to go rewind.
Yes, please.
That's all right. Sorry, Michael.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Mm-mm.
So I want to go back to Paul's issue, describing the horrific events that he experienced when he was crossing Beacon Street at Carlton Street. And he started that presentation, as I understand it, with the fact that as he had moved forward, there was no light on the other side of Beacon Street or any indication of what his crossing status was or the crossing status of the other cars that he could see from that point. And the thing that I'm trying to understand is while I understand that if we put a light on the other side of the street that he could see, that would be helpful, is the presence or absence of TSP in any way how is it affecting the precariousness and the danger in that situation, given that there is a light missing from the intersection? So I wonder if Jay or Dan have any
Sure.
sense of that.
So first of all, sorry that happened. That's
Me too.
not
It's a nice car. That's all.
That's scary and really horrific. And I'm glad that you're okay, and I'm glad your kids weren't in the car for sure. So what I highly recommend doing is what's called a road safety audit. And you basically have an engineering firm come and you look at the intersection and you look at all the safety issues. MassDOT does this a lot. You can Google this. And they look at it from all different modes. And they try to come up with solutions to make it safe. And then you can do like a crash, analysis and try to figure that out. So those are what I would recommend for that. The transit signal priority doesn't really change any of the like margins of safety in terms of like clearance intervals or moving we don't adding a mast arm, we're not adding like signal heads, we're not adding additional signage or changing phasing or sequencing. The only difference is adjusting slightly some of the green time, which if you did have an impatient driver who was like, hey, normally I get X amount of seconds and now I'm getting less. And so I'm just going to drive through. And that TSP doesn't really change the safety implications of that. Emergency vehicle actually preemption can
Therefore,
sometimes.
if in an
which is-
ecosystem of transportation, everything is balanced and we understand when you change one thing, what's the impact on the other? But my premise, my contention, what I'm putting forward here is that we implemented TSP without understanding the implications for public safety with respect to traffic and pedestrian. Now, Dan said it doesn't affect pedestrian. I would argue otherwise, but let's assume that's correct. The issue I actually raised was car traffic. And it does shorten the cycle by some period of time, and it puts you in a dangerous situation. We should not implement TSP until we fix the light issues at the intersection because it's a public safety issue. That's it. All this technology stuff with the cloud and a vendor and who's going to be responsible for what, those are certainly important issues for the memo of understanding the agreement. But we have an unsafe situation, and I think we should stop TSP until our lights are fixed and everything is prepared to turn TSP back on. That's my contention.
But just so you know, the engineering this assessment of the yellow change interval and the all red like clearance time is what has been decided by an engineering firm and been stamped to be what is safe or what is possible. So, like you're not having transit signal priority yet on or not on is not going to fix the safety issues. It's not going to change anything, and you can always have TSP, if you decide to do a road safety audit, you decide to change things, you try to add a mast arm, you decide to add, different way that you do the sequencing, you can easily modify TSP at that time to match the new system. Like it's very simple in that way. You're just changing green. You're not changing yellow. You're not changing red.
Jay, you're selling me a technical solution and you're not hearing what the problem is, with all due respect.
Okay.
At Carlton Street, when the green line comes to the intersection, it expedites the Carlton Street light from green to some other state that results in the green coming on Beacon Street. That is resulting in a dangerous situation. And I would respectfully ask you to get off the technology solution and start looking at what the human problem is. If you're crossing Beacon Street and the train expedites this light cycle and you drive into oncoming traffic inbound on Beacon Street, you're going to get hurt. Period. End of discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
And road safety audit is what you want to look into.
I think people are familiar with bunching. I think people, who use the C line on a regular basis may have noticed that the bunching tends to have already developed by the time the trolleys get to St. Mary's. And there is also, in effect, a frequent occurrence, which is to solve the bunching problem, the driver on, particular trolley will say, this is going to be express from whatever, Coolidge Corner to Cleveland Circle, so that they can kind of get ahead of the other trolley. So there are solutions in place for bunching, and I don't think the bunching is caused for lack of any TSP on the C line right now. I think there's a variety of other reasons. People probably are quite familiar with cars getting bunched underground, and they don't have to deal, with crossing traffic of cars. They still get bunched. So bunching has been an MBTA problem for a long time, but I don't think it's because of lack of TSP on the sea line.
Okay.
And you can also use TSP to help reduce bunching by not providing TSP to a trolley that's too close to one in front.
Okay, I don't think that we're gonna
But yeah,
come to a conclusion at this meeting on whether to sign the MOU. I mean, what Paul calls a 56-page report was dropped on us this afternoon. Yeah, I
It was
assume
dropped to
that-
me. I forwarded it to you guys.
Okay. I assume that it has important information in it that we should consider.
I think we lost you again.
So I'd like to put this item off until next meeting on November 4th, assuming that that's enough time, but
I just ask a question.
yeah.
Is the report that's been referenced, 56 pages, is that attached to the agenda as of now? And if not, can it be part of the record of this
Forwarded it
meeting?
to Kate, so she's gonna add it to the packet.
She's going to add it. Thank you very much.
Bernard, can I ask one question
Yeah.
for them when I assume they're going to come back? It would be helpful, and I skimmed the 56-page report, but I didn't read it in detail, to understand a couple of things. One, how many intersections along Beacon Street that are currently using TSB have the situation like Carlton Street, where you can get a short cycle and you, as a driver, you don't know the lights changed. That's the first question I have. I'd really like to know that very specific intersections that have that situation. The second question would be, what would it cost to fix those intersections, meaning and hang a light so that you can see it, the light, the status of the light. And then the third would be, do you have the ability to turn off TSP for specific intersections, or is it a corridor-wide implementation? They all have to be on or they all have to be off. It would be helpful to understand those things when you come back.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank
We're
you.
back. I am off. So I think we'll be a little longer till we return.
Okay,
Thanks, Dan.
give us more time to read the
And Dan's
56-page
been, and
report.
Dan's great. He's been really, really helpful.
Oh,
Yep.
Zoom?
There is one person signed.
And I think is Flock and Chestnut Hill here, or are they? gonna be-
Chestnut Hill was not planning to attend, but Flock, representatives from Flock should
Oh,
be,
really?
Online or in there?
online.
Okay.
Is there a name?
Tig Foley, Tyler Fallon, and Kristen McLeod.
And is council online also?
Joe is online.
Town council.
Yeah.
Kate, perhaps you can give us an indication of whether you're hearing us.
I'll go out and see.
Yes, we can hear and see you now.
All right.
Thank you, Kate. Much appreciated.
Okay, let me resume. I told you about what this hearing is related to, about the license plate readers, what it does. It's updated or uploaded to the file, to the cloud, and made available to law enforcement across the country. So one of those cameras was acquired by purchase or lease by Chestnut Hill Realty, which is why we wanted them to be here. Because we live in a scary time and this is a scary technology that can be accessed by scary people, this hearing is particularly important to give the public an opportunity to express their concerns and provide the select board with information that we may not have. It is also important to enable the select board to make its decision fully aware of the consequences of its actions. So I'd like to sort of take or use the privilege of the chair to, speak for myself. I believe that license plate reader technology is a very valuable tool in legitimate law enforcement, but it is a form of invasive surveillance by the government that in normal times we probably would accept as a price we pay for law and order. But we're not living in normal times. The guardrails and guardians that protected our rights to free speech, due process, independent courts, a free press, and the right of the people to peaceably assemble to petition their government for a redress of grievances are being dismantled in Washington. In my opinion, that is the context within which we must look at this MOU. And any other select board members have anything they want to say before we start the hearing? Start the presentations? Okay.
Probably, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah.
Why start now? Okay. So the order of speaking will be first, Brookline Police Department, and we have Chief Pastor at the podium. Second, we were hoping to hear from Chestnut Hill Realty, but they're apparently are not appearing. Third, Flock Security, the vendor of the automatic license plate readers. Fourth, the Select Board making any final or asking any final questions. And finally, we'll go to the public hearing. So Chief Chief Pastor.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Select Board.
Thank you.
We will treat
I've been here once or twice before. I do appreciate the opportunity tonight to introduce the proposed MOU.
She wants you to speak closer.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Is this okay?
better.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce the MOU tonight. I also want to thank the town administrator for suggesting the proper route, proper process for this, where he suggested that we first take this matter to the PCAC. I'll thank the members of the PCAC who heard this last month. They reviewed it thoughtfully and voted 5-0 to support it, so long as we provided a policy that reflects our community's values and addresses the concerns about privacy and data retention that were already mentioned. I believe those concerns have been addressed in the draft that was included in this week's packet. I also want to acknowledge the public concern about this proposal, which is completely understandable. I've heard the questions that many people have raised, and they've been actually very helpful in helping to frame our policy. Anytime new technology is introduced in any field, but particularly in law enforcement, people naturally want to know how it will be used and what safeguards are in place. Representatives from Flock are here tonight, should be able to answer any technical questions about how their system works. That's not my area of expertise, admittedly. How they store data and what oversight mechanisms are in place. And so just to be clear on what I'm asking for tonight with regard to this MOU, Chestnut Hill Realty is purchasing and installing Flock cameras, or at least one, with LPR technology for their own private use. LPRs are currently, they're currently in the early stages of installing this technology on Independence Drive near the Boston border. These cameras will be on private property, but facing the roadway. Hancock Village is not the first private business in town to acquire license plate readers. We know several commercial properties and private residents that have them already. This is different because Chestnut Hill Realty is offering our police department access to their data as part of a broader community safety initiative, supporting proactive townwide public safety efforts through modern technology. The only change contemplated by this MOU is that our department would receive real-time alerts when a license plate captured by the cameras matches a hot list. For example, when a license plate is tied to a warrant, stolen vehicle, or an amber or silver alert. The Flock cameras at Chestnut Hill Realty will not capture facial images, and our department will not use them for facial recognition or any other unauthorized surveillance. Our courts have generally found that the simple act of reading a license plate in public is not a search under the Fourth Amendment. Data might be retained and who may access it. These points reinforce the safeguards that we've built into our policy, including clear data retention limits, audit trails, specific alert criteria, a prohibition on facial recognition, and requirements for transparency and oversight. Our policy aligns with the best practices and addresses the major concerns cited by the ACLU, ensuring that this technology serves legitimate public safety purposes without infringing on privacy or civil liberties. As always, our department will continue to abide by mass law, by our own internal policies and procedures, including those that govern information sharing in coordination with federal immigration authorities. As a reminder, we've been operating since 2009 with our town-owned SIMS cameras, and while there are very similar sentiments expressed at the time that those were introduced, I stand here before you today, 15 years later, able to say that there's never been an allegation of misuse by a member of my department. With that in mind, I'm happy to answer questions about the MOU, and I believe the Flock team is here online to do the same.
Okay, do you want to ask questions now or wait to the end? Paul, looks like you want to start now.
I'm not going to give opinions. I actually do have some questions. First, thank you for coming. This is such an important point because I know that there's lots of information, misinformation, speculation, legitimate concern from the community. And I think this transparency is very, very important. So thanks to both of you for coming. So in this, this is a basic question just about how this works. So the cameras are going to be on Chestnut Hills property.
Yes.
And it's going to be pointing towards a public roadway.
Yes.
And it has the ability to capture the license plate. Why does, and Chestnut Hill's not here, do you know why they want to do this? I mean, if we didn't have access to it, they would still do it. How do they benefit from it? What does the system do for them without any intervention or support from, or collaboration with the Brookline Police Department?
In conversations with them, it seems their primary purpose is deterrence. Having the word, deterrence and having it out there that they have this technology, particularly for their commercial properties and the Bertucci's, strip mall. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Where they have seen a spike in retail.
So this is like having that big, people that really want to deter theft and crime. They don't put the small, inconspicuous cameras on their house. They put the big ones.
I can't say, I haven't seen actually what it will look
Yeah,
like.
I'm just saying, I know that that's a strategy in order, so people actually see, oh, I'm being recorded. How is this different from all the cameras that were the footage was researched and scanned with technology during the marathon bombing? All those cameras were pointing towards the public way, towards public sidewalks, towards restaurants, and they used hundreds of those and scan that technology, that data technically. The FBI did, is my understanding, in order to track down the bombers of the marathon bombing. How is this? Is this different in some way?
It's a little bit different in that it allows us to react in the moment to real-time alerts. So for example, a very recent example this past week, we have a mailbox at the Putterham Rotary. I'm sorry, you can let me know if you can't hear me. But the mailbox at the Putterham Rotary has been hit a couple of times with mailbox thefts. I don't know if the board's been made familiar with these cases where there are skeleton keys out there. It's going on all over the country where they go in, they steal mail, they can wash checks and steal money from anybody that's deposited a check into the mail to pay a bill or what have you. We did have a license plate that we were looking for. Had that passed by the reader, we would get an alert in real time that car was in the area, and we could approach, and ideally we would have made an
So it's
arrest.
proactively alerting you that something's happening
Yeah.
versus having to go back.
Without this MOU, we could go back and say, within the period that the data is
In a
retained.
period of time.
Yeah, it could help in solving something, but it doesn't help us.
And
Okay, I want to add, there's a really big difference in addition to that. And that is these cameras create a text file that goes into the cloud, correct me if I'm wrong, and that text file can be accessed and analyzed by people, whoever has access to Flock Safety's system. I mean, that's not true of the cameras that we're talking about.
Yeah,
know
so
that
it
for
might be a
sure.
technical question for the Flock team, but
Okay, yeah.
so our MOU gives us access to the community tier level, which is,
No, and for 90 days, you have access to everything.
We do.
Then we can subscribe. for just, for that broad.
It will default back to community after that initial trial period. But Chestnut Hill Realty decides who they share their data with. We don't own any data. We can't share any data with anybody else. This is just for us to have access to the Chestnut Hill Realty camera.
Okay, wait, you mean that, I mean, I guess we need to ask Flock, but from what I read in their materials, this data goes to the cloud. Anyone who has access to Flock's cloud has access to that data.
Be great to hear from Flock about
Yeah.
how their system works.
So that's Teague and Kristen?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna promote Kristen now, and I will also promote Teague just in case.
Thank you so much. Good evening, members of the Select Board. My name is Kristen McLeod. I'm a Public Affairs Manager with Flock Safety. We appreciate the opportunity to join you this evening. And thank you so much for that question about access to the Flock system. So each customer is in full control of which other Flock customers, or in this specific instance, Chestnut Hill Realty would be in control of whether or not they share their data with a law enforcement entity, typically within their immediate community, right? So they are they would like to share their information that is captured by their camera network with Brookline Police Department for purposes of providing evidence should a crime occur. And of course, Brookline PD would be able to be alerted to any wanted vehicles that also passed by cameras in the community. Access to the Flock system by our law enforcement agencies. So through this MOU, when Brookline would enter into and become part of the Flock system, they could request from other law enforcement agencies access to their camera networks. It's that the agency that they're requesting to access that whether or not they're going to share their camera network information is in full control of each respective customer. So just because you have access to the Flock system doesn't give carte blanche access to everyone's cameras. And then the private entity cameras operate a bit differently than the law enforcement access. So the non-law enforcement users have more limited system capabilities and controls, where law enforcement have broader functionality, including investigative tools, again, access to shared law enforcement networks, whereas commercial and neighborhood customers can only access data relevant to their property or community and cannot conduct these larger law enforcement style investigations.
Can I have a follow-up
Yeah.
question? So thank you, Kristen, for that. And welcome to the meeting. So when a license plate is captured, let's just use Chestnut Hill Realty, by a Chestnut Hill Realty camera, that data goes into the cloud, your cloud somewhere, private cloud, I assume. And does that data become part of a repository that is accessible by others outside of Chestnut? So if there's a police department in Chicago, the Chicago Police Department wanted to access data or had a license plate that they were monitoring, and it went past the camera in Chestnut Hill Realty's cameras, would they be alerted?
Thank you so much for that question. So yes, if a law enforcement agency requests access to Chestnut Hill's camera network and Chestnut Hill grants that, yes, they could be alerted to that. And again, that decision is completely up to Chestnut Hill Realty, whether or not they share with a Chicago law enforcement agency. We find that private customers typically just share within their kind of immediate jurisdiction, however.
Okay.
And
So
then to follow up to with the data being held in the cloud, that is held for a default of 30 days. So at the 30-day mark, each image is given a time to live, if you will. At the 30-day mark, that image is hard deleted and unrecoverable unless it's been downloaded as part of a criminal investigation or retained for evidence. All of those images that are collected and not utilized as as evidence in a criminal investigation, again, are hard deleted and unrecoverable at that 30-day mark.
So Kristen, let me just see if I can summarize because you said a lot. I want to make sure you answered.
Yes.
I understood your answer to my question. So a license plate that passes in front of a camera on that is operated by Chestnut Hill Realty or paid for by Chestnut Hill Realty. The data from that camera cannot trigger a hit with some law enforcement agency unless Chestnut Hill Realty gave that law enforcement agency permission to monitor their camera.
Correct.
Correct? Okay, thank you.
John? Oh,
Uh,
John, go.
Many questions, but I'll focus on just a couple. We have something known as the Surveillance Technology and Military Type Equipment Study Committee. Have they reviewed this?
No, that's sort of, how would you put it? It's not operative, right?
It's not operative. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Okay.
That committee, I'm sorry to interrupt, that committee issued its final reports and has not met in years. So it's not,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So they have disbanded. Okay.
Sort of.
Sort of. Okay. Next question. There were a couple of documents, that are tied to this in our packet, and one was from Chief Pastor, and one was a proposed MOU, and it was on flock letterhead, and I'm a little uncertain as to who in our, administration at Town Hall here, who is looking over the language of the MOU to make sure that it does what it purports to do in terms of protecting civil liberties. Can anyone answer that question?
Chief Pastor?
I can't say for certain that town council has looked at it. It was shared. Nothing's.
We asked town council.
Well, I mean, if town council hasn't looked at it, how can we approve it?
Well, that's kind of how I feel about it. Especially where it seems to have been, originated with flock.
Yeah.
But that's an important issue. Certainly town council
Yeah.
should look at the thing, but there's a broader discussion that we have to have, I think, about this, right? We've got fundamental philosophical, concerns about surveillance state. I'm hearing that word thrown around. There's ideas about leveraging technology today that it's a no-brainer if this is available to us to be able to do modern, public safety in Brookline. I think that's the conversation. The lawyers actually have to look at the agreement, make sure it's doing what it purports to do. But I think there's just a broader discussion we need to deliberate on, which is, do we want to have our police department accessing a private network of data in order to do police enforcement, and knowing that that data potentially could be accessible by others under the permission of Chestnut Hill Realty? I think that's.
Or do we want to have surveillance, license plate reader technology used, whether it's flock or anyone else, right? And I don't want people to misunderstand the intent behind my questions. I think that, it's going to come down to what's in the MOU. It's going to come down to our policies. And so we have a policy document and we have an MOU, but I'm not satisfied that the civil liberties perspective vetting has been done, given that the language, I'm not even sure who drafted the language in the MOU. But I am clear in my own mind that license plate reader technology is something that is accepted not only by our own Governor Healy, who has in recent days specifically cited it as being extremely useful in breaking up gangs that congregate, all drive to the same spot at the same time and then do very dangerous things with their cars. And she's actually come out and advocated that license plate reader technology can help deal with that gang problem. It's not the only thing it could help deal with, but there have to be protections. So I'm not, there's no doubt in my mind that license plate reader technology is useful. President Biden's administration encouraged the use of license plate reader technologies at the local level through ARPA funding and through other types of funding when President Biden was in office. I think we've come to recognize the usefulness of this technology, but then we have to implement it in ways that protect civil liberties.
I see Chaz. David, good.
Sorry, I'm happy to let this select board member speak.
No, why don't you go ahead?
I wanted to, follow up again, as the chief noted, right, when we're talking about the span of this and the scope of the discussion, right? The question here is whether or not we are accepting access to this technology. The question is not whether or not Chestnut Hill Realty can use the technology. And I think that's an important distinction to make, because I know a number of the comments we've received from members of the public are, you should ban this technology. That's not, absent an attempt to put that in front of town meeting and then have the attorney general determine whether or not we have the ability to do that, which I have some doubts that we are able to ban that technology locally, but we would have to look at that. The question here is, are we going to agree to have this information shared with us? And if so, what restrictions do we place on our use of that technology? And so in that regard, I think the operative document that's really important for us to look at is the policy, right? Our police policy. And certainly we can take a look at and I want, town council will obviously chime in on the language of the contract, but really the focus on this is, if we are to move forward with agreeing to have this data shared with us, then what are the restrictions that we place on our use of it? And to the chief's point, how do we ensure that, as with past uses of cameras, we are able to have strong policies in place to deter and avoid the abuse of that and the abuse of it for civil liberties purposes? I think one of the most important things when we talk about the Biden administration and ARPA on that front is, for example, the use of cameras to police traffic enforcement, which in many circumstances eliminates an aspect of bias that is really that people have raised in terms of when people are stopped and how things are addressed in that regard. A license plate reader is only as good as the people who are behind it, but I think as a tool, it potentially has that ability to eliminate bias by putting in the data in that front. But again, depending on the structure in place and the goals of the policy that is behind it to ensure that technology is not abused.
David?
So I have a related question. With the example about whether the Chicago police could access this data, would depend on whether Chestnut Hill Realty approves them. But in that hypothetical example, I'm assuming the Chicago police aren't entering into an MOA with Chestnut Hill Realty. So to some extent, is this MOA superfluous? And it's really just about what additional restrictions the Brookline Police Department would be imposing on themselves. So that's what it sounds like to me from your explanation, Chaz. And secondly, do we need to have an MOA in place in order for the police to access this data? You referenced another license plate reader that's been put up in Putterham Circle. Is that through Flock? Is that through someone else?
Sorry, I might have missed. So the license plate reader, that I'm aware of other license plate readers in town owned by private citizens and a few other commercial properties. What I was saying is that had this license plate reader been up on Independence Drive at Chestnut Hill Realty, it would have given us an alert that that car was coming in to hit the mailbox. So I'm not aware of one currently at Putterham Circle.
Do we have rules in place around whether the police department can utilize this data absent an MOA?
We treat those similar to how we do Nest doorbell cam footage, for example, following a crime, after a crime, when we go back and, do door knocks, asking anybody if they've seen anything, if they have any relevant camera footage. We don't need an MOU for that. That's just old fashioned policing, but with access to better technology. But I think to your point, yeah, if Chestnut Hill Realty decides they want to share with the Chicago Police Department, they don't need an MOA. We believe here, that the community deserves transparency, and that I want to hear the opinions and I want to hear the concerns. And that was the value in going to the town administrator, the PCAC, and now here.
Irrespective of this agreement, if Chestnut Hill Realty contacted you saying, we have this alert, you could follow up on it, correct?
So my understanding, and Flock can correct me, I don't think they get alerts. They wouldn't get, they don't get the data, the RMV data that's behind a license plate. So they wouldn't get, and they wouldn't get the NCIC information because they don't have access to that.
Now, doesn't the Boston Police already have an MOA in place with Chestnut Hill Realty?
I will refer to them to see where that is in development.
Kristen, could you answer that question?
Yes, that is correct. They wouldn't, Chestnut Hill Realty would not receive any hot list alerts. And if I could ask to unmute not Tage, Tyler Fallon. He wanted to offer some information regarding the MOU.
Tyler has been promoted. He should be able to share his audio.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah, just by way of quick introduction, I'm a Massachusetts resident. I've been with the company leading our Northeast group for the past 2 years, so I'm thrilled to be here. Happy to answer any questions. The example you gave is a great one. So local police departments have access to NCIC, essentially like criminal, background databases that just a normal security group would not. So the example that I like to give is, let's say there is an Amber Alert that goes off, or maybe it's not gone off just yet, but the department understands that there is a non-custodial parent that has, taken a child. They would then be able to, with access to those cameras with Chestnut Hill Realty, set an alert that says, if that vehicle that we know took that child hits that license plate, we want to know about it. And I can actually reference you to a case. If you Googled it, from about 1 year ago, it was a non-custodial parent at a daycare in Canton, Massachusetts, who is a client of ours as well, where they took their child from daycare, and thankfully, due to the Flock network, that child was back home within a few hours. So that would be the power of that, versus Chestnut Hill Realty is not going to have access to setting those alerts and that data. I hope that offers a little bit of context and clarity.
Michael?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and the information. But I think Paul made a really good point about the context of what we are discussing. And from my perspective, the important question that we need to be asking ourselves, or one of the many important questions we need to be asking ourselves, is whether we as a town want to participate in the business model that Flock Safety is establishing. Because all of these agreements that are being mediated by a private company, I think we are just at the beginning of understanding what those agreements are, what their role is in facilitating, for example, the agreement between a Chicago police force and Chestnut Hill Realty, what it means for Chestnut Hill Realty to be granting permission or access to the data, how Flock facilitates that information, and what the benefits are of all of the various parties. I'm also concerned, I believe the chief, you mentioned something about RMV data being associated with this information. So the first question that I would ask of the Flock people is how they manage their information in order to conform with the aspects of the Driver Privacy Protection Act, which is specifically designed to prevent the aggregation of RMV data along with license plate information.
Kristen, I'm happy to take that, or if you would like to.
Nope, go right ahead, Tyler.
Yeah, so in short, we do not connect to RMV data. We'd be happy to follow up with additional information, and additionally, we'd be happy to come in and sit down and review, more flock specific items around those types of questions. In short, all we are capturing is vehicle data. So yes, we have the license plate, but flock in and of itself does not connect to that data. So if the department was to get an alert that that person had a warrant out for their arrest, they would essentially be putting that in through NCIC, which is the National Criminal Database. That would then send an alert to the department, but the department in and of itself would actually have to go access their own records to get into RMV. So Flock is really kind of merely the vehicle for ensuring that it is nothing to do with personal identifiable information. There is no picture. It is the rear of the vehicle. Traditionally, it is the make and model of the vehicle. It has nothing to do with any PII. And then to kind of the protection of that data, and we've mentioned it. It is Amazon GovSec Cloud. All of the security protections that all of the top data integrity in the world has. So we take that very seriously, and would also be happy to share out that information.
Okay. And just to follow up on that, you said that what I heard you say is that your customers are responsible for accessing the RMV data and doing the aggregation. Is that correct?
Yeah. So Flock in and of itself does not own or access any of the data.
And
So,
and
yep.
and does your customer base now, or could it in the future, include, for example, private investigators that could get access to RMV data on behalf of other customers, of their own other customers?
Not to date, to my knowledge. Kristen would have to keep me honest, but very similarly, there is a number of protections that are put out, and it's slightly over my pay grade. Chief Pastor would be better to speak to that than I. But as to the level of data access, there is certain data that is protected in that way, and to my knowledge, we do not do any of that business. Flock Safety essentially is partnering with law enforcement agencies. In your instance here with Chestnut Realty, where we were founded with HOAs who were dealing with crime, and then commercial businesses. So, for instance, Lowe's and Home Depot.
I think David.
So I think Michael just raised an excellent point about access to potential customers beyond law enforcement. So is there a bright line limit currently in who can access this information or not? What prevents some random person who claims to be a private investigator or claims to be affiliated with some kind of government agency from accessing this data for purposes that are not law enforcement related, but to harass someone or worse?
So thank you so much for that question. So, and like Tej said, our private customers, or I'm sorry, Tej, Tyler, the two T's, our private customers have limited system capabilities, and our law enforcement, their ability to access to, we're integrated on the back end with those law enforcement alerts, and that's law enforcement sensitive information. And in our terms and conditions with all of our private entities, and all users, regardless of type, whether government or a private customer, must comply with our privacy, our auditing, our accountability standards. And in our terms and conditions, we outline permitted purposes of the system. And this is to mean that use of the system is for legitimate public safety and or business purposes, including the awareness, prevention, prosecution of crime, investigations, prevention of commercial harm. And if it is brought to Flock's attention that if a customer is found to be using the system nefariously or for an unpermitted purpose, Flock may suspend that service.
I would
All
also,
right, but are you policing that yourself, or it sounds like it's the honor system?
all of
That
the
is, we would, oh, Tyler, did you want to?
No, I was just going to add to that. So every agency is set up with what we call a transparency portal. So every search requires a reason. Most departments will, tie it to a case number. And that is oftentimes published on the department's website. So, the public can go in and see how many searches were performed, what other agencies have shared network access, what are the search reasons. We'd be happy to provide some examples of that. But to your point on the honor system, it is a very, very public forum, I would say, in display of why it is that people are searching for the very reason you asked, which is a great one, which is what prevents people from doing this for nefarious reasons. That's exactly what it does.
Well, I did look into this a little bit in terms of example searches, and they can be very vague, such as investigation. That can mean just about anything. So I'm not sure how helpful that really is. One other question that I wanted to ask, you were talking about how Flock doesn't take ownership in this data that's being gathered. So how do you square that with number 9 in the proposed MOA, where it states ownership? Flock retains all rights, title, and interest in and to the Flock service, Flock IP, and its components or data provided by Flock to customer. Customer further acknowledges that Flock retains the right to use the foregoing for any purpose in Flock's sole discretion. So could you explain that, please?
So yes, and I want to address the first comment about the search reasons being vague. We're actually implementing a more robust procedure to address just that. And that is going to be a drop-down selection menu for the search reason. Then the offenses are based on NIBRs. And so the search reasons will be specifically linked to that those criminal offenses that are recognized in NIBRs. In addition to, we provide agencies the ability to not only enter in that search, or it's required that they enter in the search reason, but they can also opt to require that their users enter in a case number. So that makes that auditing very much more friendly and easy to conduct, because they can tie that search directly to a documented case number. And then the second part of the question referencing the terms and conditions, that is not granting Flock a general right of access. Flock will not access your data if we were to receive a subpoena, for instance, for our customers' data. We would notify our customer immediately and work with them to respond to that. We work with cities' legal teams to help respond to that subpoena, but Flock would not release that data unless legally compelled to do so. And we retain aggregated data, and that is for customer benefit. It is wiped of all metadata. So I think a good example is, say we are alerted by one of our customers that there was a misidentification in the character of our license plate number. So an E was mistaken as an 8, the number 8. That is flagged for us. We retain that image. It is wiped of all metadata, and we use that to train our machine learning so that we can improve our accuracy. We are very confident in our accuracy rate, but being able to retain that aggregated data that is wiped of all metadata, we don't even know where the images come from. It enables us to keep up with new models of vehicles that are on the roadways, new colors, so that we're accurately identifying that information.
Okay, Paul?
Yep. So I want to kind of maybe bring us back onto the key question, which is, do we want our outstanding police department to have access to this data? And when I say access, it proactively lets you know that something's happening, or you could actually perfectively go backwards and, I assume, do some research. That's the first question. There are fundamental questions about, does Brookline want to get involved in this developing industry and support it and economic models and all that? I'm still not clear who actually owns the data at this point, whether it's a license or what. But fundamentally, we're asking, Chestnut Hill Realty is going to do this. They're going to put this system in. And we have to decide whether we would like to support the chief's request to gain access to that information on a local basis to help improve public safety and public safety outcomes in Brookline. I want you to know that I'm generally inclined to support your request. I have a lot of concerns like John had about our lawyers looking at this thing and scrubbing the policy. We may want to have not only the policy, but also the memorandum of agreement. We may want to make this memorandum of agreement to be a period of time that we come back and do an evaluation and see how it's going. So it's not forever. But it's still not clear to me who owns the data. And I'm just going to go back to the Flock team real quick. When a license plate is scanned and it gets uploaded to the cloud, who owns that piece of information? You own certainly the infrastructure, the IP around the technology, the programming, all of that, the infrastructure, but who actually owns that electronic copy of the license plate? Is that your IP and you license it to Chestnut Hill Realty and others to use it? Or do they own it and it's theirs and you are kind of hosting it for them, but they own it?
That is correct. The customer owns the data and we act as the guardian of that data.
You're the guardian.
But the data is in your cloud, right?
Amazon Web Services Government Cloud. We contract with them for the data storage.
Okay. So the question I think people in this town are very concerned about, including the police department, is the ability of certain government agencies like ICE to access that information and use it in ways that do not align with our values and our laws. So, and how secure from that type of use is this data?
Yes, so we currently do not have any contracts with ICE or HSI. We ran a brief.
Would you need a contract for them to access your data?
We ran a brief pilot that lasted a few months over the summer. Those pilots have been suspended. And I think something very important to note is that each customer is in charge and in full control of whether or not they share their data with any other outside, with law enforcement, with any other law enforcement agency. Some communities choose to share their information with nationally. Some agencies choose to share with other agencies within their state. Others choose one-to-one, and others choose not to share at all. We want to make sure that the Flock system is customizable to each community so that it aligns with not only community values, but of course, state laws. And we are implementing and have implemented several product features to support that very notion. So really, it's up to each individual customer whether or not they want to share their data and with what other entities.
John?
Yeah, and along those lines, Chief Pastor, would we be paying for use of the data?
No.
So there'd be no cost to us to have a relationship with Chestnut Hill Realty whereby they share the data that they gleaned from their Flock cameras with us. There'd
Correct.
be no cost to us for that.
Wait.
Correct.
Wait, in the MOU, it says you get a free ride for 90 days.
That's sorry.
Yeah, after that, it's a subscription service.
That's to the community tier, but we don't pay for that. It's Chestnut Hill Realty is footing whatever bill.
Okay, and if I may ask a follow-up question. I hope this helps people to maybe a little bit better understand the relationships that are at work here. So let's just take the example of I'll call it a porch camera, a ring camera. We've seen on Facebook, people say, this is the image I got with my Ring camera of someone stealing a package from my porch. And I believe that on occasion, those kinds of images have been useful to Brookline police in tracking and then maybe even, arresting
Yes,
a suspect or two in these porch thefts, right?
absolutely.
Right. So there's no hesitancy on the part of the police department in if there's been a porch theft in asking the person who reported the porch theft, do you have a Ring camera? And then asking, could we access the video from the Ring camera, right?
Right.
So would the relationship with Chestnut Hill Realty be of somewhat the same, nature? And within that question is assumed, how would Chestnut Hill Realty know if one of the pieces of data they purchased, in other words, a license plate number, is a license plate number of someone who's on some kind of a watch list or be on the lookout for list?
My understanding is that they would not know.
So they
Because
wouldn't
it's
initiate
criminal
a call to
information.
the police and say, hey, we think we've got something you might be interested in.
Right.
So how does that, so basically you get full stream all of the data and then somewhere, under your auspices, it's screened for any suspicious license plate numbers?
So if we reference back to the example I gave with the mailbox thefts, we had a license plate on a car that we were looking for. So we could put that license plate in to our hot list.
Mhm.
And when it goes by the license plate reader, our dispatch, somebody sitting in dispatch would get a notification that the car just passed.
Okay, so that's kind of part of our relationship with Chestnut Hill Realty.
Right.
Is that since you're already screening all of these, license plate numbers, would you let us know if one of these shows up? That's kind
So
of,
it's not relying on, these things are happening at 3 o'clock in the morning. So it's
Yeah.
not relying on a person, to be looking at the camera at that time. It's
Right.
automated in that way that it would go right to dispatch. You would alert.
at some point it'd be reviewed and you'd get a hit or something.
Right.
Like, oh my God, one of these license plate numbers matches
Right.
with something that is of interest to Brookline Police.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's not a direct relationship. Chestnut Hill Realty sends the information to the cloud through Flock Cloud, and you are going to the cloud to get that information.
I think there's a match made in in the cloud. This is again beyond my technical expertise, but that match is made and the alert is made. And I would compare it to, if I'm in a patrol car behind somebody in traffic, I run their license plate. If they have a warrant, every bell and whistle starts going off to let me know the person in front of me has a warrant.
If I could finish my thought on this,
Sure.
I hope people, because these civil liberties concerns are really important, but I also hope people understand that it would be irresponsible of local law enforcement if if they were made aware that there'd been a porch theft, and then they were made aware that the person who was the victim in the porch theft had a video of the person who might have done it. If we were to say, we're not interested in that, I'm sorry, because we have to protect civil liberties here, we would, be within our obligation to that person to take a look at the information and try to, do something as a follow-up, right?
I think that's right. I'm just trying to get the best.
Yeah. So it's not a one-way street here. I mean, we have obligations, when information is available that could be useful to police, and that kind of useful information crops up all the time. And it's not just license plate readers. It's, these, whatever surveillance cameras that are out in neighborhoods. And they just had a former mayor of Fall River who was nearly killed by someone who came up and stabbed him, in the dark on a street that was, pretty much empty. And that person's going to survive, but they had video because there was, one of these types of cameras that happened to capture the person running up, and they now have a suspect in that. So
Except again, those are different types of cameras. I mean, the license plate readers create a text file that can be searched, it can be manipulated in all kinds of ways, and that creates additional problems.
That's a very important distinction.
Yeah.
That's why we need a good contract.
But
That's right.
Bernard, but can I just say that I think that's not 100% accurate. So today's camera technology has advanced so far that if your camera, which is push all the data up into the cloud, it has an account. You could give the account to your neighbor, and your neighbor's complaining that some dog's doing their business on your lawn. The cameras today, you can actually tell the camera to search for any dogs, and it will go through the entire data stream and only pick out the time that a dog walked by your camera. So
That's a little different.
no, it's not, it's all the same technology. It's capturing information, then processing that information with data. And again, it's innovating so quickly. The core question is, if the information is accessible to us and we have a law enforcement department that is, the best by far than anybody, and they have clear procedures, they don't share information with ICE. They've made it very clear in the policy that you published, draft version, I assume we could comment on that, as to how they're going to use it, what they can and can't do with it. It's no different than any other aspect
The
of
question
policing.
I asked was, can ICE get access to this? And I don't think that I got a good answer. And that's the issue that people in this town are concerned about.
I think I thought, I won't speak for them, but I thought they said that the way that ICE would access the information was if the Brookline Police Department gave it to them, or another department gave it to them. ICE does not have an
Data
account.
goes up into the cloud. The cloud doesn't have different rooms, right?
No, but they have
Yeah.
security.
So, and I think the MOU issue is separate from ICE having access to data. This
Yeah,
is just.
no, it is, but it's related here because, we're setting up a system where, in effect, we're making an end run around our procurement procedures, right? In other words, instead of the police department procuring this technology, we're having Chestnut Hill Realty procure it, and we're just taking advantage of it.
Well, I don't want it to make it sound like.
Well, no, I
they're
mean,
doing a runaround. They're getting it.
that may not be the
Yeah.
intention of anyone, but that's the effect, in the sense that first of all, they're not here, so we can't talk about their terms and conditions, their policies, right? And in Chestnut Hill Realty, is, now I lost my train of thought, sorry.
Oh, may I ask-
David.
Sorry.
Bernard, unless you want to fix.
No, I think, well, I hope this is helpful. Just to ask Bernard this question. If Chestnut Hill Realty were to come to us and say, yes, we would like to share the data with the Brookline Police, but yes, we would also share data with ICE. Does that mean, if we say, well, on that basis, we cannot have any business looking at the data that would be shared with us? Does that mean we're not going to ever have any contractual relationship with anyone who has any relationship with ICE? I don't get it.
Well, I mean, the type of relationship that we're talking about is a little more than just, a minor thing. I mean, I mean, we know the stories.
Yeah.
Of, someone is at a demonstration in support of immigrants. Their license plate is read, undocumented, or maybe a legal resident is captured on their license plates are captured.
Yeah.
And they're picked up and picked up by ICE.
Yeah.
Because they're caught on one of these systems.
Mm.
So I mean, that's the concern. I mean, maybe we're being paranoid about this, but no, I don't.
Or a
think
dangerous
we are.
driver strikes a pedestrian on the streets of Brookline. We want that information if that person is a known dangerous driver. But
I
since we
guess
deny
my concern
ourselves
is that we don't have any sense that there are controls that prevent the worst type of outcomes from these. We don't have terms and conditions from Chestnut Hill Realty's agreement with Flock. We have issues with the Flock MOU here.
Right, so we're not ready tonight.
We haven't gone through, normal procurement, which would help us identify, backgrounds of vendors, and help us identify different vendors that maybe would provide more security for us, more services. There are just so many sort of gaps in this process that I'm uncomfortable with, going forward right now.
So to answer one of Paul's questions to Bernard, I think you were asking about whether ICE would have access to this. And it sounds like from Flock's explanation that if Chestnut Hill Realty, as a third party, decides that they would like ICE to have access, they can.
They could give to any agency that's.
Exactly. And that's irrespective of any MOU with the Brookline Police. Now, I don't think any of us here are saying that we question how the Brookline Police Department would utilize this data. But to Bernard's point about procurement, there are other ways that we can carry out surveillance if that's the direction we decide to go in, that doesn't necessarily involve Flock and some of these other concerns that are being raised. The way the MOU language is articulated does give me a lot of pause. That said, I understand your point that it's not our decision to make whether Chestnut Hill Realty utilizes these cameras. They're going to be there, whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
So the question is, do we want to support the Brookline Police Department accessing it? But that brings me back to my earlier question about whether the MOU is in some respects superfluous. So to use John's example about the Ring camera, someone sees that a package is robbed from their porch, they contact the police, you review the camera footage, and maybe you're able to identify the perpetrator. Why would that not apply in this situation as well, even absent an MOU? So for example, someone at Hancock Village has a break-in. There's knowledge that there's a Flock camera on site that might have caught the license of the driver. You know when the incident occurred. What would prevent you from going to Chestnut Hill Realty and saying, can we look at the plates between this date and that date? Sort of being reactive as opposed to having those proactive alerts. Absent an MOU, can you not do that?
Absent an MOU, we can still do that. It would be treated the same way as a Ring cam or, but I think the MOU covers us for, having access to creating our own hot list, putting in plates that we want to be alerted on, and the rules of engagement around doing something like that. And I was just informed that this was reviewed by Susan Harris with town council.
Chaz has his hand up online.
And Chaz?
Thanks. I just did want to flag that you do have a public hearing.
No, we're having such an interesting and important conversation. I wanted to get it out of their system.
I think the one other flag that I did want to have is that and then Flock obviously chime in on this, but my understanding is that ICE can have access to this one of two ways, which is either Chestnut Hill voluntarily gives it to them, as David laid out, or ICE subpoenas it, which is what Flock laid out. And that's the case with any sort of federal law enforcement agency, right? If they issue a subpoena, then there's that question of, as Flock pointed out, they work with their clients, but ultimately a subpoena is a subpoena. And there, again, whereas if ICE were to issue us a subpoena for their duties, I think we would strenuously argue against it and argue basically you can't deputize us into doing your unconstitutional work. It's different with private companies, and it doesn't necessarily leave a role for us whether or not this MOU is signed.
One question, Bernard.
Okay, one last question, then I want to open up.
And this would be for whoever can answer it. Maybe it's Flock, maybe it's Chaz. For all of the license plate readers that exist surrounding Boston, so to get in and out of a tunnel, to go across a bridge, to get on the Mass Pike, those are all license plate readers. Is that information, that license plate information, accessible to law enforcement? Does anybody know?
So, but are you asking Flock specific license plate readers, or because there are?
I don't know who captures my license plate when I come out of the Sumner Tunnel, but they charge me.
It's
You do? Is that you?
Okay. Yeah. So that is a totally different technology. That just for the Easy Pass and the ticketing. I've been there. I'm actually coming to you from New Jersey right now on a Pennsylvania-Jersey road trip, and I will probably be there again. So no, very different technology. That's not Flock.
It's not, that information is not captured and accessible by law enforcement?
We could subpoena the same way, that information.
You could.
And it does hit on, my understanding is on Amber Alerts.
Yeah, okay, so they do, it will capture an amber alert. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's open up the public hearing. Charlie, you want to,
Sure, this is a public hearing. Folks in the audience can use the hand raise feature online to let us know they'd like to speak, or if you're in the room, you can raise your hand. We have one person signed up for public comment in advance who's online. That's Michael McGraw-Herdeg. Michael, I'm going to promote you to a co-host now so you can share your video, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Hi, folks. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. It's kind of a spooky night with the Zoom. Good evening. It's Michael McGraw-Herdeg. I live in Precinct 6. I think we need to thank Flock for being here tonight, for their transparency in advertising they're installing these license plate reader cameras near Hancock Village. They didn't have to tell us. I'm glad they're helping our town discuss this technology. It's legally installed on private property and operated privately. I just want to talk the facts and the risks and maybe the reporting. On the facts, I read the memorandum and the policies. The police policy is silent on the use of video. And I'm confused to hear Flock reps say tonight that it's plates only. So a summer 2025 Flock press release says their cameras now stream live video and save video clips of the plates. That's a big value add for them versus basic LPRs, and it's a strange gap in the discussion what happens to the video clips. So as you've heard, Flock's product is very innovative. Immigration enforcement can easily put together a list of plate numbers registered to people with visa overstays, track those cars across the country, maybe pick a good time to schedule pickups. I'm hoping that Chestnut Hill Realty will opt out of that feature in their view of the app. I really hope they will and it will work. But then in terms of risks, tactically, if the town of Brookline signs this agreement and gains access to similar LPR data, this creates a target for federal authorities to try to coerce us into using those data. I hope we'll be able to say no when we're asked. Having the technical ability to say yes exposes us to the risks of being pressured. So imagine if we lose federal funds until we say yes to ICE searches for visa overstay license plate data. I hope that we'll balance the risks against the benefits here. I know that in 1985, the town enacted a resolution saying it's our policy, to the extent legally possible, no department or employee of the town will violate established or future sanctuaries by officially assisting or voluntarily cooperating with investigations or arrest procedures, public or clandestine, relating to alleged violations of immigration law by refugees. And I know in 2006, the town passed Warrant Article 26, reaffirming that 1985 policy, expanding that sanctuary status and those protections to all undocumented immigrants from all countries. And I know the select board is the police commissioners, so you choose the policies here. I'm just asking you to make sure that the policies you pick are consistent in whatever risks they create or expose us to, with any risks of misuse that might put us in violation of past policy positions we've taken on protecting our residents. Just please think carefully when you look at these policies and this MOU at how we're protecting our neighbors. And finally, on reporting, whether or not we approve these policies in this form or another one, I just want to request that we start writing down in the 2025 annual town report in the public safety and infrastructure section something slightly new. I want to request that we start saying that we know we have LPRs in town. We know where they are. Here's the ones we know about. And here is how many times they've been used to support federal surveillance, which we can get from audit and transparency data from vendors like Flock, who are great at sharing them. I'd just like us to start publishing that information because the press report on it. Future historians are going to be looking at what's been happening to our neighbors with searches like this. Now that we know it's here, we should be as public and transparent about its presence. And thank you to the folks from Flock and the Select Board and Chestnut Hill Realty who have raised this issue. There's a lot going on here, and I hope we'll be able to balance protecting all of our residents with protecting our public safety interests. Thank you very much.
Your time has expired. All right. The next person signed up for public comment is Amy Newell. Amy, I'm going to promote you to speak. Actually, hold on. Yep. 1 second. Amy, you've been promoted. You can share your video and audio, and when you're ready, you can begin.
Hi, can everybody? Okay, yes, you can see me. Okay, Amy Newell, town meeting member, precinct 7. I am speaking tonight against signing any MOU with Flock. I understand that we cannot prevent Chestnut Hill Realty from installing Flock plate readers. However, the town of Brookline should not do business with this company. Flock's CEO declares that his company's intent is to end all crime forever. Yet, Flock habitually breaks laws itself. Apparently, corporate crime is not, according to Flock's CEO, crime. Let me give just one example. You can find the article linked on the TMMA mailing list. Evanston, Illinois had a contract with Flock, which it canceled when it was found that Flock had shared data with ICE without authorization from Evanston authorities and against Illinois law. Most of the cameras were removed, but then Flock turned around and reinstalled them, forcing Evanston to issue a cease and desist and to physically cover up the cameras so as not to continue to allow Flock to illegally surveil. This was as recently as September. This example shows that Flock does not think it has to follow the law, and it does not respect the cancellation of contracts. Again, this is a company that secretly reinstalled cameras after a contract was canceled due to illegal activity. Clearly nothing that Flock says can be trusted. We should therefore sign no agreements with Flock. We should not be aiding and abetting the expansion of a nationwide surveillance network by what is obviously a bad actor. Thank you.
Folks online, please keep your hands raised. We're going to take the folks who are lined up in person to speak. Or okay, you're not looking to speak, neither of you folks. Yeah, no, please go ahead and approach the podium. Oh yeah, you can go first. Yeah, go ahead. Whoever would like to go first.
You got to speak right into the microphone so we can hear you.
Well, it's all.
We'll stretch up for you.
You can lift it up.
All right.
Go.
Hi, my name is David Butcher. I'm a homeowner in Precinct 9. I'm here today in opposition to the signing of the MOU with Flock. It is clear that Chestnut Hill Realty is going to install these cameras, so I'm going to be specific in my arguments about why Brookline should not engage in using AI surveillance services provided as a gift by a private real estate company. I will not today argue on why Brookline shouldn't install these cameras in the future, which is not yet something we must consider. I will also not argue why we should stop CHR from installing these because we don't have the ability to do that today. I think we, the constituents of Brookline, will have to find other ways to pressure Ed Zucker and his company, who are not here today, to not install these systems on their properties in Brookline and in our community. While the town of Brookline isn't yet considering installing these systems ourselves, it is impossible not to see that the decision made here tonight sets a clear precedent as to how the board feels about AI surveillance. Again, this is not just license plate readers, this is AI surveillance technology, and how it will be used in our community in the future. This is only the start to how this AI technology will be used. Flock Safety started business in 2017 and is already a $7.5 billion business. How did it become so valuable so quickly, giving away its services for free like it is trying to do here in Brookline? That's because, like so many other AI technology companies, the service is not the product. The people that use the product, the people that use the service are the product. Flock doesn't care about selling cameras. They care about selling the information collected by them. What is that information? Well, reading the MOU you are being asked to sign surely doesn't tell you. They come here and say that these are license plate readers, but in the whole 5-page MOU, license plates are only mentioned once. But fortunately, patents are public, which means we can see what sort of information Flock really cares about. Per their publicly awarded patent, this is quoted, neural network module configured to identify different classes of people, male, female, race, etc. We cannot let them hide from what their true intentions are with this technology. I like to believe that our great police officers would not abuse that system with this much power. In fact, let's assume that they won't, even though there's countless examples across the country of that happening. The problem is we all make mistakes at work. It's part of life. And why would we want to put a system in place that puts our officers at such a high risk of creating serious Fourth Amendment violations by making a simple mistake in their use of a technology? Why create that risk for our department? And when those mistakes inevitably happen and the town of Brookline has to settle the lawsuits for millions of dollars like other towns have had to, how are we going to afford that? Is this system still free at that point? Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserves neither liberty or safety. It's a quote from Benjamin Franklin that you're going to continue to hear. Yes, the technology does work. It can potentially solve crimes, but at what cost? What cost to our liberties? What financial cost to our towns? What cost to our privacy? The MOU is simply too broad and vague with no policies or guide rails to protect BPT and the town from misuse. You guys have the ability.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Please go ahead and approach. As a reminder, your name, precinct.
Thank you. I'm Carolyn Thal. I'm a town meeting member in precinct 16. And sorry, I'm going to try and put this down. So I've been just jotting some notes along the way because I've been learning a lot about this. So I just have a few things I'd like to put into the mix. Good evening, select men and chief. So a few things I want to put in the mix. I don't know a ton about surveillance and the interesting issues that you've been discussing, and I think others will discuss. Want to be really clear I think the chief knows this. I very much appreciate our police department and particularly the chief. I trust her. I trust her intentions and her methods. And it's helpful to hear how she uses information well in the public interest. And I believe that is absolutely her primary driver at all times. But in this case, I am concerned about the town being a partner with Chestnut Hill Realty in something that might feel chilling to Brookline residents. Independence Drive is a major thoroughfare, and what we're talking about here amounts to infrastructure, although it would be on the private property. So when we participate in this, we are doing this. We're not just peripheral. CHR says they are installing these cameras due to problems down at the shops. That's Boston, a half-mile away from their entrances, although it's not entirely clear where these cameras would be. And I just want to add a little bit of context in case folks don't know. Chestnut Hill Realty has close to 1,000 housing units on the Brookline side of Hancock Village. Because it is a rental property so close to a wonderful school, Hancock Village is extremely popular with non-US citizens living here for approximately 1 to 3 years on work and or study visas. Typically, the Baker School is about 1/3 populated with Hancock Village residents. This is who is walking to the Baker School, walking along Independence Drive, and potentially now being recorded. In addition, and along the same lines, we know that the 2 40B projects at Hancock Village have added 91 affordable apartments in the past 4 years. I believe all are occupied, and it's my understanding that 40B eligibility does not require US citizenship, a visa, or any proof of immigration status. So it's entirely likely that Brookline residents who are not US citizens, do not have visas, or a proof of immigration status are occupying our new affordable units at Hancock Village. This tells you a bit about our neighbors who live in Hancock Village, who will be walking to our school, and who would be surveilled by their landlord.
Thanks. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Please go ahead and approach the podium, name and precinct. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. Clint Richmond, Precinct 6. I've been involved in this issue since 2008 of privacy. I want to point out that we shouldn't just call these ALPR. It's much more than a plate number and can include the following: the make, body type, sedan, SUV, etc., color, plate, number, state, missing plate, type of plate, standard or temporary, resident or non-resident, other features and objects such as roof rack, cargo, flags, bumper stickers transcribed by AI, date, time, location, GPS in this case. We've heard about other images and video associated with this record. This can include the occupants. There's probably other data. Flock should reveal all the metadata that they collect and whether or not they own it, because they create the metadata. It's not clear who owns that. So I'd ask you to ask that question. Since they own the video, are they allowed to stream it live or publish the list of all the visitors to the properties? Is that their right? No one was contemplating ALPR back in 2011 when we reviewed the policy, but now mass surveillance is leaping ahead. Our own Senator, Cynthia Cream, had over many legislative sessions introduced bills that would have banned all private ALPR and limited government use for specific purposes for specific personnel. And government entities would only be allowed to keep the data for 14 days under this proposed law, not the 30 that Flock is currently using. And given my background in computer software and hardware, like some on the board, I would say it's impossible to safeguard digital data. It's because it's so mobile and so accessible. So now we are proposing that the town will, in effect, endorse or sanction ALPR in Brookline, which will be added to Flock's national network. Flock is a private for-profit company with a dubious track record themselves and cooperates with even more problematic companies like Palantir. We have no control over this private service. Their policies, protections, and terms can change at any time. Every driver on Independence Drive will be surveilled in order for police to be able to access the data for law enforcement in Brookline or nationally. If we think surveillance is good, the logical conclusion is that we should surveil every road, and then every vehicle of interest will be caught. I join with many other town meeting members and residents and the ACLU who've submitted comment directly to you or online and urge you not to sign any MOU with Chestnut Hill Realty. Furthermore, I would say to Chestnut Hill that they should not be surveilling vehicles on Brookline public roadways like busy Independence Drive, since it will not be well received by much of the public and could hurt their reputation. Thank you very much.
I'm going to put this down here. It won't hurt your computer, I hope. I need to be able to see it.
Could I just ask whoever's, if you could check your phones, if your phone keeps beeping and reminding you of something, someone keeps checking me, it's hugely distracting.
Mine's off. It usually is. Hi, I'm Amy Hummel, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 12. This is not a no-brainer. And this is not a gift to Brookline. And it's a gift to Flock, a $7.2 billion surveillance company with 90,000 AI-powered cameras across the US, who just last week signed a partnership with Ring, announced a partnership with Ring, which uses face surveillance. It's also widely believed, but not entirely confirmed, that they do liaise, or there's API sharing between them and Palantir, Peter Thiel's company. And when companies are using both, they can both can ingest all the data sets, license plates, 911 calls, utility bills, financial records, a whole sort of, right? And the Flock incentives are financial sharing. It sounds like it's this easy, oh great, let's catch a crook when they drive by. It's so much more complex and complicated than that. Let's not the fact that we don't understand all the in-depth pieces and just go with this high level, mile wide and inch deep understanding, induce us, right, seduce us into using it. These guys are generally known bad actors. You've heard some of the things Amy Newell said, having been called out across the country for misdeeds. In Virginia, they tracked a man 526 times for 4 months after he investigated the company. You heard about Illinois. And disputes across the country are actually fairly wide. Public outrage is fairly well-founded and considerable. And, by signing this MOU with them, we sort of endorse them, right? We endorse them in that way, in the use of it, and are complicit in normalizing this all. It's toxic. It's a toxic pill. It doesn't matter that Flock, that's what I want to say. It doesn't matter that Flock focuses on this safety message, promising to prevent all crime to the US. To me, that's a bizarre and a creepy message. They don't seem, well, anyhow, I'm going to move on a little bit because I want to get to this point before my time is about this public-private conflation that a lot of people do when they think about these two things. If any government entity tried to build this surveillance network like Flock has, it would run afoul of the Fourth Amendment, and there'd be people in the streets in protest, right? But somehow, because these public-private surveillance partnerships quietly undermine privacy rights in this way and induce private businesses or invite them to pay for the privilege of gathering customer data on the customer's family, friends, neighbors, and most of all, sharing that with data brokers, with government actors who often abuse it. And so I want to make another quick quip, but in this matter, we do have agency, right? We don't have to do this. You don't have to sign it tonight or any other night. And we shouldn't. I'll end there because my time is up.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to speak? Please go ahead and approach the podium. Name, precinct.
Yeah, good evening, Sal D'Agostino, precinct Central Square in Cambridge, Massachusetts. So I'm an interloper. I was living in Brookline up until 2 years ago, and I did serve on the Surveillance Technology and Military Type Equipment Committee. I've actually been deploying license plate readers for over 40 years, and I'm a computer vision professional and very familiar with this technology. But mostly I have a bunch of questions. One is like, since when is it okay to point private cameras on public roads? Was there a risk assessment that actually took place? This whole question of whether or not license plates are PII is very up and down. I mean, as an example, in the state of California, it is considered PII. So to say that license plate,
PII?
personally identifiable information, and PII is the trigger for all the privacy laws, right? So there's very careful orchestration here that the license plate data is not correlated in any way with a commercial database, because by doing so, that then triggers all the requirements around PII for flock and anybody that's involved with this. And what's happening here is that the correlation is being pushed back, and so the liability is actually being pushed back, and anybody who wants to use the data. It's a very convenient relationship, frankly. I'd like to know about the accuracy of these license plate readers and third-party data which supports those accuracy claims, because obviously accuracy in the use of this technology would be critically important. I'd like to know, I know that Flock doesn't share its Security Operations Center audit because for probably good reasons, and make that publicly available. But if someone were to enter in an agreement with them, I would think that maybe a select group of people could review that to determine the security of the information that and where they're being shared. I understand that they're using the Amazon Federal Cloud. I'd like to know the relationship between that and the actual Security Operations Center in Atlanta. Not all license plate reading is not unbiased. It's completely biased depending on where you put the camera. And so, so basically I just have a bunch of questions, the same kind of questions I helped ask when I was on the military type and the surveillance technology and military type equipment committee. I'd be happy to ask these questions or collaborate and ask these questions, Bernard, if for some reason you want to invite me back to help again. So thank you very much, folks. Appreciate the time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Regina Frawley from Precinct 16. Just a bullet points. I worked for the federal government until I fully retired. And we took an oath. Some of it was a lifetime oath of keeping confidentiality for the rest of our lives about any identification of anybody we interviewed, it got data from, etc. The irony was the policy was we had to change our computer access with 16 or so figures twice a week. And that would guarantee we were not allowed to write it down on a piece of paper. Even if we were to disappear, there'd be no evidence other than at the federal agency that we had even done an assignment, and the assignment would have been 5 or 6 different places I could have been. So it'd be a long time before you found my corpse. That said, I got a beautiful letter on letterhead from that agency telling me they had been hacked and all my information was taken. I've since had multiple letters from other Visa and other places that their information has been hacked and my information is out there. Even last week I had another one. So I wouldn't go forward with, and I agree with the use of the word cloud, I wouldn't go forward with confidence that it wouldn't be out there. Second point, you just tonight said some of you regret the decision with the MBTA on the signals. This is another example of it. Don't go ahead with something that you were going to regret later on, because you will. It can be misused, as people have testified, absolutely. And that's pretty much it. AI is working on ways to have the AI sympathetic, empathetic, having feelings. This is all about money. It has no feeling. Green bucks have no feelings. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now go to some folks that are online. I'm going to promote, I saw Yolanda Rodriguez's hand first, so I'm going to just promote Yolanda to speak. Yolanda, you've been promoted. When you're ready, your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. I am so old, I remember what privacy used to be. And I know that everyone tells me there's no such thing as privacy anymore, but I don't want to believe that. I want to believe that there is still some privacy. On the public streets of Brookline, we should have some privacy. The idea that any private company or any private organization or person can put license plate readers or cameras or whatever out on the streets with no reason other than they want them or have something to do with that's not right. It's just not right. The taxpayers support the public infrastructure of this town, and they should be free to use it. and not be afraid. I don't believe that ICE can't get anything it wants. It can get anything it wants, whether it should get it or not. And we're making assumptions. 23andMe swore to the people who sent their DNA to them that they would always be, it was absolutely positive that no one could ever get their information, their DNA, their any private stuff. Yet when they sold their company, that was considered an asset, and it now is out there for someone else who bought the company. Anything can happen, and to say that this can just be a perfect contract, an MOU or whatever, isn't necessarily true. Plus, I don't think most of the people in Brookline know about this. People who are involved, who are interested, who read brookline.news or whatever, they may have some idea about this and not really understand how it's going to function. But I'll bet you anything that most of the people in this town don't know this is happening. And at least it should go to town meeting or something so that people know and have a choice, a voice in what decisions you make. Thank you.
Thank you. Just going to go down the list I have. I have Alec Leibowitz. I'm going to promote Alec now. Alec, you've been promoted, and when you're ready, your 3 minutes will begin.
Thanks so much, Charlie, and good evening, everyone. I want to start out by thanking Chair Green for, I think, correctly contextualizing this issue. These are not ordinary times, and I think that should give us serious concern and pause as we consider this MOU. There was some discussion about whether this has been legally vetted. I was glad to hear that Susan Harris has taken a look. I did want to just point out that we know of at least one other attorney who has thoroughly vetted this MOU, and that is a specialist attorney from the ACLU, Massachusetts, who wrote in his letter to the select board that was also posted on the town meeting listserv this evening, earlier today, that the MOU would, quote, give Flock unlimited authority to use data collected from Brookline for any purpose whatsoever without oversight or restriction, end quote. He also wrote that, quote, under the MOU, Flock, not Chestnut Hill Realty or the Brookline Police Department, would have ownership over Brookline license plate reader data, end quote. Despite this, tonight, Flock's representatives have expressly claimed that they would not own the data collected by these cameras. The fact is, Flock has shown both tonight before the PCAC and across the country in their dealings with many municipalities that they have a serious credibility problem. And I know, speaking for myself, I trust the ACLU of Massachusetts over Flock any day. As we've heard from other speakers tonight, past reporting has found that Flock has shared data from other municipalities with ICE to support immigration enforcement efforts. They've also been accused of sharing data with Texas state law enforcement to augment their efforts to track and potentially prosecute a woman who crossed state lines to access reproductive health care. These things are completely antithetical to everything Brookline believes and values. I also want to note that Cambridge did install under their own auspices as a city several Flock cameras earlier this year, which in the last week they have decided unanimously as a city council to shut off. They've joined Eugene, Oregon, Evanston, Illinois, as we heard earlier, and Austin, Texas, in summarily ending their contractual relationships with Flock after it has been discovered that their data has been irresponsibly shared with ICE and other entities. I also want to comment briefly on the fact that, as we heard tonight, there's no cost for access to this service for BPD. I think we need to recognize that if something seems too good to be true, it usually is. And as we heard from my town meeting colleague, Amy Hummel, earlier, we just simply do not understand all the implications or potential harms of entering into this contractual relationship. As I mentioned, or as was mentioned by other speakers, signing this MOU is effectively giving our endorsement to the work and mission that Flock does. And as I think we've heard tonight, what they do is completely antithetical to our values and our beliefs as a town. We also heard tonight that BPD could gain retroactive access to Flock camera data if a crime is found to occur.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
So why go further at this point, given the obvious?
Thanks, Alec.
Thank you very much.
Your time has expired. Thank you. I'm promoting Kevin McKenzie. One moment. Kevin, you've been promoted. You can share your video and audio when you're ready, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, my name is Kevin McKenzie. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 13, and I'm the chair of the town's Commission for Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, though I am not speaking in that capacity. I want to echo many of Chair Green's concerns tonight and just want to add my own. Earlier it was mentioned that other police departments or organizations could access data. What is to stop a police department that does have an agreement with ICE from accessing data from Flock that was from Brookline and handing it to them as a third party? I'm also unconvinced by some of what has been said tonight in terms of ICE's ability to access or not access data maintained or compiled or put into Flock's, whatever kind of system they want to describe it as. Given precedent that has already been cited by several other speakers tonight. And so I am very hesitant on that. I think there's a lot of other concerns with this technology and its implementation. And I think this is something that would require a lot more thought. And I am just inherently skeptical of anything being written by the company that we are being asked to sign on to as a municipality, even if it is not, again, in this case, Chestnut Hill Realty is installing it on their private property. Though again, we all know that the town deals extensively with Chestnut Hill Realty. And we are certainly able to express our concerns about this to them directly. Even though again, it's their private property, their decision, we can still communicate our feelings as a town should we choose to. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person we have here is Janice Kahn. I'm going to promote Janice Kahn now. Janice, you've been promoted, and when you're ready, your 3 minutes will begin.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, I am speaking tonight mainly because the comments have been about Hancock Village, and I wanted to relate another story about Flock. So a week ago, I received a phone call from a very concerned neighbor who said that there was a Flock camera on Heath Street at Holly Lane. So this is by the cemetery. This is not anywhere near Hancock Village, but there was a Flock camera and it was in the public way. And the next day she looked again, this neighbor, and it was now in the cemetery. So I called the town to find out whether the town even knew about this camera. I was told yes, they did. I asked who requested it, and I was told Chestnut Hill Realty, which I thought was odd because this is not really near their property that I am aware of, but they had moved it inside the cemetery. So my neighbor called the cemetery to ask if they knew about this, because as has been said before, this is typically on private property, not in the public way. And she was told that no, they did not authorize it. Now, whether or not this is, I have not followed up, but the fact that we got this information is troubling, because if these cameras are going up without permission, which appeared to be the case here, and if they're going up in a place that the town may not already be aware of, or neighbors certainly were not aware of it, then I am concerned about the proliferation of these cameras just popping up in everybody's neighborhood with no advance warning. And it certainly feels, my neighbor felt it was an invasion of privacy, and it was aimed at a public street in Brookline, so on Heath Street and Holly Lane. And so I wanted to share that concern from my local neighborhood too. Janice Kahn, Precinct 15, not 16. Thank you.
Thank you. The last person who has their hand up online, I believe, is Marty Rosenthal. It's a very long name. It looks like Marty, Public Defender Rosenthal. Marty, if that's you, please go ahead and share your video and audio when you're ready, and your 3 minutes will begin.
I'm always slow. I think I'm in.
You are. We can hear you.
Yeah, thanks. And by the way, I forgot the rule on 3 minutes, and I've been feverishly trying to get down from 4, but I'll do my best here and speak fast. I'm Marty Rosenthal, town meeting member, Precinct 9, former select board member when it was called something else, and co-chair of Brookline PACs with Neil Gordon. Uh, sorry. The last 12 years, PACS has been opposed to this, and Richmond will remember that, so will Amy Hummel. I found my town meeting speech from 2013, Article 18 by Clint and PACS's Frank Farlow, which passed 113 to 86. I also found the T-shirt that I then got, and if you can see it, I think it says One Nation Under Surveillance. That's 2013. And I then reminisced about my own privacy passion. And as a trial lawyer and being involved in government, I long had to give up privacy. But consistency is one of my hobgoblins. And I remember when I first heard about these cameras, I used to walk in the Flag Day parade with Frank Smizek's people. And one year there were no selectmen there. That's what they were called. And Rich Kelleher asked me as a has-been to help carry the banner. As we passed by KI, he asked, "Do you see that camera up there? How would you feel about public cameras?" I said, "Believe it or not, I'm a private person. I block caller ID. I'd be against it." So then it came, we got a pretty good compromise, which I think remains in place on the public cameras. And nonetheless, surveilling and cyber misuse keeps snowballing. So with the bar advocate crisis going on in September for the PCAC agenda, I attended that meeting, and by coincidence, Flock was the main event. Fully unprepared, I for once remained silent, but hearing very respectfully receptiveness to this, even I think by Scott, long ago an anti-surveillance activist. So for the others, including two of the best of hundreds of police leaders I've known across Massachusetts, they were much too receptive. Either I'm paranoid because nobody outside Brookline could be out to get us or our visitors, like the law enforcement so-called people in the White House, or maybe they're just too young to remember the controversy we had here 10 or 15 years ago. And what I fear, and I think we did back then and still do, is the forest, not the trees and the details. I think like ACLU.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Ma'am, I'll just, if I could conclude with one from just.
I've muted Marty. Okay. I have a couple other folks online who would like to speak. I'm going to go ahead and promote Scott Ananian right now. Scott Ananian, you are promoted, and when you're ready, your 3 minutes will begin. Scott, are you there? You are promoted. Okay, you can keep your hand up if you'd like to speak, Scott. I'm going to go to Judith Leichner. Judith, you've been promoted, and you can begin when you're ready.
Yes, hi, Judy Leichner, Precinct 16 Town Meeting Member. Just a few things. So many people have spoken so eloquently. It seems to me that there is, I certainly hope you feel that there's no way that you should be making a decision about this today. Way too many people know nothing about this, and I think this needs much more conversation around town. The few people who I've heard from, constituents in Precinct 16 who have heard about it, are adamantly against this. If the problem is the shopping center that, as Carolyn mentioned, is actually in Boston, they can put up whatever they want in their shopping center, facing into their shopping center to deter crime there. I hope that you will consider having a conversation with Chestnut Hill Realty. They certainly depend upon the town for many kinds of zoning issues and licensing issues, because maybe they could be convinced that this is not the best thing for them to be doing either. And as many have said, by supporting this MOU, it seems that we would be supporting Flock, and they do not seem to be good actors. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Judith. The next person we have is still just Scott Ananian. Scott, I'll try promoting you one more time. Hi, Scott. If you're ready, your 3
Thank you
minutes will
very much.
begin.
I found my unmute button. Thanks. I didn't actually mean to speak tonight, but Marty did call me out. So I will say, I think as the chair knows, more than my personal feelings pro or against surveillance, I'm always in favor of audits and protections to mitigate any harms that are caused. Sometimes you can't stop the tide, but you can at least try to prepare for it. And so I'd like to actually just speak very briefly in favor of adopting the ALPR policy that Chief Pastor presented, and I think is in the agenda packet. I think it's best to have those things written down in case, as the police department does, it's old-fashioned police work, as Chief Pastor called it, that we have some written policy on what uses we do and do not make with the data, however we should come by it. I probably have some other comments to say about the specifics of that policy in terms of audit requirements and in terms of putting some lines in the sand about sharing data outside our department, but that can be done at another time. I am pleased that the department has written updated, I believe, a 2013 ALPR policy, and I'd like to see us follow up on that. Thanks.
Okay. There are 39 participants online and no one else is using their hand raise feature to let us know they'd like to speak.
Okay. Any other comments from the select board?
Michael
No?
has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Michael. I wasn't even looking there.
It's quite all right. First of all, I'd like to thank all of the public commenters for taking the time to participate and share their views and share their stories. It was very illuminating and very, very helpful. I do have many questions about the technology, about encryption, about Fourth Amendment risk, et cetera. But all of those questions are sort of caught up in the framing, and I just wanted to share that framing in order to give some context for future questions should the timing arise. There's obviously a trade-off involved here, and none of this conversation, I think, speaks to the outstanding quality of our public safety and our police officers in particular. I think that the trade-offs that we are considering or thinking about between safety and liberty, or between safety and participating in or endorsing or profiting by activities that we don't necessarily agree with, is sort of what the select board is considering. I realize that there's a specific issue of the MOU, but I also believe that there's a larger issue. The four major concerns that I have are the values of privacy that have been mentioned by many of the public speakers, the risk that the town is putting itself by potentially participating in a scheme that could violate Fourth Amendment rights, that could potentially come against the town in the form of litigation, the risk of access to this data by subpoena within Flock's business model and their technical practices, as well as risk of access to this data via various forms of cybercrime, again, based on their policy, on Flock's policies and business practices. I recognize that we don't have a relationship with that where we can compel Chestnut Hill Realty to act one way or the other in this matter, though it is interesting to me that by definition, I believe we would have a relationship. We would need some form of relationship, whether this relationship was mediated by Flock Safety or not, in order to get access to that data. So there are lots of questions around that relationship too. So that is the framing I am using, and I'll stop there for now.
Thank you. Any other? No?
More time, right, Bernard?
Pardon me?
We're going to take more time.
I would propose that we take more time. I think that there's a lot of information we don't have. For example, I'd like to see the end-user license agreement that Chestnut Hill has with Flock. That's critical information if we're talking about, whether, Chestnut Hill Realty is going to comply with the, our rules and values and all that stuff. And they weren't here. I mean, I'm kind of upset because I thought I was told that they would be here. The procurement issue is something that, we need to find out about. I mean, in a certain sense, they're doing an end run around our procurement procedures by setting up the readers instead of those readers being set up by, the town, and going through processes that give us both information as well as assurances with respect to the people that we're entering into contracts with. What was the other thing? The other thing, I thank you for the special order that was written. I think that's very important. However, it should be a general order that the select board approves, which is, I think, what the statute requires. This is not a temporary situation that would lend itself to a special order of the police department, but this is going to be ongoing. So that's, my suggestion. It's not a big deal. I'm sure you'll agree with it, but maybe not. Okay.
Only if you reflect back on where we are with body worn cameras, anytime we introduce technology specifically, it's important to, body worn cameras, we're still tweaking that as the rollout happens. Once we get in there, we start using things and it's very hard to make changes, even small tweaks to a general order. So typically our practice is to issue something first as a special order. Once it's ready to be fully incorporated into our standing orders that you see, it moves over to the general order, but that's pretty standard practices to start it with the special.
I accept that. Okay. But eventually it should be a general order once something happens. I'd like to close on repeating a quote from the head of Flock, and I don't have the exact words or even the guy's name, but he said his goal is to eliminate crime in America forever, right? Think about that, okay? Where has that been accomplished? Okay, where? North Korea. Do we want to be North Korea? And I think that while that may, sound like hyperbole, the reality is that if that is the mentality of the head of this company, I'd be very, very concerned about entering into any type of relationship with them. So, anyway, on that, with that note, a final note, what I'd like to suggest is that we not act on the MOU. I don't think we have enough information. We haven't had enough time to really digest all the issues that have come up in this hearing. So I'd like to put it off for another date.
And maybe we could,
Object to that?
and maybe we could encourage Chestnut Hill Realty to come out and speak with us.
Yes.
It's not clear to me if they don't have a relationship with the Boston Police Department, which it sounds like they do, or the Brookline Police. I don't know what the value proposition is to Chestnut Hill Realty using the cameras. Other than the threat of, surveillance, but it's just unclear to me. It would be really helpful if we encourage them to come in and speak with us. Maybe you can make.
John.
Well, I hope we have a date certain by which we're going to, take this up again, and that we have a plan for how we can address the question of the MOU being drafted from our perspective, reflecting our civil liberties concerns, as opposed to the draft that was in front of us, which I'm just not certain was drafted in that manner. But the other thing I would love to just have a quick answer to on behalf of the chief, what Chestnut Hill Realty, they've taken a lot of, hits tonight, but they have a responsibility to protect the safety of hundreds of people who live on those properties. And for those who have never driven past those properties, there are two main entrances on opposing sides of Independence Drive. There is possibility to enter, the property other than through those two main entrances. But most of the traffic in and out of the properties comes via those entrances on Independence Drive. I suspect that is why the cameras are on Independence Drive. And I suspect, I have not had any conversations with anybody about this, that Chestnut Hill Realty would like to have some recourse if crime is occurring on their property and victimizing residents of their properties, to then determine if there can be any kind of success in identifying the perpetrators of those crimes. So if Chief Pastor next week gets a call from Chestnut Hill Realty and says, we just had 3 break-ins, in the past week, would you come over or send someone over to take a look at license plate numbers of vehicles that we have seen entering and exiting right around the time of the thefts? What is she supposed to do?
You asking me? I mean, she should go over and talk to them.
Well,
But that means that.
yeah, but we're
is that
essentially
the-
sending a message tonight that we don't want to cooperate.
No, we're sending a message that we need a lot more information and a lot more comfort that there are the restrictions that we require
Yeah.
on type of technologies like this because of, in my opinion, just my opinion, because we're not living in normal times. And we have to really take into consideration the fact that, ICE is out there using technology like this to go after not just non-documented people, but anyone who looks Hispanic, anyone who,
No, I know.
so yeah.
Yeah, but I think I just heard you say, which I would agree with. No, she should respond to that call just as you would from any address in Brookline.
Yeah.
Where there's been a crime committed and the owner of the address wants to help the police to identify who may have committed the crime.
Michael?
To respond to that, I think the two of the key aspects of this technology that are of concern is one is that Flock is aggregating data nationwide, and this data is contributing to that. And number two is that Flock is providing a service that allows their users to be alerted based on hot lists when cameras see this data. The scenario that you described doesn't require either of those features and would be handled by a camera that records data. But the system that Flock is aggregating by entering into all of these agreements, collecting information from cameras, collecting information from law enforcement agencies about how they are using the cameras, because that's also data that they are collecting, provides a much higher level of surveillance than simply a camera pointed.
But would you agree with our chair that the police should respond if they are called by?
Sure. If they, I mean, all Chestnut Hill Realty would need to do in order to provide the data would be to install such a camera. The aggregation and alert features don't come into play in the scenarios you described.
Okay.
David?
John, I would just add to what Michael said. I asked that very question to Chief Pastor, and she said it would be treated the same way as responding when a Ring camera records something. So we don't need an MOU for the scenario you've laid out. That's
Yeah, no,
already done.
I think that was a very good question that you raised early on, and I think we should continue to pursue that question. But, we also should pursue, can there be a draft MOU that has civil liberties protections in it?
One other question, if I may, for Chief Pastor. So for the proactive part of it, is there a way for you to make a request to have such an alert occur absent the MOU? If you have specific information that you give to Chestnut Hill Realty, such as we're concerned about someone driving this vehicle, could you let us know whether that vehicle, could we have access to the information showing whether that vehicle has been on the property within a certain time window? Can you do that in advance or only after?
My understanding is no, but I would have to confirm.
Locke said that that the capabilities that she has put in a license plate and trigger for that, the end user doesn't have. The business customer doesn't have. So Chestnut Hill Realty doesn't have that. I'm looking forward to us having another discussion. It would be helpful to hear from Chestnut Hill Realty. But this to me is is an electronic version of be on the lookout, right? I mean, if you have, if you have somebody who's committed a crime in another jurisdiction that is armed and dangerous, or they've taken a child, or they're known to be doing something very bad, very bad intent. I think it's a good development if we could prevent that from happening because someone drove by a reader. Does that mean that we want to go chase down people because they're a certain shape and size? Absolutely not. And that's not what our police department's going to do. But if that happened in another jurisdiction and then a crime could have been prevented in my household because they drove by a camera and the police department got an alert. I think that's okay. If we can find a way to put the controls in place, to put the agreements in place, to put the audits in place, the way Scott Ananian had mentioned, to get a better understanding of how the data is being aggregated, if it's being combined with other data, the way Clint had mentioned. I think we should consider it. Doesn't mean we should say yes, but we should consider it. But I don't think we have enough information right now and enough detail to see, can you even put guardrails around this?
Okay, with that, let's move on to our next item. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And thank you, Deputy Campbell. Okay, next, warrant articles, public hearing. Oh, this will go through very, very quickly, right? Please, guys, please.
I hope so.
It's 10:20, right? Okay. We have an hour and 40 minutes to end this meeting today. Okay, warrant article 2, approval of collective bargaining agreements. Melissa, I guess that's fairly straightforward, right?
Yeah, so Ann Braga's online. You previously had approved the agreement for the fire union in executive session, so this is the public hearing on the warrant.
Okay. Ann?
Good evening, everyone. Ann Braga, HR Director for the Town of Brookline. Warrant Article 2 includes the 3-year collective bargaining agreement for the firefighters, Local 950 with the town. Because this has been approved before, my goal is to review the cost centers and answer any questions. And then obviously you've got folks who will be speaking on the warrant article. And I'm just trying to pull the memo up. Okay. Nope. There we go. So this is a 3-year contract with a 2, 2, and 1.5 general wage increase, an inclusion of a weekend differential in the amount of 2%, change in the education incentive, which would increase in the first year by 10%, followed by 5% and then 5% the following year. And in the final year of the contract, on the last day of the contract, there would be an addition of both a 5-year step and a 10-year step, and a change to the sick buyback program, which would go from a $5,000 max to 1/3 of a capped number of hours of 2184. And the total cost of the contract is $4.8 million, with $2.3 million occurring on the last day of fiscal 27.
Okay, any questions from the select board? Okay. Oh, where's Charlie? Who's going to open up this public hearing? Well, I will open up the public hearing. I guess I don't know who's online.
Mayor Green, this is Kate.
Okay.
Right now, we have 31 people in the audience, and I don't see anybody with their hands raised to speak on this public hearing. I don't know if there's anybody in the room.
No, I don't see any hands raised in the room here. So I'll close the public hearing and move that we vote on this unless someone
No,
is
I'm sorry.
John.
I just have I can't help it. I have a question. So I'm a little confused by something. The select board is responsible for approving contracts and we did it, right?
Yes.
And so this is a budget amendment.
No,
right? No?
Article 2 is collective bargaining agreements.
Oh.
That's the first one.
Okay. So is it, does this in any sense depart from town meeting's role other than to approve the funding for?
That's essentially
contracts?
what Article 2 is asking town meeting to do, is to approve the funding of the contract.
Okay.
And we're either giving our approval or saying they shouldn't approve the funding.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to get the lines of control here, clear here. Good. Okay.
Okay, I take it you don't have any questions?
I don't. I'm ready to vote.
So I'm ready to vote too. I move approval of warrant article, I move favorable action on warrant article 2, collective bargaining agreements. All in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Oh, I thought you were raising your hand.
Well done, Bernard.
I'm always looking to see if you want to say something.
You finally noticed me. It took 2.5 years.
No.
Thank you very much, folks.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Okay, next, warrant article 3, budget amendment. Alyssa, tell us what this is about and what it includes. It's more than TNC funds, right?
Sure. So we have a budget amendment for fiscal 26. There are a couple of items that we're looking to adjust. The first is to appropriate rideshare revenue coming from Uber and Lyft rides. The town gets a piece of the assessment that is on the transportation network companies. So the memo that's in your packet describes the proposal that has been recommended by the Transportation Board. It's Council on Aging related subsidized program for adults and teenagers, and then pavement marking for DPW as well. The other piece of the budget amendment is debt and interest. We have conservative assumptions in the budget when it comes to our debt service. And when those come in more favorable, we especially for the debt exclusions, we're looking to true up those numbers. So you'll see a reduction in revenue for property tax because that's the debt exclusion piece, and then a reduction in expenses under debt service. So there's no budget change in terms of any other adjustments that need to be made to accommodate that. And then we also have a slight adjustment for the Golf Enterprise Fund. Some of the structure of the bond sale, the term that we assumed, we weren't able to do a 20-year term. We had to do a 15-year term. So we had to recalibrate the budget based on that. When we initially spoke about this with the advisory committee, there were concerns that were raised about the senior center program and, the change and just the overall concerns about transportation in general with seniors and the medical transport in particular. But I think that this is kind of separate from that larger issue of, ARPA running out and the town still wanting to preserve the service. As a result, the advisory committee, after a lot of questions and conversation with the director of the Council on Aging, they ultimately voted to support the budget amendment as recommended. So that's where we are with that.
Okay, any questions from the board? David?
You referenced the municipal golf course, that there's an adjustment based on the bonding between 15 and 20 years. Is that the only element that's golf course related? There have been some questions by the community about the overall master plan for the golf course and whether there are any adjustments to that financially included in this budget amendment?
So there are not. So we in the description for the warrant article, we were anticipating that we might need to make an adjustment to the golf budget. We need free cash to be certified in order to be able to access retained earnings. So that is unlikely to happen before town meeting. And even so, with the feedback that we've received from advisory committee members and others, we feel like it's probably better to slow roll the proposal and have it be an annual town meeting item.
Okay.
Michael?
So in terms of the true up for the bond fund, it's over $500,000.
Yes.
So am I to understand that one of the effects of this is that we are reducing the property tax burden of Brookline residents by this amount?
versus the projected burden. So we had a projection that went into the budget, then the bond sale happened, and then now we're just truing that up.
Okay, and so to the extent that residents sort of receive their tax bills, will this difference show up as a lower tax bill at some point?
Essentially, because we, when we put it in the budget, we had assumed a higher, and
Right.
even when we were forecasting the rate, that when we were initially putting these projects on the ballot, we had a 5% interest rate assumption.
Right.
So that's come down slightly from.
And so when do you expect that would hit from a resident's point of
So
view?
this is a fiscal 26 adjustment, so it will be part of when we have the tax classification hearing, which will be coming up in a couple
Uh-huh.
of weeks. This is part of what will be folded into the recommendations around tax classification.
Great, thank you.
Okay. This is no, we haven't started the public hearing yet, Regina. Yeah, right. Okay, Kate, do you want to open up the public hearing?
So right now, Chair Green, we have 28 participants online. I do not see anybody with their hand raised feature to speak.
Okay, one person in the audience, unless someone else also?
Regina Farley, town meeting member from 16. When one of my constituents in South Brookline complained that they would have been nice to have a wheelchair at the library for our socials because it made her life a lot easier. Within a week, the health department provided a wheelchair. Town council, Jennifer DePazzo, immediately wrote in a contract, so to speak, or waiver indemnifying the town. I'm very, very happy about the bus being intergenerational, but I hope you'll take the idea of people using it, signing a waiver of indemnification against the town should something happen. Just something I'm bringing to your attention.
Sure, I've encouraged Emily to reach out to town council. So
I'm sorry, say it again.
I've encouraged the director of council on aging to reach out to town council before the program gets implemented.
Good, thank you. Just wanted to call it to your attention.
Okay, any other questions from the audience or online, Kate?
I don't see any hand raised features right now.
Okay, I'll close the hearing and is the select board ready to vote on this?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I am. So, okay, I move approve. What, you have a comment?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Okay, I move approval of warrant.
Favorable action.
3, pardon me?
Favorable action.
Oh, God, sorry.
Okay, we're here now.
I move favorable action on, it's 10:30.
I'm with you. Let's keep going so we get out of here.
Okay, good point. Okay, I move favorable action on warrant article 3, fiscal year 26 budget amendment. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rosenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, warrant article 15, resolution regarding the celebration of LBGTQIA+ Pride Month. Okay, is Kevin McKenzie available?
Kevin McKenzie is still a co-host. Kevin, you can just unmute and speak.
Great. And I'll share my screen for some quick slides, so they will be quick, I promise. All right. Hello. So I am Kevin McKenzie, town meeting member, precinct 13, chair of the Commission for Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, and lead petitioner on warrant article 15, along with several other town meeting members, some of whom may also be here tonight. And so I'll just go quick. So what is it asking for? It's asking for the town to acknowledge, observe important days and moments of commemoration to the LGBTQIA community, and as well as work towards establishing an LGBTQIA Pride Month celebration annually. And again, I will it's at a time where the federal government is undermining the rights, rolling back fundamental rights, and erasing many of these observances. It is important to members of this community that this action is taken at a local level. There have been several other past instances where town meeting has passed resolutions calling for the designation and eventual establishment of annual celebrations, Indigenous Peoples Day, AAPI Heritage Month, and then most recently May as Jewish American Heritage Month as well. In terms of the implications for warrant Article 15, again, it's not a mandate, so it's not a prescription because it is itself a resolution. It would encourage the Office of Diversity, the Commission, or their designees to eventually work towards planning a yearly Pride Month celebration. As a note, there would only be one celebration called for, again, per this resolution. The other days would just be an acknowledgement, in this case by the town or select board. I'll loop back to that. And this would require the office's staff time and resources, several hours a week per the director. And it would also require volunteer time as well, whether it's from the commission or whoever their designees are. It would be an approximate cost somewhere between $1,000 to $2,500 for the event itself, with the possibility of supplementing through grants, need for a space, and staff involvement leading up to the event and on the day of the event itself across departments. And as a note, just in the interim, the office and several town departments already do plan several Pride-related events each year. So, in the interim, right, as we work towards building up and as budgets are tight, centralizing them into one package could qualify as an annual Pride celebration in the interim. So, it doesn't necessarily have to be something totally new, just a sort of a repackaging of it as one program. And then as additionally, it asks the select board to formally acknowledge or otherwise observe at their discretion the other days and months outlined, and that could take whatever form the select board decides. And CDEICR is here to support you in that. We have recently established a celebrations and observation subcommittee, which can assist in providing any statements or language that the board would be interested in using, again, at your discretion, if that's how you so choose to honor it. In terms of support for the warrant article so far, it has passed through the advisory committee, human services subcommittee with some amendments, some of which were accepted as friendly, all of which were initially accepted as friendly. Some were ruled out of scope by the moderator. And then so after those were removed, it was passed by the full advisory committee as well, just asking the select board as opposed to the state or the Commonwealth to observe those additional days of commemoration and celebration. And I think I have a couple of my other co-petitioners here. I'll just quickly pass to them if they would like to add anything, but that is all from me. I can figure out
Okay,
to
with
stop
any
sharing
of
my
the
screen.
other, yeah.
Bernard, or Melissa, do we have a redlined? Is there an amended version? Is that what we have in front of us, or?
So I think that there is an AC subcommittee report that provides the current motion from the AC subcommittee.
But Kevin said that AC had accepted this or approved it with some.
There's a red line if you look at page.
I do see the red line,
4,
but
yeah.
is that the AC's final version or is that the subcommittee's version?
So the AC also voted this as well.
Kevin, was the full advisory committee, did they accept exactly what's in the subcommittee, the Human Services Subcommittee report, or did they make some changes?
There were no changes. The only exception is I think it's the last operative clause at the end is just, again, it was ruled out of what was originally in the subcommittee's draft was ruled out of scope by the moderator. So that language basically just reverted back to the original and full AC voted on accepting effectively the original language for just that part.
So clause 7, the town meeting urges the select board to officially acknowledge. That's the revision.
Okay, as opposed to the state. Is that the change?
Yes.
Some reason I lost my page here.
Can I ask Kevin another question while
Sure.
while you're trying to find your page? Oh, Michael, did you have?
I just wanted to make sure we're on pages 177, 178, 179 of the combined report. That's the version we're looking at.
Are you looking at the combined reports? That's impressive, huh? The agenda.
You're in the
Search.
There's a tag for the 2025 STM AC Human Services Subcommittee.
It's in the agenda
And
packet.
so the pages 4, 5, and 6 are the red line edits that the AC subcommittee did. And then the change that I just referenced in clause 7 that basically reverts back to the original language.
Okay.
Kevin, was there any, did this go before the school committee? I noticed that you've got a school clause in here.
It has not. They did identify their subcommittee on government relations identified warrant articles that they would like to hear, and this was not one of the ones that they identified.
This is not one of them. Okay.
No, yeah.
Okay, any other questions? If not, let's open up the public hearing. Kate, could you open the public hearing?
Yes, this is a public hearing. There are 26 participants online right now. If anybody wishes to speak on this article, you can use the hand raise feature. At this point, I don't see any.
Okay,
hand-
and I see no one in the room with their hands up, so I'll close the public hearing. Is there any further discussion from the select board? Are we ready to vote on this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I am. Yeah.
Yeah. I am too. I move sorry, again. I move favorable action on warrant Article 15, resolution regarding the celebration of LGBTQIA+ Pride Month. On favor, please indicate by raising your hand. I'm sorry.
Saying aye.
Saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
I remember your names.
Yeah, you're doing great.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Berman.
Aye.
Michael Rosenside.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, it's getting way too late. And chair votes aye. Okay, next. Warrant Article 9, create a new bylaw establishing a renter's handbook. Oh, I'm sure we can get through this quickly, right?
Petition.
Okay, who's going to be presenting this?
That's me.
Petitioner Alex Libovitz
it's
is already online.
Okay. So Alex, tell us about your warrant article, but also about the amended version of it in our packet.
Yes, happy to do
Do
that.
you agree with that, or is that something that you're?
Yes, so the amendments made by the AC subcommittee and then full AC were accepted by the petitioners. So this is our unified motion at this point, is that amended version that you should see in your packet.
Okay. And the one that comes right after Figler's.
So yeah, there's
Okay, good. Because it wasn't clear what that was. Okay, I got it. Any questions or comments from the select board?
Does he have a presentation?
I do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not to worry. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
I should be sharing my slides.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, excellent. I will try to go as quickly as possible to be mindful of time. So this article, Article 9, was originally called the Renter's Handbook. It's really now kind of a misnomer. It really should be called the Statement of Tenants' Rights and Notification Program. And I'm Alec Lebovitz, town meeting member, precinct 8 here, representing myself and my co-petitioners. I think we can go through this pretty quickly. I think everyone on the select board's aware of the housing crisis and the impacts that Brookline is facing from that. Would just highlight that one of the facets of housing instability is that when tenants confront instability, they are often required to take action individually through complex systems of state and local laws in order to assert their rights, and they often face an information asymmetry in trying to do so. And one of the efforts that peer communities of Brooklines have undertaken to address this has been creating informational resources for their tenants and also instituting tenant notification programs. Some quick background on that. These are programs that have been stood up in the past decade in Boston, Cambridge, and Somerville. They all have some similarities. They've involved the Office of Housing Stability for those municipalities or equivalent departments. They have included the creation of a locally focused centralized informational resource for tenants. They include regular updates to those resources. And they've also required that tenants receive a notification by their landlord at certain points in their tenancy, including when a notice to quit, which begins an eviction process, is delivered to those tenants. The result is that as of current, Brookline is lagging behind our surrounding peer communities on this front, and in effect lacked what is becoming a standard protection in the greater Boston region for tenants. So as amended, Warrant Article 9 would charge the select board with designating a department or departments to create and publish a statement of tenants' rights. That statement would need to include the following, at least information, but it could include more. That would be an explanation of a tenant's legal rights and available legal resources, how that tenant can apply for public support or stabilization programs, and how tenants can request housing and sanitary inspections from the town. The town would also be required to assess if updates are required for the statement on an annual basis, but not necessarily update it unless there were any new information that needed to be included. On the tenant notification front, this article would require any town employees, agents, or officials that participate in the eviction-related noticing of a tenant in Brookline to provide a copy of that statement to the tenant receiving the notice. So that notification would only be required upon the first delivery of any eviction-related notice to that tenant by the agent in question. And the notice would have to be either provided in hand or left at the residence and then followed up and sent by first-class mail. This reflects best practices for noticing agents in delivering eviction-related notices generally. In practice, this part of the warrant article would mainly apply to Brookline constables and in some cases, Department of Public Health inspectors who are occasionally charged with delivering eviction-related notices. And ultimately, the idea here is connecting Brookline tenants to the resources they need and the wherewithal to assert their legal rights when they face a critical moment of housing-related instability. So as you may have gleaned from this presentation, the design for Warrant Article 9 is slightly different than the programs stood up in Boston, Cambridge, and Somerville. Mainly, the difference is in those communities, the landlord is required to provide notice. And in general, we as a town, I've been informed by both town council and multiple attorneys outside of our town council's office that trying to set up a similar landlord notification-based program in Brookline would likely not pass AG review. So what we've done with Warrant Article 9 is attempt to come up with a product that achieves the goals of these programs that other communities have created, but is legally permissible for a town to move forward on. And that in the initial implementation will pose some challenges, and we acknowledge that. One, and I think probably the main challenge here being that because we can't require the landlord to be the noticing agent, there are other categories of servicing or noticing agents rather that are not town agents or town officials. So the two other categories of noticing agents that were really identified are Norfolk County deputy sheriffs, and there are also private third-party noticing agents that can be hired by landlords. We see Warrant Article 9 as a kind of robust first step in standing up this notification program. And our intention going forward, should this pass, is to seek voluntary compliance with this bylaw from the Norfolk County Sheriff's Office, and also to potentially investigate whether Brookline has the authority to regulate the delivery by third-party noticing agents as well. In terms of implementation for the town, Warrant Article 9 to the petitioners feels very timely because this aligns with several ongoing initiatives. Primarily the ongoing implementation of the Office of Housing Stability bylaw, but also importantly, the implementation of the Community Health Improvement Plan, the CHIP. And in particular, as part of the CHIP, the launch of a new human services platform and the onboarding of our human services navigator. That human services navigator we've identified as likely a key position to support the implementation of this article. And in fact, we believe, and we've had conversations with the Department of Public Health that have confirmed that that position and the creation of the statement of tenant rights actually dovetail very nicely with kind of the initial standing up of the human services platform, in that it would likely be informed by an environmental scan of local programs and legal resources related to housing and human services. The statement rather, would be considered a vital document under the town's language access policy. So there would also be some translation services required for implementation. Specifically as a vital document, the statement would need to be proactively translated into the top 5 spoken languages in Brookline. And we would also need to make translation services available upon request to provide that statement in the top 15 languages should that need arise. We've also in this article made clear that print copies are required for tenant notification and that print copies also be made available to any resident upon request. So we do anticipate some printing related costs, and ultimately our estimates put the total potential cost for printing and translation services as roughly between $3,200 and $6,400 annually. And that assumes 400 print copies being printed in a given fiscal year, which we believe is a significant overestimate, but we want to be mindful of accounting for potential costs that could arise. And as I mentioned, this really feels like the opportune moment for this kind of programming because the intersection of both the housing crisis and Brookline's ongoing efforts, both on the housing stability and public health side. And we feel confident that no additional FTEs would be required for this because of the onboarding of the Human Services Navigator. And to this point, favorable action on Warrant Article 9 as amended has been endorsed by the advisory committee by a vote of 18-1 with some abstentions, and also by a unanimous vote of the Advisory Council on Public Health. And you will also note in your packet tonight memos of support for Warrant Article 9 that were submitted by both the Department of Public Health and Human Services and ODICR. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, I'd like to ask a couple questions first. In our packet, there's a email or memo from Joe Figler, one of the constables, and he asserts that landlords are required to include a specific form that details various rights of tenants pursuant to state law that was enacted during during COVID. Sounds like you're saying that we can't impose on landlords that responsibility. I'm confused as to what's true and what's not.
Yeah, so there is a kind of standard issue form, is my understanding, that is used in these servings. It is very bare bones. I wouldn't really describe it as a comprehensive informational resource, which I think is why other municipalities have undertaken these efforts to produce their own documents to that effect. The specific legal rationale for why Brookline cannot require landlords to provide this notice came to me in an opinion rendered by town council. I'd be happy to share with the board if that's helpful. The general legal principle at play is a restriction under state law on municipalities' ability to directly legislate certain civil relationships, in this case between a tenant and a landlord. I'd note all the communities to this point who have passed these notification programs have been cities. So they've been implemented by ordinance. None of those ordinances has faced legal challenge. So we are in a unique situation here, being a renter majority town that it wants potentially to move forward in this same approach.
My second question is, what is listed in the statement relates to tenants before the process of eviction begins. Seems to me that that's something that should be distributed to tenants at the beginning of the tenancy. When they're about to be evicted, it's pretty irrelevant in many respects. And so I guess my question is, why doesn't the existing statement required by state law suffice? I mean, you say it's not sufficiently expansive, but we also have on our website a ton of information with respect to rights of tenants and resources that they can use in the event of eviction, as well as many other things.
Yeah, I think there's a couple points that I would respond to that with. One is I think one of the reasons why a number of municipalities have gone down this route and have found these resources to be valuable is, while yes, they do include legal information, they also agglomerate resources and specifically locally focused resources for tenants. So I, for instance, think of the BCDC tenant emergency relief stabilization program. That's something that would never be highlighted in a state resource. But actually, if you're a tenant in Brookline facing eviction, say for being in arrears and rental payments, that program could prevent you from being evicted. That, and while also making your landlord whole. So I think there's a local specific element to these that other communities have found important, and I think would be important for Brookline tenants as well. So I think that kind of speaks to both of your points there. But yeah, I think that's the real value add here. And I do think, because a notice to quit is the trigger we're using here for notification, it's important, I think, to appreciate that a notice to quit doesn't always equate to eviction. And in fact, in many cases, it can be avoided. So connecting people with those resources at that moment can be very valuable. And we also do require under Article 9 that when this resource, the statement, is created, that it be made very readily accessible and available on the town website as well. So while we're only requiring by law notification at the point of a notice to quit, we're still making this resource proactively available. And we'd still, as a town or with community partners, have opportunities to market that or spread awareness of that. So hopefully people could access that before they were in an emergent situation.
Okay, I have another question, but I'm not going to hog time. So David?
So I have a question about one of your definitions. So tenant is defined as someone with an express or implied rental agreement. Could you be a little more specific about what constitutes an implied rental agreement? Does that mean that perhaps a roommate who is not on the lease itself, but is residing there as an occupant, would that occupant be considered a tenant? Do you see a difference between tenant and occupant? And if so, if you, in situations where you have multiple tenants, which is fairly common in roommate situations with students, for example, do there need to be multiple copies of the statement that are provided? And if not, what would you do in a situation where, let's say, there are 3 roommates and one of the 3 is not English speaking?
Yeah, great questions, David. So kind of running down from the top, I think that definition is written in that way to deliberately capture these kind of informal or not legally formalized housing situations. So that I think you're absolutely right that we're trying to incorporate into that tenants who may not necessarily be on the lease, or for instance, subletters in certain situations. So we did want a broad definition there. To ensure that we weren't leaving people out who could benefit from this program because their name isn't officially on a lease. That being said, the notification requirement itself is only required, the notice is only required to be delivered to the name that is on the eviction related notice. So that may be the person on the lease, that may not be the person on the lease, but in any situation that arises, the notice would be required to be delivered to that individual. Because the statement itself is a vital document, and because Warrant Article 9 includes a requirement that copies be made available upon request, if there were any situation where a non-English speaker reached out to the town to request a translated copy, if that is in the top 15 spoken languages in Brookline, the town would be required to produce that translated copy. So again, I don't want to get too focused only on the notification piece, because as I mentioned to Bernard in the last question, this is also about putting out a resource proactively. And we hope, ideally, the majority of people accessing this will do so on the town website before they get to that point of receiving that notice.
Paul?
Yeah, just a quick question about the situation that David raised. How does someone who's not on the lease, it's 4 roommates and 3 of them are fed up with the 4th, do they get a formal eviction notice? Do you go to court? I mean, how does that happen? Do they, and
Well, the roommates
call a
wouldn't-
constable? I mean, I'm confused about how you're placing the responsibility and notification on us. This is the section that I have the greatest concern about. And so in that situation, we're maybe we don't serve it properly. Maybe we give it to the wrong person. Maybe there's not a formal eviction process. Are we now legally responsible somehow? I feel like you're inserting us into the middle of the tenant landlord relationship here. I don't think, it doesn't seem right to me.
Ironically, what I've been advised legally is that this is the solution to avoiding the town inserting itself into that relationship.
But the communities around us, Alec, don't they? So aren't there, you said they're cities, but
Yes.
they actually place this responsibility on the landlord.
Correct.
Yeah.
And as I said up front, that would be my preference here. But what we have done is worked within the legal confines that we're confronted with. It is my understanding that the town would not be legally liable in any eviction related proceeding if there were some incident with compliance with this bylaw. Town council has reviewed this bylaw, did not flag any concerns in that to that effect. And I would note that this version, the amended version of the bylaw that's before you this evening, was rewritten with a significant input from one of Brookline's current town constables. So I think we've actually done a good job of avoiding those potential legal pitfalls. Yeah, that'd be my response.
But he's also not a lawyer, right?
No, but as I mentioned, this
Okay,
was
just
reviewed
to
by
be clear, just to be clear, he's not
No,
a
you're
lawyer.
absolutely right. Absolutely
Okay.
right.
David?
So I'm worried about Paul's question, but from the perspective of making sure that all the roommates are truly notified. So if you have someone who's residing there, especially non-English speaking, maybe not there all the time, perhaps goes back to the home country for a period of time, and that's when notice is being served. How is that person going to be aware of the resources available if only the named tenant is the one who receives notification? And then secondly, this warrant article is narrowly tailored to town officials who are serving, and in many instances, it's a non-town official who would be serving. So that does those situations, the tenants would not be receiving this statement of rights at all. Hopefully, they would see it on the website.
Yeah, so to both those points, I think I'll start with your second point. As I mentioned up top, we definitely agree, and you know, we're under no illusions that this is you know, the final step in setting up this program in a comprehensive way. But because of the limitations placed on us legally, it's not necessarily the best path forward to include covering all our bases on that front in a single warrant article. That's why, should warrant article 9 pass, I think our intention as petitioners is our next step would be securing some kind of voluntary agreement with the Norfolk County Sheriff's Department. My understanding from interviewing some of our constables is that the deputy sheriffs of Norfolk County likely deliver the plurality of these notices. Unfortunately, there's no real hard data collected on this, so it's hard to say with complete certainty. But we don't have any legal ability to regulate how the county sheriff's office operates. But what I do have, and what I think we do value, is we have a good relationship with Norfolk County. And I'm hopeful that there could be, you know, fruitful discussions there. The other piece is we are looking into right now whether or not we could put together some kind of bylaw regulating third-party servicing agents. That is being workshopped, and we'll certainly be looking for input from town council on that. But as I said, for those reasons, it didn't really make sense to us to try and address all of those pieces in a single warrant article. But there will be more to come on that. This is by no means the end of a process. It's the beginning. On your point about the roommates, again, this is, I think, why we see the landlord being the noticing agent is so desirable, is that is really the best way, I think, to address that concern. What we are left with, barring that possibility, is the person in question would receive a notice if they were the person who the eviction notice was addressed to. And if not, we would need to rely on proactive promotion of this resource, or the fact that we ensure that their roommate receives a paper copy, which we feel confident under a town agent we would do with this warrant article, and hope and rely on the fact that they would share that within the household. But we are somewhat limited here in how we can proceed, unfortunately.
You've left open a lot of loose ends that you're promising will be dealt with in the future.
Well, it's a complex process, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and
okay.
Something we're committed to.
Let's open the public hearing.
Okay, this is the
Wait till we
public
open the
hearing
hearing.
on Article 9. If anybody in the Zoom would like to speak, please raise your hand. I do not see anybody yet.
Okay. Someone at the podium?
Joe Figler.
Nobody has raised their hand for this article.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Joe Figler. I'm the constable, senior most constable in Brookline. I think it's fair to say I'm the most experienced as well, not just in Brookline, but throughout greater Boston in general. So I have a lot of experience in terms of serving notices in process throughout I mean, one of the biggest, I have no problem with adding the tenant information as part of the process for serving. That's fine. Boston does it. We know Somerville does it. Medford does it, who they didn't mention, but they do a much better job of it. The issue I really have is about the notification process, right? And when I look at section 8.40.4, delivery by agents of the town, to me, that's a big miss, right? Because in order to serve a notice to quit, all you have to be is over the age of 18 and a disinterested person. That's it. That's how I can serve so many notices outside of Brookline, even though I'm only a Brookline constable. And I would say, I don't know, maybe a third, maybe more of the process I serve is outside of Brookline. So when you look at this and you see whenever an individual agent of the town participates in delivering a notice to quit, and it goes on and on and on, that just opens up a big loophole for anyone, you know, to come in from out of town and not have to adhere to our processes. And, you know, in the email I sent, I talked about at the state level, they require an accompanying notice to be included with a notice to quit, right? And they require landlords to be the ones to ensure this happens. Why? Probably, and I'm not a lawyer, so forgive me, but it's probably because they're the ones filing the basically complaint in court. So they have to prove their case. They have to prove that notice was served the right way. That's why they need to be the ones to make sure that these notices are accompanied with a notice to quit. And if you look at Boston, if you look at Medford, you look at Somerville, they all do the same thing. They all require the landlord to include these notices with the notice to quit. And I know Alec had mentioned that ideally the landlord is the, you know, in a perfect world, the landlord would be the one who's responsible, and it's 100% true. And so to go forward with this notification process, not doing it the right way, to me doesn't make sense. And I don't understand why town council is saying that a town can't do it. Because to me, if a city can require this and the state can require this, to me, the tenant relationship between a landlord and a tenant is the same whether it's in a city or a town or at the state level. I don't understand why they're saying it's different. Again, I'm not a lawyer, so forgive me, but to me, that just doesn't really intuitively make sense. You know, and in my mind, if we're going to do this, let's do it right, right? Let's require the landlord to do it, to make sure it's done. And then you can actually make sure it gets done, right? You know, and then the other thing is if you look at what Medford does, and I really like the way they do it, they require the landlord to include this tenant information when they sign the lease. So the tenant knows right up front when they sign the lease with the landlord, these are your rights. Then what they do is when you serve the notice to quit, you have to do it again. So in Medford, you're notified twice about this tenant information, right? And again, it's the responsibility of the landlord to ensure it's done. Me as a constable, I deliver the message, but it's not for me as a town agent or anything to make sure all the forms are there, right? It's always the responsibility of the landlord to ensure everything's done right, because again, they're the ones filing the complaint in court, so they need to make sure that their T's are crossed and I's are dotted and things like that. And so that's why I'm just concerned with how this is kind of laid out for the delivery of the message. And to Alex's point about, you know, this is a multi-step process. Well, the first step can just be creating the tenant information, putting it up on the site, making sure it's available to everybody. That could be the first step. But where I get concerned is when you're starting to talk about delivering this message and putting the onus on the town agents to make sure that it's delivered right. It's not our responsibility. Me as a constable, I have to be a disinterested person. And so when you try to make me be the one to make sure that this notice is included, that changes the whole disinterested part. And so for me, I just feel like that doesn't make sense. And so, you know, from that perspective, that's my main concern with the way this is being approached.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I see that Regina Frawley is raising her hand.
Thank you. Also a constable, Regina Frawley. Joe raises wonderful points. But the number one complaint of a tenant or somebody in a divorce situation, when they go to the court, they say, I never got the notice. That's rather typical. You're putting us in a difficult situation, even if we can take a photo of ourselves, putting it under their door, because you cannot always reach them in person. You put us in a position of having to go to court to say, yes, I did, Your Honor. All of that is not paid. If you're doing that by this part of this, rather than making it voluntary and doing it at the level of the first of the landlord and then making us as agents voluntary, asking us to have to go to court. It's going to happen. You indemnify me. I already pay for a bond. Are you going to cover those expenses? Because that makes you liable by this law, making you liable to me. So I think you haven't factored that in, and that's worthy of a huge discussion. And nobody hasn't spoken to me, spoken to Joe about this. I don't know which constable he did speak to, but anybody should have talked to Joe because he is the most experienced of all of us. So take a look at your liability when you tell us we have to do it. Then you've taken on the responsibility of the town, and we're your agent at that point. So I want you to think about that.
We're still got the public hearing.
Yeah, I pretty much made the point that you need to indemnify us. If that's the case, increase our bonds substantially, and we should invoice you for all the extra time. I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
I can laugh though if I want to. Don't tell me I can't.
I beg your
Okay. I'd like to ask Alex about, what was it?
Should we close the public hearing?
Should we close?
I think Joe wants to say something now.
Sorry, I just want to add one more thing. So, to your question about, making sure that everyone's notified during a service, right? The way it works is typically when you see a notice to quit, they list all the names of the people on the lease, right? And if they know that there are other people in the apartment, they'll say, and all other occupants. And then what I have to do as a process server is I have to include a copy for each person. Then I'll highlight each name on the lease, right? And then I'll add something for all other occupants, right? So if there are, let's say, 3 names on the lease, and then, maybe someone else is there under the all other occupants, I would serve 4 copies. So in this case, there'd be 4 tenant information forms to go with the 4 notices to quit, to go with the 4 accompanying forms that go with the notice to quit, right? And so a lot of times what you do is you put it in 4 different envelopes, right, with each name, and that's kind of how you do it. That's the process that you would follow, and that's how it's handled. And if someone's not there, let's say I give it to one person and the other 3 aren't there, I would have to mail a copy to the other 3. And that's basically the best you can do. If someone's out of the country, you can't, there's only so much you can do, and that's kind of how it would work. So,
Okay, I'd like to close the public hearing and ask Alex one question. How many constables did you talk to before preparing this article?
I consulted with Neil Gordon, and he, as I mentioned, was extensively involved in the rewrite of this article to the amended version that you see before you now.
John, did you have your hand?
Yeah, I did. I need some guidance here, and Joe, you might be the one to provide it. Do tenants in Brookline have any rights over and above the rights conferred in the case of an eviction, the rights conferred upon them under Massachusetts law?
so in addition to Massachusetts law and their local laws?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, in addition to Massachusetts law, do we have specific Brookline statutes that offer additional protections to tenants over and above what they're guaranteed by the state? Or they're
So as
they
far
have
as
on
I
the
know, no, but I'm also not a lawyer.
Yeah.
So take that for what it's worth.
Because, every time I have researched the question of if I'm a tenant in Brookline and I need to know what my rights are in the face of an eviction, it goes right to the Massachusetts government page. And it's full of information and very specific information about what the rights are of the tenant in those situations. And what happens in Brookline tends to be, if that request goes to Brookline, is they then refer the tenant to the Massachusetts protections.
Yeah, I think to Alex's point though, I think there are local like groups and organizations that are probably more specific to Brookline that can add more assistance.
Well, that's true too.
Right.
Yeah.
And so
yeah.
that's where I think the benefit of what Alex is talking about, you know,
Right.
having Brookline specific information that, you know, the tenants can access more readily. Right.
Well, yeah, and in fact, one of the agencies in Brookline that specifically addresses those other resources is the Brookline Community Development Corporation.
Right.
You know, which deals with tenants all the time. So I'm just not seeing the value add here of, you know, setting up this process for there to be a written version of what are the known rights that tenants have in the face of eviction that is somehow vetted through somebody in a department in Brookline. What if we leave out, you know, something that is guaranteed and is clearly in there for people to take the benefit of on the Massachusetts government page that addresses all of these questions? Are we supposed to simply repeat and print out what is readily available through the Massachusetts government? I don't know. I'm asking you, Joe, but you know, please.
I would leave that
please,
to Alec and
we tend to always speak to the podium, but I don't know. I feel as though we're spending money to create some confusion as to where a tenant should turn for a clear statement of what their rights are in the face of an eviction process.
I don't think any of the constables are opposed to this concept. I think the issue is.
We're going to be here all night, Regina.
Regina, no.
It's 11:15. We
Yeah.
can't keep,
I
we're not
think
having.
Michael had his hand up.
I had, actually, mine was up. You called on me until Regina took my spot.
Do you?
I don't.
You called on me. So that, I think the thing that I'm most concerned about is what Joe said earlier, that, you know, this section 8.404, 844, would only come into play if one of our agents was delivering the notice. So if you're a landlord in Brookline and you don't want to have to deal with notice or proof that notice happened, where you could, you know, the tenant could say, I wasn't properly noticed by the Brookline agent, therefore you can't evict me. If I'm a landlord in Brookline, I'm not calling a Brookline constable. I'm calling somebody else.
Right.
Why would I use a Brookline constable? It just adds risk. This whole section, 844, I like the tenant handbook, but this process that we're creating, I'm not supportive of it. Frankly, I think it should come out.
Hey, Michael?
I'm wondering whether town council can tell us why the landlord option was not possible.
Right.
So Kate, can you promote Joe?
Joe's been promoted.
Thank you.
Good evening. So if you recall, the Brookline's history with rent control back in the 70s, it was ruled unconstitutional because it's a limitation. There's a limitation in the state's constitution about the authority of municipalities to interfere and create civil law between private parties. So the classic case about the limitations of municipalities in this area already involves Brookline. So we can't get into situations where we're creating new requirements between a landlord and tenant, just like we weren't able to do that with rent control. When rent control was passed as a state law the next year, then we could have rent control. So that was, you know, that's kind of an example of the question about why can I think what Joe brought up in his letter to the select board that there's a requirement by the state to include information. Sure, the state can do it, but the municipalities can't. And then the question about like, well, cities can do it, why can't towns? No municipality can. However, our bylaws are reviewed by the town bylaws are reviewed by the Attorney General's office. So there's a much quicker way of figuring out it's illegal. But cities' ordinances are not reviewed by the AG's office. So there are only determined to be illegal if someone were to sue. But if we were to pass this bylaw, it would be immediately reviewed by the Attorney General's office, and they would say, because of Marshall House versus the town of Brookline from 1970, it creates civil laws between private parties, which is unconstitutional.
Thank you. No, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my only comment on this is to reiterate what Alex said in terms of this being one step. And, you know, I agree that it's not perfect. It's incrementally positive. So I'd just sort of leave it at that.
David.
I was leaning in that direction until Constable Figler spoke. I am very concerned about what Paul raised, that what this does, it essentially creates an incentive to not use Brookline constables. And basically, we're going to be running our constables out of business and favoring all non-constables, essentially. How is that really helping? There's a very clear end run that this creates for Brookline landlords. I am very supportive of the statement and of the motivations behind this, but I do think that the notification procedure as currently written is very problematic. In terms of the city ordinances that passed, basically compelling a landlord to provide the municipality's statement of rights, for how long have these ordinances been in place in Boston, Somerville, Medford? I hear what you're saying about town council regarding the legal precedents, but I'm a little surprised that no one has challenged Boston, Somerville, Medford, and all these cities that passed it. One would think that landlords, if they had an opportunity to not have to provide these statements, they would jump right at it. And apparently that hasn't happened. So how many years have gone by? Do we know?
I don't know, but just because somebody else does something illegal that hasn't been challenged doesn't mean it makes it legal for us. It's just waiting for a lawyer to figure it out and raise it as an argument.
And if I could jump in briefly, I would just say those ordinances have been adopted in varying years, roughly over the last decade. I believe the earliest one was 2015 or 2014. And I think you've correctly identified what our main hesitation was in trying to bring the landlord notification model in as a warrant article is because there's not been a legal challenge to one of these ordinances, we would effectively, through Attorney General review, be bringing legal challenge to the ordinances in these other communities, which I don't think is our intention. We certainly don't want to create a legal predicate to overturn tenant protections in other communities. But I would also suggest that the notion of an incremental run around the constables may not be as founded as it seems theoretically likely, given the fact that over 10 years, no landlord has objected to these provisions enough to even bring legal challenge. So I would again just stress that this is an incremental approach. We will be seeking to fill those gaps shortly after passage. It's not our intention to leave this as a finished product, but I would just encourage you to reflect on the fact that no challenge has been brought to this point as you weigh to what degree landlords will view this as overly intrusive or negative in their parts.
Well, there's the concern also articulated by two constables tonight about that they are no longer impartial if they are being required to affirmatively take a stand on behalf of the town when they're supposed to simply be serving. So how do you respond to that concern?
I would say I don't think they are taking a stand on behalf of the town. I certainly respect both of their opinions, and they've certainly been doing this, for a long time, and I appreciate those perspectives. But we're not asking the constables to take up an advocacy role on behalf of the tenant. We're asking them to deliver, as they deliver an eviction-related notice, a notice pre-prepared by the town. They have, we're not asking them to provide any input on what that notice says. We're not asking them to make themselves available to answer questions or, connect those tenants with resources after they read the notice. It's all about transmitting the notice, just as they do on behalf of the landlord to begin an eviction proceeding. So I think the petitioners don't necessarily share that concern.
Paul?
So, Alec, I really appreciate the intent of what you're doing here. I'm supportive of the tenant handbook. Frankly, you probably could do that through policy with the board, but you want to create a bylaw. I'm really struggling with this section 844, the notice. I do think it's going to incent landlords to not use our constables. I do agree with Constable Frowley that this places the burden onto the constable to have to deal with the court system to prove that, if there's any dispute, they're taking on that risk of delivering this type of notice. I think there's all kinds of holes in this. For me to support this article, I would need to see that section either change it to the notice with the landlord and roll the dice with the attorney general. And you got a provision in here that says there's severability. So, they could strike that clause, the attorney general, and you wouldn't have delivery in this article until a future date when you can figure it out. Or, I could make a motion to just strike that entire section from the article, but I can't support this article with this delivery process.
If I may, Paul, just briefly, my understanding, because we've taken this approach to avoid some kind of regulation of the civil relationship between landlord and tenant, is that there wouldn't be a situation that would arise where a constable would be compelled to testify in court. Because my understanding is that receipt or not of this notice wouldn't have a direct legal impact on an eviction proceeding, because those are governed separately by state law. I would welcome town council to correct me if that's not the case, but that is at least my understanding at this point.
But Alec, that wouldn't stop. And at some point we probably need to deliberate ourselves and not debate with you. That doesn't mean that a crafty lawyer or even a crafty tenant can't say that the well-meaning constable was inept and delivered the wrong version of the handbook, or some other problem with the handbook that was created by Brookline, and they're a Brookline agent. Therefore, Brookline is responsible and the agent. Again, I appreciate what you're doing.
David?
I'm not sure we should be so afraid of potential litigation. Let's say that it were struck down, but Boston had successfully utilized it since 2015, and Medford and these other communities. That might spur state action. And then this Brookline Warren article actually led to statewide action that benefits all of our residents. I would see that as a positive.
Okay, let's try to wrap this up. Either number one, because we're not voting tonight, so the idea of no action is not relevant. But I wonder if someone would like to propose an amendment, because there are things that people have indicated they're not willing to accept, and there's things in here that I'm not willing to accept. But so would someone like to propose an amendment, but we'd have to submit that
I think
within.
next week, maybe if that could get submitted, we add it to the packet so that you could deliberate on the
But-
amendment if there was one. proposed.
Directionally, I'm kind of with David that given the severability clause in here, this is not a huge risk, the article, for us to amend this section and require that the landlord deliver this. I like the idea of at the time of the signing of the lease, and then at the time of the signing of the notice.
I think you'll find that the moderator will probably not find that in scope.
That's a good point.
That's a good point.
Which parts? The delivering at signing of the lease, or
By the
the
landlord.
changing by the landlord?
Requiring the land, both. In both cases, that's an expansion or change of the, again, I don't want to speak for the moderator. We can absolutely put it in front of him, but I do think, generally speaking, right, the whole point of the requirement that you not add something and subtract something is because the warrant's supposed to warn people. So if you change who's responsible, I think the moderator is likely to say you didn't give them adequate warning that was coming.
So why don't we check with the moderator to see if we can swap town agent to tenant?
I think the chance of that being within scope is
It's pretty low.
very low.
And the other
But-
alternative is to strike that.
Yeah,
That section.
you want to do that? Propose that?
Unless I would like to check with the moderator. It's just
Yeah, we could do,
see if
absolutely, we
he'd
could
be
do that.
willing.
Sure,
We-
yeah, absolutely.
We could at least check with them, but if, let's say that the moderator says, no, that's out of scope. I would propose striking this section from the article.
Okay. Any other proposed what's the word? Elisions? Deletions.
Where are
Oh,
people,
yeah.
what do people think of that? I mean, is that
I
that reasonable? Based on this discussion?
Reasonable
Sounds
as
like
far
there
as
may be
purpose.
3 votes for that.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll take it up next meeting.
Right, I mean,
Thank you.
Since Paul asked, I'm sorry, I should at least answer his question. Even if the moderator were to allow that, I would not be in favor
Of having the landlord?
of having the landlord, because we're being advised by our legal counsel that it's just going to get struck down by the Attorney General.
And it's
And-
gonna raise questions for the cities that
Yeah.
have that provision.
Well, yeah. Well, what I mean, that's no concern of mine, but
Well, let's ask and we can
yeah,
figure it out next week.
we've kind of got to figure out at some point whether we are going to just repeatedly, whenever somebody doesn't like the interpretation of our legal counsel as to a given statute's viability, are we just going to say, well, let's find out, I mean, we're dragging Brookline into, legal complications every time we do that. And it consumes a lot of time. It consumes a lot of the, available staff in the legal counsel's office. And maybe we'll win and maybe we won't, but why not take the safer course?
It's on court, John.
Okay, okay. David?
Just to that general point, John, litigation actually sometimes shapes the law for the future. It sets new precedents. So it's not always a negative in my view.
Yes, that's speaking as a lawyer. Okay, so let's move on. Michael, you have something final, quick to say?
No, John took the opportunity to answer Paul's question. I would say that on balance, I think that the section is worth keeping, and I'll just vote that way.
Okay, why don't you work with Paul and
Find out the
something with
bottom.
us?
I don't need to make the change, so Paul can propose whatever.
Oh, he likes the change.
Yeah.
Oh, he does, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. See if you can compromise.
Take the change?
Oh, no, at least give your views to Paul and see if.
I think I.
Okay,
I think
so
I
you,
have.
okay.
It's-
Next, warrant article 8, general bylaw, nuisance lighting.
Boy.
I am promoting co-petitioner Ira Krepchen. Ira, you've been promoted and you can unmute to speak.
Actually, I'll be
promoting
speaking,
Lisa.
Oh, okay.
and David Titel, town meeting member, precinct 8. First time ever speaking to the select board and doing it at 11:20 at night. So I got the whole show. I really did. I had sent in some slides. Do you have those available to display, please? I sent them to Kate, but Elisa also has them if she needs to share her screen.
Oh, my God.
I will also do this without slides because we have been here a very long time. So, okay, hopefully while that happens, let me, while we work on the slides, let me do this from my phone. I'll have to squint a little bit, so just bear with me. Whole reason for warrant article 8 is to provide a means for residents to effectively address lighting nuisance that negatively affects health and well-being. This is about empowering Brookline residents to be able to bring up a nuisance and have the town's backing when they do. So, problem with the new lighting being a nuisance, it's a lot like noise. It can cause issues it can cause issues for people who have light sensitivity, migraines, people who are on medication. Too much light can have a whole host of health issues, including sleep implications that can affect immune systems, loss of productivity. There's been studies that link lack of sleep to things like dementia. It's bad. The other thing is that excessive lighting can also cause dangerous and blinding glare. Lighting can create, poor lighting can create shadows, which actually make situations that are more dangerous, not less. And it can be a safety hazard. So source of the problem is light trespass. Light trespass has always been an issue. The reason we're bringing it up now and the reason that's really come to the fore is LED lighting. LED lighting is a double-edged sword. It is great in that it is low power, it is cheaper, you can do it in all sorts of colors. It is problematic because it is low power, it is cheaper, and you can do it in all sorts of colors. Because what is happening is people are buying more light, they're buying brighter lights, and they're buying lights that are of higher temperature, which can bother things like circadian rhythms and things like that. These are now at everybody's disposal, and they're cheap. So we're seeing them more and more and more. So the problem has become very real. I had some images that sort of demonstrated all this, but we will move right on to, let's talk a little bit about the lighting regulation landscape. Existing lighting regulations really have primarily focused on signage, and it's unclear if we can use signage rules to apply to a nuisance caused by a neighbor's light. That's why we're here today. The planning department introduced a more restrictive zoning bylaw by governing lighting in the fall. And there was concern that we were concerned about that because a zoning regulation would only address things going forward. It doesn't address anything that's a current problem. That got referred back to planning. No further action had been taken. Town council has taken a position, and I'm speaking for somebody who's on screen or in the room right now, so please correct me when we get to open if I've gotten anything wrong. But town council has taken the position that the town cannot regulate lighting via general bylaw. That has been challenged by others. Oh, we've got a screen. Outstanding. Thank you. We just need to go to full screen. Town council has taken the position, as I said, Dick Benka wrote in questioning that. He wrote in his letter, which you should have, in the absence of evidence that the zoning bylaw comprehensively attacks light trespass, which is the issue we've been talking about, town meetings should decide what to do based off the substantive merits of the article. And to my understanding, town council has agreed to ask the Attorney General's office whether the town could regulate glare and light trespass via general bylaw. Next slide, please. So we've talked to a bunch of groups, AC Land Use Subcommittee, Planning, EDAB, got a lot of feedback. The key point that we got was that the planning department developed a proposed amendment that had substantial changes, including adding lighting standards and reworking the enforcement. We then worked in close partnership with them, modified things a little bit to really tweak things to address the nuisance concerns. So we're in lockstep with planning department. Next slide, please. So key areas where we made changes. It is now limited to residential. It's not including commercial. We've added standards to clarify what types of lighting do and do not cause a nuisance. That includes things like maximum illumination levels and luminaire elevation, color temperatures, time standards for motion sensors. One of the things that was problematic was the question of whether or not light trespass onto public sidewalks was a problem. It was never our intent to imply that it was, but there was some confusion about that, so we clarified that. Light that properly lights a sidewalk is good for everybody. It's a huge safety bonus for people with low vision, elderly. Everybody likes a well-lit sidewalk. We want that. We extended the correction period from 2 weeks to 2 months. But I should also note that there's an extension there for good faith efforts to correct. If somebody, for example, wanted to correct a problem by changing their fixture, and the fixture they ordered was, say, on back order, that's a good faith effort. People are trying to do right. There's no reason there should be a fine imposed at that time. And that's pretty explicit. The key thing is that the current warrant article is one that the building department feels that they can effectively enforce. So the building department feels they can effectively enforce it. Planning department and the co-petitioners are all working together on this. Next slide, please. So what hasn't changed is the spirit. It's still a nuisance bylaw, so enforcement is complaint driven. Bylaw would provide residents the backing they need when they approach their neighbor to ask that problematic lighting be addressed. The first pathway is to talk to your neighbor. If that goes awry, if the property owner with the offending light source is not responsive, then the resident now has the ability to escalate things to the town. and the town has their back. That's the goal of this. The general bylaw. And the final thing, we don't need to show the last two slides because it is late, but the key point is that most of the offenses are likely to be very easily correctable. Some can be as simple as taking a light that's shining into a neighbor's window and changing the angle, literally just pushing it down, or changing a light bulb, or changing the amount of time on a motion sensor. A lot of this stuff can be fixed as simply as buying a new light bulb or moving something or putting a shield over an angle on a existing light fixture. So that is the abbreviated version. Thank you so much. I am open to questions and I appreciate the time.
John?
Yeah, I really appreciate what you just presented. It sounds like a much improved version. I do have a remaining question on this matter of the general versus the underzoning. And as you pointed out, the real distinction here is if we do an underzoning, it'll apply to all future, cases. And we already have the structure in place for reviewing, people who are creating new lighting situations that will have to comply. If we do it under general, we will have to basically deal with any situation that arises where somebody says that light over there is in violation of this new general bylaw. And it could be a lighting situation that has existed for decades, but all of a sudden now it's illegal. Do you have any estimate as to how many potential illegal situations will be created by this general bylaw?
That is a fabulous question, and the answer is no. I don't.
That scares me.
What I can tell you is that we have put specific guidelines that make this very easy to distinguish. And also the problem is that while there is something that could have existed forever, the real issue is that there's been a spike in this because of LED lighting. So the issue is becoming much more real with existing fixtures that now have bulbs that have become problematic. So it's not fair because I can't tell you how many people have changed their bulbs to problematic bulbs, which could be as simple as taking the incandescent bulb that went out and buying a 5,000 Kelvin bulb from Home Depot. And if someone does that tomorrow, that could be a problem. I can't tell you how many people might have done that. But again, remember, the first course of action here is to talk to your neighbor.
Yeah, I know, which in my experience, people hate to do. I mean, we get as select board members, we get calls all the time. And the first instinct on the part of my part, I think probably other select board members can identify with this is, don't you want to talk to your neighbor yourself? They want someone from the select board to intervene, to get in between themselves and their neighbor, or they want Dan Bennett to get in between themselves and their neighbor. And I understand that. Nobody wants to get into a thing with their neighbor. They'd rather have a stranger from town hall, come with a light meter to bump this. And if we can't say how many situations we're creating that are complainable in the town, how do we know how much this is going to cost in enforcement?
So John, with two things. First, with all due respect, there's no way to measure that number because there's no way to know how many light fixtures are on every single private residence in Brookline without going to every single house in all of Brookline.
Well, one way would be to be zoning instead of general. And then we know.
But that doesn't
none, only the new.
Which doesn't address our concerns.
Yeah.
So I had a second point, but it's late.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have interrupted.
No. The major concern here is that we are, about neighbors. The hope is that by enacting this, if town meeting were to vote in favorable action on this, the hope is that it would empower people knowing that they've got this bylaw, has their back to have that conversation rather than have the conversation without knowing if there's anything that can be done. To what end? I speak to my neighbor says, I don't care, I'm stuck. Now, if my neighbor says, I don't care, it can be escalated. Residents are now empowered to take that next step. This is about empowering the residents of Brookline to be able to take that next step.
Paul.
Yep. Thank you. I kind of agree with John. I'm really worried about we're going to piss off like 80% of the town. There's going to be these neighborly issues, and I think it's a huge issue. I think it's a big problem, but the solution is like a sledgehammer across the head. But John just made me think of that because he brought it up. What I wanted to raise is this issue around the business districts. So, the business, I saw the notes from various bodies asking that the business districts be excluded. There's a big difference between the front of the business district and the back of the business district. In Brookline, most of our business districts abut residential neighborhoods.
Talking to a precinct 8 boy.
Okay,
I
so
know it.
so that's my life. I am the house that looks right down St. Mary's Court, which is behind all the restaurants in H Mart. It's lit up like, Fenway Park. And, it's too much. Now, I wouldn't want to limit the front, or I would want to limit the front, but have it, somehow managed differently. But the back is really a very big issue.
So this step, and I want it to be a step. I think we all want it to be a step.
Yep.
This step is residential only. So that whole commercial issue that you're talking about is excluded from what we have before us today. It is still a problem. And I think a more comprehensive bylaw is the next step to start working on that, because that gets very prickly. That is one of the things we discovered as we started this journey. And the thought amongst the co-petitioners right now is really, how do we address the biggest problem right now, which is the nuisance lighting that is happening residential? Let's get that done. Let's start there. And then let's start worrying about the commercial. And I live across the street from Clearflower.
Well, when you say residential, it is, you're talking about light trespassing.
Yep.
Right? Which is an issue for residential property owners. Well, the commercial light is trespassing.
Absolutely.
Right. I mean, so anyway, I appreciate what you're doing. I can tell you a quick story that my son, who is 8, just a month ago, was complaining to me because the light that the new, I won't say the restaurant's name, owner put up behind in the back was shining right into his bedroom, and so I understand the incremental step.
Okay, David.
But I'm concerned.
Move on.
So I think the reason why a bylaw would be extremely advantageous is precisely because we don't really know where current enforcement lies. And this has been a complaint actually from both ends, from the person who feels that light's trespassing onto their property to also the person being accused of trespassing light into another property. Right now, we look at the zoning bylaw that applies to signage, and I don't really follow how a zoning bylaw regarding signage is somehow being used to litigate these disputes. And it's being done in a very nebulous fashion. There are accusations flowing, again, bidirectionally about selective enforcement. We need to define this. And if we only do it on the zoning side, we're not correcting the current existing problems. And I share your concerns about how commercial properties also can trespass onto residential. And I think we can address that too. Maybe not in this warrant article, in a future warrant article, but we take incremental steps. And if, to John's point, it becomes too overwhelming and we have far too many complaints that the building department can't manage, but it's instructive that the building department says they feel that they could enforce this warrant article if it becomes bylaw, we can always modify it later. If it's too overwhelming, we take it away. And that has been done in the past, where we modify bylaws even a year later if need be.
If I might add, the building department and the planning department, again, are in lockstep with us on this. If either group felt that this was going to be an overwhelming tax on their bodies, they would have said so. We have had multiple conversations and there has been multiple opportunities. And for what it's worth, an earlier version of this that they had concerns with left this at the full discretion of Dan. And that was deemed too great and too taxing on their department. So they absolutely have chimed in when they thought it was a problem. Now I'm speaking on their behalf right now, but that's from the conversation, that's how this has evolved.
Okay, John, quick.
Question, would they prefer the zoning version or the general version?
I don't want to speak for that, but we have not been discouraged from going this path.
Okay,
So
Michael?
I don't want to
And-
speak for them, but I can tell you we have not been discouraged from going this path, and we are in agreement with this.
As an added point, if I may, thank you for the answer. Two of my least favorite general statements about how we should conduct ourselves in terms of changes in our laws. You know, one is, well, let's just go ahead, even though we've been advised this is probably illegal, and let's test it in court. That can last forever and cost a lot of money, and you lose. And the other one is, well, we've been told this is defective, but let's just put it into law and then deal with the problems with it later. I mean, come on, we have a chance to pass something which will survive legal tests and doesn't have to be fixed later. Let's do it that way and not the, let's risk our future on a possibly illegal law and a lot of expensive litigation and a law that has defects that are going to cause suffering, and we'll fix them later. That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, Michael?
A couple things. One, to your point, I think there's a difference between defects and shortcomings. You know, if it's not complete, but it makes incremental progress, then that's different than introducing a defect. And I'm not sure which is the case here. That's number one. Number two, in the section on applicability, it describes the areas where it apply as lighting originating from private properties in areas where solely residential uses are. And so I guess my concern is that definition is like really unclear to me. You know, for example, it doesn't in that sentence refer to zoning. It doesn't take into account Dover uses. So for example, a school could be private property. So would a school be could a school be subjected to a nuisance complaint? So I'm wondering whether there's any clarification that you can make about that phrase and how it would or wouldn't be enforced.
So my understanding, our intent was when we say solely residential use, a school is not a solely residential use. Enough said. So the way I was interpreting it is, and the way that we interpreted it as we drafted it was houses, apartments, residents, this, and really limiting it, you know, confining it to that specific dwellings, if you will.
Might I suggest then that you strike out the words in areas?
Okay.
I'll try Richmond Precinct 6 co-petitioner. The first part of the bylaw says commercial or says residential lighting. We struck commercial. A school would not be residential lighting. So it's residential lighting in a residential district. So it's not doing residential lighting in a business district.
Right, okay.
Or a business lighting.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'd like to.
Thank you, Clint.
David, you finished? I'm sorry, Michael, are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to open up the public hearing. Kate, whatever
Okay.
you do to open it up.
Right now, we have 22
aware.
participants. If anybody would like to speak on Article 8, please use the hand raise feature. I see one. Let me, okay, Jocelyn Murphy, I'm going to promote you. Okay, Jocelyn, you're being promoted and you can unmute to speak.
Do we have a timer?
Pardon me?
Do we have a timer?
Hi, I'm having trouble unmuting. Thanks very much. I'm going to be exceedingly brief due to the hour, and I really just, Jocelyn Murphy, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 16. I really just wanted to direct the board's attention to a letter that I think you received that was sent from a resident in my precinct whose situation is frankly the poster child for why this bylaw is necessary. Her name is Martha King. She lives on Payson Road, and there's new construction behind her house that has lit up the back of her home like an airfield. And so I think the time has come for this bylaw. This is one of the most frequent complaints that I hear from people in my neighborhood. And so I ask that you recommend favorable action on it. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else with their Oh, I'm gonna promote Janice Kahn right now.
Yes, due to the hour, I will also be brief. Janice Kahn, town meeting member in precinct 15, and full disclosure, I am married to one of the co-petitioners, Ira Krepchen. So, I just want to really emphasize a point that's been made, but it really needs to be emphasized again, is that, that the town has been working on this. This is a very big interest of both the planning department and the building department. And it's really important that we give our department heads or enforcers the tools they need to really do the work that we as residents are asking them to do. And this is a tool. And it's a framework for the town. It is not unique to Brookline. There are other municipalities that already have this as a general bylaw. And and um and so I just urge you to really support your departments and support the residents of the town to be able to live more peaceably actually in the town. I see this as a way to bring peace, not to bring disruption. So I urge you to consider favorable action on this article. Thank you.
Okay, any other
There are
comments?
22 participants online and nobody's using the hand raise feature.
Okay, I'll close the hearing. Any further discussion from the board?
Do we need to vote on this tonight?
No, I don't think we should, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, let's wait. Let's wait.
Okay, so let's move on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Thank you. Okay. Our next item is warrant articles that are continued. Warrant Article 13, resolution to consider the older population when determining use of the Fisher Hill property. Any thoughts on that?
I'd like to move that we endorse it.
Okay.
Favorable action.
Favorable action.
All in
Second.
favor? John Van Scoyac,
Yes.
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
I'll vote aye, although it's kind of offensive that we're being asked this, but I'll vote aye. So, okay. Next, warrant Article 7. Hello?
Thank you. This is Yolanda. Thank you. Good night.
You're welcome, Yolanda.
Warrant Article 7, amend Section 5.06.4 of the zoning bylaw to create a Clark Road multifamily overlay district. We decided to put that off, didn't we?
We don't have advisory committee
Okay.
vote yet, and it's up to the board whether or not we want to.
David.
Do we know when advisory committee is going to take this up?
I think they're gonna need to do it within the next couple of weeks because the combined reports deadline is next week, so.
But have they scheduled a specific date yet or?
I think their subcommittee's meeting tomorrow on it, aren't
Yeah,
they?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
what both committees take.
Okay, final warrant article is warrant Article 17 regarding tree preservation practices.
So in your packet, you have a substantial rewrite that was done by the Commissioner Shute
Right.
and the petitioner,
Yeah.
so that is what is,
At 5 minutes to 12,
So I would like to move favorable action on that article.
I have a lot of these.
Second.
I would hope we would have I know it's late, but if we could have a little bit of a summary about the changes.
When did we get the?
We got all the changes last week.
No,
well, the,
Well,
no.
sometime
I
this
was
week.
just referring to, I
Yeah.
thought,
Or-
to.
Michael?
So I believe Paul is correct. We did get all the changes last week. I asked to make an additional change and work that out with Commissioner Shute. I had a conversation with Commissioner Shute. We decided that no further change was needed.
Right, okay.
Okay.
So
So,
is that-
so we're not,
So what
Facing any
the thing that therefore the article as it was written last week that we debated is the same as the article we are considering tonight.
Okay,
There are no
okay.
further changes.
okay.
So the substantial rewrite we're not considering.
so no, the petitioner and Commissioner Shute worked together on the rewrite, so they're in alignment with the changes.
And it was presented last week.
Is the petitioner online?
Probably not.
Has advisory voted on this already?
I believe they may have already voted.
And
this
is
as well.
version 4 what we're talking about?
I believe so.
Okay.
How many articles do we have left?
The last, oh, no, one more.
Just
One more.
this and one more.
This, next one will be quick, but we're gonna end this meeting in a different day than we started.
Oh, okay. Well, does,
Unless-
can we ask, can I ask who has reservations about this article? Bernard, do
Well, I
you,
have a couple of, I'd like to know what the status of the big ash tree on Hamlet is right now. But my serious concern is, we hire a highly skilled and expert arborist. And in section 5, we set up a procedure where we second guess that expert with respect to the removal of trees unless the tree is removed based on a so-called objective criteria, which is not, which any, which you don't need to be an expert to agree to. That's a minor, maybe that's a minor issue. I just think it's kind of almost insulting to our highly paid and highly
You could-
skilled arborists.
you could offer to remove it.
If, I'm not,
In defense of that provision, for whatever reason, I've been sort of an observer of a couple of instances over time of trees and the question of their condition. And the arborist, in the cases I'm speaking of, tended to welcome outside opinion because it isn't an open and shut case often as to whether a tree is preservable or not preservable. And it helps to have more than one opinion,
And Commissioner Shute wouldn't have kept something in that would be upsetting her.
no, it may not upset her. I mean, I find it upsetting. But anyway, that's not not to the extent that I want to suggest any changes, so.
And there's a resolution.
Okay,
correct?
so, I'm sorry.
It's just, it's a
It is a
resolution.
resolution,
I'm
and-
ready to vote this.
Okay,
Yeah.
I move favorable action on warrant article 17 regarding tree preservation practices. All in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Warrant article 18, resolution regarding the recording of public meetings. Any discussion of that?
There were revisions voted by the advisory committee that Michael also put in the packet as well.
Okay. Okay, so if can we do that in 1 minute and 15 seconds, which is,
Well,
There's no way we're going to do this. This is going to take 10 minutes, right?
okay, so Michael.
okay.
speak.
So I submitted to all of you a modification to the resolve clause in order to basically remove the process for compliance from the resolution and have it referenced in the select board handbook. There is another question which we're not taking up tonight apparently because it's not on the agenda with regard to changing the select board handbook, but we can defer that. So the thing that I am proposing is this set of amendments. I've talked to somebody on the advisory committee who said that they would move this for reconsideration so that the advisory committee can be in alignment with this. And I've confirmed with Heather Hamilton, the petitioner, that she's also accepting of it. To the question of whether 10 days in this should be aligned with 5 days in the select board handbook, I think we should take, if we need to take that up, we should take it up by modifying the select board handbook.
Okay, it's, am I reading, am I hearing this right? We're not ready to vote for this.
No,
Well-
he needs to make a motion to.
So I'm submitting a motion to amend the resolve clause.
Okay.
Yeah.
as
And,
as
but we
distributed.
still have to wait for advisory committee to respond, right?
No, advisory committee has taken a vote
Okay,
on
We're
the version that
modifying
didn't have
AC's
this
motion.
amendment. So I am introducing this amendment and then it will go back to advisory for reconsideration and incorporation.
Is this what you're referring to?
The 1028, Article 18.
No.
No. Okay, what are we referring to?
okay, we just missed our 12.
Yeah, I wanted to be sure we did.
Okay, so if you're looking in the meeting packet, it's called 10.28.25, Article 18, Michael Rubenstein.
Okay, okay.
So there for some reason, the indenting didn't stick,
What
but
does it say now, Michael?
I'm sorry?
What does it say now? Can you just read it? I can't find it, but.
Sure, it says the clause is as follows. Therefore, be it resolved that the town will ensure that any official video recording of any future public meeting will be made available to the public in a convenient, consistent manner through the town's website as soon as practicable, but no more than 10 days after the meeting ends, and published according to guidelines specified by the select board or its designee.
Yeah, and I find it too broad. I mean, we started out with a subset of 6 boards, committees, and commissions that would be, for whom, that would be given this kind of, stamp of required circulation of the videos of their meetings. This, as I read it, applies to every single board, committee, and commission.
If they choose to.
If
record
they
their
choose to
meetings.
record.
It's not required that they record their meetings.
Well, we don't want them not to record their meetings.
There are some that don't.
And you're right, John, this was the intent of this was the intent of the original warrant article. So I'm not actually changing that
Yeah,
factor.
but we also ran into capacity concerns in terms of, server, or, I mean, I can't even.
At this point, the Zoom .gov allows unlimited storage.
So
it's
we have
not-
no issue there.
currently it is not a
Okay,
concern.
okay. Well,
Get this meeting covered then.
yeah. It's gonna be, excuse me, it's gonna require an awful lot of boards, committees, and commissions to start putting their videos up, because even now, ones that we thought should regularly put their videos up, it's just go down the list of recent meetings and you'll see that the number that have their videos up is like a fifth,
Yeah, I think Tiffany's memo outlined some of the challenges around the implementation,
Yeah.
but I think, we're gonna try and make our best effort to comply with what the resolution's asking.
I think
Leave
Michael's,
wiggle room, right?
but Michael's amendment,
Shall happen.
well, but Michael's amendment here says, after the meeting ends and published according to the guidelines specified by the select board or its designee. That gives us the ability within the handbook or some other policy
Yeah.
to say, we're only going to require these 6 major, we're going to phase them in. Is that, I know, is that your intent, is to give?
Well,
I know, I didn't mean to give that specific use case, but does your amendment allow that level of flexibility to the board?
well, I think that the first part of the resolution that says the town will ensure any official video recording of any future public meeting sort of does not allow, does not intend to allow the select board to constrain the set of recordings. It's only the publication process. That was the original intent of the resolution.
Okay.
David?
Also too, I think you're suggesting concern that maybe this could be a way to enlarge the amount of time. It would be to the select board's whims, but it's phrased as an and the first part of that sentence is by no more than 10 days.
Right.
So 10 days would be the highest number possible.
Yeah.
And if the select board policy were to then switch to 4 days,
Yeah.
then 4 would be operable. So 10 is that max number.
Okay.
And what does this provide as to for how long do they have to be available, archived?
The warrant article doesn't speak to that.
Well, I think it needs to.
I mean,
state
I
retention.
think it follows the same rules as any other public record.
State retention rules.
So, which means in the case of videos,
I mean, they're very complicated rules, and,
yeah,
videos are covered, but I have no idea for how long.
Right.
be
Yeah.
nice to have it specified.
Well, and the
I-
published
well, I
according
don't
to the
think that-
guidelines could be in the
There
handbook.
are, there are state rules about how long certain things are kept for. There's a state schedule of storage basically that we follow. I don't know what the rule is for video. They'll check.
Maybe that language should be in here, according to state and archived according to state provisions. You know,
Yeah.
archiving.
The handbook could also provide that guidance as
Okay,
well.
okay.
Of course, if we're uploading them to the cloud, I mean, they're gonna be there forever.
Once they start charging for the storage, and we'll
Oh,
have to
okay.
reconsider.
You keep
Well,
taking us back to the
they'll
cloud.
keep our old our old videos. Okay,
They'll be start being related to our license.
what are we doing here? What we-
So I'm making a motion, I guess, for, do I make the motion for the amendment and then motion for favorable action, or can I combine them into one motion?
No, favorable action on your amendment.
Okay, my amended version of. the
Yes.
article.
Yeah.
Okay, and then it's gonna go back to advisory.
Yeah.
If they agree, it'll come back to us and we'll,
If they
or
agree,
if they
agree,
disagree,
if they
disagree, what?
But your
what-
amended version is the petitioner's version, preferred version, right?
She's agreed to it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all in favor of the amended warrant article 18 for favorable action? John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Corman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein,
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, unless there are any comments post-meeting, I will
There's
end. the
nobody
meeting.
indicating that they would like to speak at this time.
Okay,
Thanks, Kate.
thank you, Kate.
Fortunate.
Okay, meeting ends, is over, whatever.
Dinner off, like, well, she's on her.
So record past midnight.
I think we did.
In the old days, you'd be going in the back room and working another hour.
On what?
Melissa, you're the only other person in the room who remembers the 4 o'clock session and then the 1 o'clock in the back room in the rabbits.
So when I started, they were still meeting in the hearing room.
Say it again?
When I started, they were still meeting in the hearing room. They weren't, well, they were meeting in the conference room, but there were no, yeah, they were meeting in the conference room. That's
You're
great.
you're darn right there was.
Who was meeting?
And I was there.